What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia.
Taking it to
Points
Brooklyn
north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitchell Finley. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, brother. What's happening?
I'm chilling, man. Saw you Saturday. I wanted to tell you this off the top, man. So I was out at my in-laws yesterday. Happy birthday to my little niece, Amelia. She turned 4 years old, B.
Oh, bro.
Dude.
That's them years, boy.
You know what was nice is being at this, my wife is the oldest of 4 sisters. So all her younger sisters now have little kids.
Mm-hmm.
Being out of, like, the baby zone is nice. Especially because my in-laws have a pool, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you got to really stay on top of 3-year-olds at the pool.
Mm-hmm.
And a couple of it was like a birthday party. So there was a decent crowd there, and I'm friends with some of the guys, and the tour championship's going on. And I was basically just inside watching golf the whole time. And they
hold on, I gotta back you up a little bit.
Uh-oh.
You say my niece's birthday.
Yeah.
And you say you're friends with some of the guys.
Yeah.
I would hope you're friends with your sister's
Sure.
sisters.
My
your
brothers-in-laws.
wife's sisters. Yeah. I'd be friends.
Friends with them, too. I was trying to say there were other people besides just the family.
There we go.
Friends with everybody.
Like, JP don't like the family.
No. We all
hell with all y'all.
Everybody's good. But, dude, like, various points, like, other of the guys would come in, and they were like, dude, how do you get to just stay in here? I was like, my kids can swim, dude. Like, I'm chilling. I don't need to be out there watching every
y'all
second.
Started too damn late. Don't blame me.
My kids have been demanding I do a belly flop all summer.
Did you?
Yesterday was belly flop day. I'm going to assume they're not in the car listening right now. I kind of wimped out at the last second and gave myself a little cushion. My arms went in first, so it was still.
So you cheated?
Kind of, yeah. I'll own that. But they thought it was great, so all's well. So I got in, belly flop, wrestled with them.
Get him when you see him.
I wrestled with them in the pool, threw them around for like 5-10 minutes. But there were so many.
Then you were tired?
No, there were so many little kids that, like, I couldn't really throw them around because there'd be like a kid, holding a noodle right next to us. I was like, all right. And then I was like, I got to go help my mother-in-law. I got to go help Gigi with the chicken. And they're like, you do? I was like, yeah. And I just went back inside and watched the golf. But what I wanted to tell you is Lou and Joyce, who my in-laws, both said they watched Saturday's broadcast. And Lou said, because, you've met my father-in-law a number of times now, and a lot of those times weren't the best times for this football team. And he said it's so encouraging for fans to hear B-Mitch be encouraged by the organization. And he said that came through in the broadcast.
Cool.
Just like that. Just that, like, you believe in how they're operating.
Yeah. I understand. Like, hey, thank you, Lou. But the thing of it is, man, like, I know what people focus on and discuss, but you got to realize at this time of the year, these coaches are looking at individual players, individual plays. Who quit? Who came through at the end? Who made some plays even in that game? It wasn't a nice game to watch.
No.
But who were the people that still showed up? All those things matter. And I think as fans, as much as and y'all get mad at me, but I'm just giving you the truth. Fans like to act like they know it all. But this time of the year, when I find out many of them don't know a lot, they look for one thing, a score, which in the end doesn't make one difference at this time of the year. It's the evaluations that are going on, And I know people say, well, why play the games? Well, you play the games because you want to put people in certain situations and see how they're going to handle it. But ultimately, there were some guys that still showed up. There were a lot that showed that they can't do it at this level. And like I said at the beginning of the game, this could be the end for some people and the beginning for a lot.
Yeah, I think, as far as guys that may have actually impressed or helped their roster spot, you could say Yankoff, but he was there last year.
Yeah.
But the one kid that stood out to me, really, Cahill, the undrafted linebacker.
On every damn tackle, damn
yeah,
year.
Man.
I love him. The thing about Yankoff, like the Senate Yankoff thing, that's a real thing. Those two dudes are battling for playing time. And Yankoff has been the guy who's been very consistent on special teams. And this year, it started to show I'm capable of being the tight end as well. But you know what he does well, too? Blocks. But when he started to run, I thought he was about to walk away from them dudes, dog. I wish he could have.
I thought he almost
I would have loved to see it.
Yeah, me too. I think Cahill was good. Yankoff was good. What was funny, the other thing my father-in-law said, he's like, man, B was just so excited and happy about this team and trying to explain that this is about evaluation and not the score. The one thing that pissed him off, though, was when that kid didn't come up and catch the punt.
Yeah. Why, man? Listen, you go catch that ball, you save 10, 15 yards for your team. You know, and I think that's the thing. Like, some people have the mindset, like when they back for a pooch punt, my thing is decision-making. You save 5 yards, 10 yards, it can make a difference at the end of the game. You know, you let it hit the ground, it can bounce and hit your guy, it can bounce and go back towards the goal line. You want to save all those things. And I just thought he could have caught it.
Yeah, I agree. We're going to get into that game. We have a very busy show. We're going to do our roster predictions. Nikki Javala is going to join us with her roster predictions. Nikki's coming at noon. We're going to go to Philly early here. 10:30, Dave Zangaro is going to join us. Try to kind of figure out what's happening with the Eagles. Clearly, I think Washington designed their offseason to go after the Eagles, right?
Yeah.
And then
they're in your division. They won the title. You got to see them twice a year.
Right. At 1 o'clock, Kevin Clark from ESPN is going to join us, which should be really cool. We will probably start to see some cuts leak out today.
Some of them started yesterday.
Yeah. Well, you know, Jeff and I were talking about this. Like, and I said this back before the rule changes, but I certainly feel it now. One thing that's pretty telling to me, so people understand, like, the team issues a media schedule, right? Like, they let us know what the schedule is going to be kind of for the week.
Mm-hmm.
And for the next 2 weeks, because eventually we got the, this week's a really funky, weird week.
Yeah.
And then next week will be kind of down to business
Real
week 1.
Yeah.
But the Commanders, Dan Quinn and Adam Peters expected, maybe it'll just be DQ, but I'd expect to hear from both DQ and AP. We'll have a press conference once the final roster is set.
Mm-hmm.
That used to be after roster cuts. Now, they don't want to talk until the practice squad is set.
Mm-hmm.
And I think people need to understand that is really, really telling how they view this process. Like, people get caught up in the final 53, but to them, it's a 70-man roster. And it's really 71 with the international pathway, but that's two in the weeds. And I just think it is important for folks to kind of realize that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And hopefully that kind of, like, if the team is doing it that way, that should help fans understand that, you know, the attempt to get to 53 is important, certainly, but, like, they view it holistically. And there are some specific things, I think, for us to talk about. I think people are worried about Terry at this point. Unless it's Thursday of week 1. So, like, what would that be?
Next week.
11 days from now?
The 4th.
I'm not worried. And I know I've been saying that for months now, and it's been annoying to people. And maybe there's some, like, pushback to Terry that has started now that I don't necessarily agree with.
But the whole thing about, listen, Jay, I feel it coming, and I'm not going to much get involved with it. Once he's there, whether it's a new deal or not, now people going to want to dissect all of that. You want him on the field, and he gets on the field, be happy about him being on the field, and let's move forward. You can't dissect every little aspect of it to try to make it fit a lot of these narratives. The ultimate thing is you want him to play football. If he's out there playing, it's all that matters to me. No matter how it happens.
Yeah, I think all of the feelings, all of the issues, as soon as Terry catches that first 23-yard touchdown, all water under the bridge, man. All water under the bridge.
You hope. You hope.
I'd be. You're right. I
you
mean,
hope.
You never know.
That's all
I
I can
guess.
say, man.
But the other thing that's going to happen is, like, there's going to be a lot of angst over these roster cuts. I do want to have a conversation about the quarterback position and the third quarterback versus a practice squad quarterback. We'll get to all that. But I got to ask, did you watch the golf yesterday?
A little bit.
I was really rooting for
Fleetwood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
he finally came through with it, man. And listen, bro, you have to go through those things like that. Because he's had those chances and he faltered. This time, he put the pressure on the people behind him. He stayed solid, and he made them have to go for it. And when people, because Keegan Bradley was forcing, left that thing out, put it in the water. You know, Scotty even looked uncharacteristic in some things he did. But when you stay solid, if you already, like what Tiger would do, when Tiger was leading, he'll go out there and put par. You know, people have to start making birdies. And he can always turn it on. Like if you're playing in a match play with somebody, if you getting par, they got to go get birdie. So I think when people go and play for birdie early, and the guy behind you, if he now could be easy because you're forcing, get a par, make him get birdie, especially if you're leading.
Dude, if anybody has issue with how Fleetwood played down the stretch, you're just an idiot. If you have a 3-stroke lead with 3 holes to play for par.
Hell yeah.
And there's a number of things. I was really happy for Tommy. He had never won in America.
Mm-hmm.
And to do so in that tournament, which, listen, it's not a major, and it's not the Players, which is more elevated, but the Tour Championship is a big deal, especially if you're a golf fan, right? So I was really happy.
Wait till that hit his checking account. How
yeah, that's definitely a big
deal. He won't care about what people think.
But, dude, so like I said, I got to watch a lot because I was at a 4-year-old birthday party. And my wife, Laura, gave me a hard time at one point. I was like, I'm guarding the cake because there was this really fancy unicorn cake. Just another reason for me to stay inside and chill. But, you know, really happy for Tommy. Really happy he was able to break through. But I watched Scheffler's first shot of the day. First tee shot, OB. Pulled it left. He kind of got a bad bounce because there was like this fencing down to the left where if it just hit the fence and bounced back in, he would have been in play and probably got relief.
Yeah.
But his ball just skirted under the fence, so it was OB.
That's the luck of the bounce because I can tell you this. Watching Saturday, I think it was, Rory in the trap, flies one, hit the stands and come right back 20 feet, he makes the putt. That happens.
Yeah.
And that's also the luck. Like when we play golf, we hit it left, right, wherever. You don't find our ball. You know why? Ain't nobody walking over the grass. Ain't nobody there to tell you where it went.
Right.
These pros, they have those advantages. Sometimes they have disadvantages.
Right. So Scotty, first ball OB, I think he took a double on the first hole. But Scotty, keeps climbing back. He was under par with going OB on the first hole at the turn, which is just unbelievable. But
he'll become number one by being average.
When Scotty got to 15, I bet most people still kind of thought he was going to chase Fleetwood down and win it.
Yeah.
And left was his issue all day, and he just yanked that thing left, man. It was wet.
Some days, man, you come to the party, and the person that shows up is not the one you normally with.
Dude, still, he goes left, wet on 15. Then Keegan's trying to kind of hunt Fleetwood down. He hit it right, like it was right all day. Like that was never flirting with the green.
Not at all.
So then it all came down to Tommy. Like basically, if you don't screw up 15, it's going to be really hard for anybody to catch you.
Exactly. And the way, like I'm saying, that's what you do. You find a way to make others have to step out of their comfort zone.
But he sure flirted with messing up. Did you see it? So it came in right, and it started rolling down that bank, and then it held up in that high grass. I think if they hadn't gotten so much rain down there, and it might have been a little more firm,
he could have had problems.
But I was really glad he didn't.
But even the last drive, what he hit over there by the water, what if that thing just hit something and jumped? Because he wasn't that far from the water. You know what I mean?
Totally.
So it just, you have to go through those challenges. So next time he's in a situation, he knows he's capable of getting it done.
I'm really happy for Tommy. Can't help but notice it's only a 30-man field that he finally broke through, but whatever.
Well, the 30 top,
right.
the top 30 people that were playing.
I have come to a conclusion, though, on the Tour Championship.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm really glad Fleetwood won. I think they do this in, like, car racing, where there's the year-long prize and, like, the week-to-week prize. Like, I don't know if they need 2 trophies or whatever, but Fleetwood now being the FedEx year-long champion over somebody like Scotty, who had just an incredible year, is nuts. Mm-hmm. I think there should be a prize for winning the Tour Championship and then a year-long FedEx Cup.
Well, I mean, it's just the playoffs, in a sense. They got into the playoffs, and Fleetwood was the one that came out at the end.
Yeah.
That's like you can be outstanding. How many? The Detroit Lions, the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah.
They were outstanding through the year. In the playoffs, they didn't look good. That's how, Scotty ended up winning one, too, and still wasn't there at the end to get it.
I know, he won last week.
Because Fleetwood won one, second in another, wasn't he?
Was he second in Memphis?
The first one, I think he was up there leading. He was like top 5.
Yeah.
And I think he was in top 5 or top 10 in the other one. So he put himself in position.
Happy for Fleetwood. Also, I'm ready to plant a flag as a program. I don't know that you will agree with me on this. I'd like to officially not like Patrick Cantlay as part of the B. Mitchell Finley platform.
Wow, what's wrong with Pat?
So slow, dude.
So slow. Yeah, but to be honest with you, all pro golfers are slow.
Yes, and he's extra.
So my whole thing is, if the PGA Tour doesn't make them play on this regular basis, I'm not going to be pissed. Because if they just ran the tournaments by the rules, make him skip a hole, make him take a stroke, he may speed up. They don't do it.
They don't do it.
So if the people that's supposed to uphold this game don't make you do it, why am I be mad?
Dog, they play lift, clean, and place all the time. It's crazy how much they baby the players. Let's do this. Dave Zangaro joining us next. Get the latest on the Philadelphia Eagles. At 11 a.m., we're going to open these phones. We're going to have some roster conversations. Terry, quarterbacks. What about some of these second-year draft picks? I asked DQ about this Saturday afternoon. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
This update brought to you by Cars for Kids, Cars with a K. Cutdown day is Tuesday, 4 p.m. for the Commanders after the game against the Ravens this weekend. Linebacker Ali Cahoe was very impressive, head coach Dan Quinn.
One thing about playing linebacker and behind the line of scrimmage, you want to see guys who can play square and tackle. And that is one thing from him, really instinctual. I like how he can do that. He's had a good run here on the special team side of things, really just improving as it's going. So he's worked really hard from the time, the mini camp ended to going into the training camp. He's really somebody that's absolutely going for it.
Nats and Yankees tonight, 6:35 on The Fan. 106.7 The Fan congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your unused car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Take what you're given. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Whenever you hear Rich Girl by Hall & Oates, time to go to Philadelphia. Talk to our friend Dave Zangaro from NBC Sports Philly, covers the Eagles. You can check him and Ruben Frank out on the Eagle Eye podcast. You can check his workout at D Zangaro NBCS or on the NBC Sports Philly website. Davey Z, what's up, dude?
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Good, man.
You've been busy.
Yeah, it was a busy Sunday. Eagles made 3 trades on a Sunday.
Take us through it, man.
Explain the Sam Howell trade to me.
Sure. First off, guys, I was at a wedding on Saturday in Charlotte. I'm at the airport, and all this stuff starts happening. I'm trying to catch up. It wasn't easy. The Sam Howell trade. So they had 2 third-string quarterbacks, Kyle McCord, who's a rookie, and Dorian Thompson-Robinson, who was with the Cleveland Browns. Both of them were pretty bad in the preseason. So they were probably going to make a trade for a quarterback no matter what. And then their backup, Tanner McKee, has a broken thumb. It's nothing serious, but he might not be ready for week 1. So this was a trade that, something needed to happen. They needed to have a decent backup option going into the season, and that's the reason for the Sam Howell trade.
Okay. That actually makes a ton of sense. McKee had a really good preseason in camp, right? Like, is it his job once the thumb is good as the backup?
There's no question about that. He's going to be the backup. They really like him. He's been impressive at every turn. He's really valuable to them. Obviously the Eagles value the backup quarterback position. They won their first Super Bowl in 2017 with the backup at the helm. So they're always going to invest in the backup. And Tanner McKee's been really good. I don't know what it would take for a team to offer them to trade him. Maybe a little bit less now that they have Sam Howell. But I think, next offseason, they might look to trade Tanner McKee. And I think he would bring back something pretty valuable because he's been really good.
All right, let's talk the O-line trade. The O-line has always been a strength for these modern Eagles that have been so good over the last decade or so. They went and got Fred Johnson back.
Yeah. So, it's funny because in Philly right now, we talk about some of the concerns with the team. And I have to remind Eagles fans that, these concerns are not the level of concerns that are around the rest of the 31 teams. This is a really good roster, but there were some issues with the backup offensive line depth. And, there have been years in this city where if the O-line gets decimated by injuries, they can kind of tank a season really quickly. And it was obvious they didn't have a swing tackle. They tried a few different guys. They brought in Kendall Lamb, who's in his 11th year. They had Matt Pryor trying to play left and right tackle in the preseason. And neither of those guys was really the answer. So they go out and they bring Fred Johnson back, who, maybe they should have just tried to re-sign Fred when he was already here, but he played pretty well for them last year, made 5 starts, and his best game came against Cincinnati, his former team. He shut down Trey Hendrickson in that game. It was a really impressive performance. And with the Eagles, obviously backup tackle is important for every team, but the way the Eagles play offense, they really don't like to help those tackles. A lot of what they do offensively is about letting those tackles live on an island and not helping them, and it helps you with the numbers game everywhere else. So once you have a backup in there that really needs help, it kind of changes the complexion of the offense. So that's why they viewed it as a really important spot, and that's why they made the trade.
Okay. The trade that caught my eye was last week, 4 trades ago, I think.
To keep it straight sometimes.
Yeah, dude, you're a busy fella up there, man. I mean, Howie that foot stays on the gas, man. The Mechie trade, the young wide receiver had that. I think he had cancer. I know he had like a serious
leukemia his rookie year. He's actually missed his whole rookie season.
Gosh, what an awful situation, but clearly he's made it through and is on the other side of that now. He was a heck of a player in college. What are they getting in Mechie? What are they looking for from him?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I don't think that trade had as much to do with the receivers on the roster as it did, hey, this is a player that is available. We don't have to give up much to get him. We liked him coming out of college. Let's just pull the trigger on this trade and see what he can do. He was obviously really productive at Alabama. Played actually a year with 2 years with Devontae Smith. Just missed Jalen Hurts. He was getting to Alabama as Hurts was leaving for Oklahoma, but obviously there's a connection with Alabama and this Eagles locker room. And he was really talented in college. His NFL career obviously got off to, honestly, even before the leukemia diagnosis, he tore his ACL in the SEC championship game, his final year at Alabama. So he was already dealing with that, and then obviously the leukemia battle that he came through. But relatively speaking, his career hasn't probably lived up to where he was drafted in the second round, early second round, 44th overall. But he's talented, and we saw him in the preseason game, a few days after getting traded to the Eagles. The very first play of the game, makes a nice grab, looked quick in and out of his breaks. I don't know exactly what his role is going to be. I think they're pretty good with their top 3 right now, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Jahan Dotson. But if there's an injury, I think they feel a lot better about the depth, and he has a chance to stick around longer than that if Dotson's gone next year.
That team is as loaded, as JP stated
Just
earlier.
loaded.
But the thing of it, the next year after the Super Bowl normally comes with a lot of problems. Is there any concern about that?
Yeah, I think there's natural concern about that. It's, there's a bunch of different issues that can pop up. I will say that they're in a much better position this time after the Super Bowl than they were the last time, because the last time they won a Super Bowl, it was kind of obviously a really strange situation with the quarterback. You had one guy who won it, but then they're going back to the offense from the other guy, and it was just a weird dynamic in that locker room, and it was a much older team. They tried to run it back, and they just kept getting older and older, and then it just fell apart. This is a really young roster. We'll see how the final cuts shake out, but there's a good chance they don't have a single defensive player over the age of 30 on this team, which is kind of crazy because it was the number 1 defense in the league last year, but it's still really young. So there are the one thing, with the Browns were in town for joint practices and the preseason game, and the amount of energy the Browns brought to those 2 practices, I think is really indicative of the types of effort you're going to see against them all year. They're going to get everyone's best shot, and it's a tough schedule. So there are some natural pitfalls that come with winning a Super Bowl, but I think that they do have the talent to overcome that.
Talking with our friend Dave Zangaro here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. You can give Dave a follow at DZangaro NBCS. You can check out the Eagle Eye podcast or read his work at NBC Sports Philly. We all think they're loaded. A.J. Brown, was there a hamstring thing? I feel like I saw something there for a little bit. What's the health of everybody?
Yeah, it's a good question. The injury list was pretty long by the end of training camp, but with some of those guys, I think it was really more precautionary. A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith both finished training camp not practicing. A.J. is a hamstring, Devontae is a groin, but the word I've gotten is that it's mostly just like precautionary. Just get these guys to week one and make sure that they kind of stay on ice. We watched A.J. Brown before the last preseason game running routes. He looked pretty good. And with, an extra week to go, I think they'll be okay. You always wonder about that. Health is obviously something that you can't control as much as you'd like. And when you have a talented roster, if a few key guys go down, it changes the dynamic. But the good news for them was they were able to get through training camp without anything too serious on the injury front.
So, going into the season, I imagine for whatever reason, odds makers always kind of put the Bills and the Ravens higher than Philly, which is silly because those two teams have to play each other. Philly has a different path. What is the vibe in that locker room? I can't remember which player, but somebody had a really good explanation. Like, that was last year. This is this year. It's a new year. But is the expectation there Super Bowl or bust?
Expectations are high, and you're right. They've been very strategic about their messaging, and it's coming from the top that, we've called it the R word in the building. No one's allowed to use the word repeat because they don't want to think like that. They're just trying to be a good team. They have to go through the whole process again. And that's obviously easier said than done. If you win a Super Bowl, you want to win another one. That's the way it works. But yeah, I think they've handled all of that as well as they could. It was kind of funny. They were supposed to have their Super Bowl ring ceremony a long time ago, right? And then there was like a production issue with that ring, and it ended up getting pushed into July, like a week before training camp. And I think that really kind of annoyed Jalen Hurts and some of the other guys who have been trying to lead this charge to move on to the next year. A week before training camp, they're getting their Super Bowl rings. But I think that kind of shows you the way they've tried to approach this is that, we haven't done anything this year. That was all in the past. But yeah, the confidence is high. Expectations are high, and they honestly should be because it's to me, it's not the most talented roster. It's one of the most talented in the league.
For sure. I think
that's definitely true.
How weird is it, dude? I just pulled up the Eagles schedule. Obviously, open next Thursday night with the Cowboys coming to town. It's going to be real hard for me not to think that's just going to be an absolute ass-kicking, but whatever. And then the NFC East games are kind of spread out. Like, the Eagles play the Giants twice in October. They play the Cowboys again in November. And then two of the last two games in 14 days, Commanders-Eagles.
That was by design.
It's how much are the Commanders on people's minds up there?
Yeah, I kind of hate that, by the way, that they backloaded those two games because you just don't know what's going to happen by the end of the season. Like, there's a chance that there are major injuries. Maybe those games don't mean as much. I wish that they were earlier, so we definitely mean something. I think the risk reward there isn't great, but I'll be honest. I don't think the Eagles are thinking too much about the Commanders, and that's not like a shot at them.
I get it.
I think that the Eagles are just looking at what they have, and they think it's good enough. And that doesn't mean that they're going to take the Commanders lightly, but I don't think that they're necessarily like overly worried about them in like a respectful way, if that makes sense. Like, I think they just look at their roster and they look at what they've been able to do, and they feel really confident about it.
Well, they also don't play them for 4 months.
Yeah.
So do you guys feel the same way about that? Like, I understand like the potential is there for it to be great matchups. Maybe the division gets decided, but there's also a chance that one of those games doesn't mean anything, and you just waste what could be a really fun game.
So, dude, to that point, the Commanders play the Cowboys on Christmas Day. The Commanders' NFC East schedule is completely backloaded. It's their last 4 games of the season, and with Tischler, we were like doing some content planning for stuff I do at Monumental, and we were talking about Christmas specifically, and I was like, dude, it's Christmas. I want to do as little as possible. Now, if that ends up being a really big game, we got to do everything. But by week 17, it's entirely possible. It's two teams playing out the string. Nobody knows what's going to happen.
And but also they could be playing for the.
It could be to clinch the division.
Division,
right? So it is interesting. The one thing, Davey, I think Eagles fans, and this is fans are completely separate from the team and the organization. Eagles fans seem to care greatly about the movement of the burgundy and gold.
You think so?
Yeah, because every time there's anything for the Commanders, they are the one predominantly commenting. So, yes, they were.
The one thing I will say about Eagles fans is they're kind of everywhere. Like,
they are, dude.
They're in every comment thread, and they're probably right. I think it's fair to say the Eagles fans are keeping an eye on the Commanders probably more than the Eagles themselves.
Yeah. Dave, we appreciate you, man.
Appreciate
Thanks for making
Dave.
time, dude.
Of course, guys. Take care.
All right. Dave Zangaro, NBC Sports Philly. Give him a follow at DZangaro NBCS. Davey joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. But coming up at 11, we're going to open up these MGM National Harbor listener lines. We're talking roster. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to reach out to our friends over at Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the absolute best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
They installed a new system in my house, too, and it's been tremendous. The house has been so comfortable. We had that weird stretch of a couple days there, B, where it was pretty cool with the hurricane off the coast. Yesterday, the heat came back, man, and it was humid as hell. The house was perfect. It's because Rude's got the variable speed compressor, which ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently, even in extreme conditions. It's comfort and performance perfectly balanced. B, you got to tell them about the cash, too. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right. Going.
He's going back to find.
What did Pete Haley think this was? Did he ask if this is Stevie Wonder or something?
I don't know what the hell he said,
He
but
definitely
it
couldn't.
was way off.
He couldn't figure out the pips. I know that.
Yeah.
What a moron. I love that kid.
Leaving
Landfill singing.
on that midnight train to Georgia.
All right, B, I want to have a real roster conversation. If you missed any of our conversation with Dave Zangaro, the Eagles are still going to be good. Just, prediction. I hope nobody's upset by that. I wish it was different, but they got a squad put together up there, man.
Squad.
At some point, you just got to own it and understand it. Our B. Mitchell Finley AAA poll of the day today was kind of talking about the preseason.
Yeah.
And I think it's vital to point out how irrelevant largely the results of the preseason are. Our AAA poll of the day question: how much does the Commanders going 0-3 in the preseason matter to you? The options: it matters a little bit, I'm freaked out, or it does not matter. I think those are good options. We'll let people vote. The B. Mitchell Finley AAA poll of the day brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA, plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. Where are you on that? Because you've been always clear that you want people to play.
Yeah, I want them to play, but I also understand in the big scheme of things what the record was in the preseason means absolutely nothing once the season starts. I can take people back to Osaka when Steve Spurrier came here and they were scoring all these points in the preseason. And I'm wondering very much, will the Giants be that same team? Because they've been going at it.
Jackson Dart's preseason dominant.
They've been, they don't just run no bland stuff. They've been running like schemed up things. So I'm wondering will they be somebody like that? But teams have gone undefeated in the preseason and stink in the regular season. People have lost no game, have won no games in the preseason, and went on and won it. The year we won one game in the preseason, went on and won it. So it's just, it's. Do you have the right group of people, mix of people that now that the season is coming along, they understand what to do. And if you look at the amount of times that the actual starters played, they weren't trying to win the game.
Jaden didn't throw.
They wanted to see what these young guys can provide. And I will say this: there are some young guys who probably spark some attention, and there are others who probably are going to be wishing they had sparked some attention.
And there are some veterans. There were veterans that played too. You know what I mean? Guys that have 5-6 years in the league.
And those are guys that still have to prove something.
Right. Or maybe what I always say you want from preseason and training camp is clarity. And unfortunately,
clarity, not Clary.
No, clarity. CLARITY.
Gotcha.
Clarity can also be who's not making the team. Ideally, clarity's like, yo, this dude's got to play for me.
Yeah.
But it also is helpful if you're like, that dude can't play for me. And I think we got a lot of that. You know?
I remember my rookie season. Forgot who the guy was. I think dude Claude. Man, y'all made a decision on me too quick. And I remember the coach saying, no. We didn't make no decision. You made the decision. And I think that right there is the thing. Most players, they make their own decision when it comes down to it.
Totally.
When it's all said and done, they're the ones that made the decision.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Commanders went 0-3 in the preseason. They got outscored 109-38.
Mm-hmm.
I think a big part of all this was the quarterback play.
Oh, yeah.
The offense.
Yeah.
Not having Mariota and having the two dudes that got a whole lot of snaps, I think made a huge impact.
Oh, it did.
I want to talk roster. I want to talk if they're ready. Are you concerned because they were bad in the preseason that will impact them to start slow? Can't start slow. You got a division game week 1. Taking your calls for the next hour. Nikki Javala at noon. Nobody go anywhere.
Closing in on the first game of the season for the Washington Commanders, September 7th against the New York Giants, 1 p.m. kick from Northwest Stadium. Commanders traded running back Brian Robinson Jr. over the weekend to the 49ers for a 6th-round selection. Head coach Dan Quinn on running back Chris Rodriguez and the running attack.
Yeah, it's important for us, and that part of the offense really takes the most work. It's the traps, the combination blocks, getting downhill, and so oftentimes the throwing game is ahead of the running game just from how you practice and train. So going into the games, we wanted to get real looks at it.
Rosters need to be down to 53 players by 4 p.m. tomorrow. Jets have released veteran linebacker Jamin Davis. The Vikings have agreed to terms with quarterback Carson Wentz. Philadelphia beat the Nationals 3-2 behind Ranger Suarez's 7 shutout innings and a career-high 11 strikeouts. Back at it quickly tonight in New York against the Yankees from the Bronx. Brad Lord will get the call. 6:35 pregame on The Fan. U.S. Open, Arina Sabalenka and Emma Navarro won yesterday. Benjamin Bonzi defeated Daniel Medvedev in 5 sets yesterday on the men's side, and Taylor Fritz, Ben Shelton, Novak Djokovic also won. Today, 17-seed Francis Tiafoe against Yoshi Nishioka at 1 p.m. Number 2 seed Carlos Alcaraz faces American Riley Opelka at 8:30 p.m. tonight. True freshman Bryce Underwood has been named the Michigan starting quarterback. WNBA Storm defeated the Mystics 84-82. Washington has lost 4 in a row. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
I was born a rambling man. All right. So I got this tweet from a dude named Can I Borrow $1, which is cool.
No.
He said, my concern is if the Commanders starters got enough quality work in training camp, joint practices, and preseason games.
And I think that's fair. Because we have fans who always tell, I hear them all the time, well, you don't want people to get hurt. But then later on, well, man, we starting slow. You can't have your cake and eat it too. But I tell you one thing, Pat Mahomes plays every preseason. I don't think Aaron Rodgers has played much in preseason. Josh Allen don't play much.
Lamar hasn't played in 4 years, I heard.
Pat plays all the time. If Pat plays and they've been as winning as much as they have, I'm just going to say, I'm going to keep leaning to that side. But you get the right to do what you want to do. But once the season starts, you better hit the ground running.
One thing that changes a lot for me, I think you got to get some work, just like face some real the speed of football.
Yeah.
Right?
Get ready for football by playing football.
That said, I mean, dude, Mahomes threw 13 passes in the 3rd preseason game.
Yeah.
It tells you a lot. But I do think the old system, when they had 4 preseason games, that last preseason game was about 8 days before week 1.
Yeah.
And it was just before the final cuts.
Yeah.
So it was vital.
Now,
Now,
that last preseason game, nobody played in it. People played in the 3rd preseason game. So it's very similar to what goes on now.
I wonder if the coaches now look at that 2-week gap and they're like, playing today is not going to impact 2 weeks from now. That's why they go in the second one, if they go at all, most of the league.
Yeah. But then that's 3 weeks away from the season.
Totally.
You know, I think that the more the front offices and the analytical people have gotten involved, it's more about what they think and not necessarily what it is about football.
I think they could have given Jaden another drive in the Bengals game.
Easily.
It wouldn't have been awful to see him throw a pass.
Yeah.
But
easily.
I think when he ran for that touchdown, people are like, yo, get him out. Get him out. I am not overly concerned that they didn't get enough work. I guess we'll find out, right?
I watched him in practice, and I was impressed with how much work they get. Listen, it's never going to get to the intensity how it was back in the day. But the amount of plays that they get off in practice is amazing. And I think that's the way that they play. So some level of that is getting you where you want to go. But I'm always concerned about the physicality early on.
To that end, I think it's a bigger loss that they lost that Ravens joint practice than necessarily starters getting more preseason work, like playing in game 3 or something. I think that joint practice against Baltimore would have had more value.
Yeah, because more of the starters would have played, and that's a team that whether you like them or not, they come and they play physical. They play physical. And I think it's great work for your team.
As for our AAA poll question of the day, are you concerned about the record? The only thing I'd like to point out to you, Brian, the Browns went undefeated this preseason.
Yeah.
Draw your own conclusions about the record in the preseason. All right, I want to hit these phones, man. Start with Lewis. Lewis, are you concerned how the preseason ended?
No, not one bit. There are 3 meaningless games, and the last thing I want to do is see somebody get hurt. I mean, I can understand if you have maybe a new quarterback, offensive line, and you have to do a lot of 11 evaluating, and if your team clicks. But if you already have a good 11 and on offense and defense or okay, and you wanted to kind of rest or keep your veterans from getting hurt, nope, I don't care less. They can lose 100-0. I wouldn't care less. The only game I cared about was that 2 and first quarter.
Yeah. Right. Appreciate the call, Lou.
The question I always ask, though, when you hear people say that, well, you don't want nobody to get hurt. They can get hurt the first play of the regular season game. And the question I ask, does that make it any different? You know what I mean? Whether it's the preseason or they get hurt in the first play of the regular season, does it really make that big of a difference? Injuries happen in football, okay? And that's why you got to prepare everybody. Remember, I used to always say, prepare 53, not just the 22.
Totally.
And eventually someone else is going to have to play. I don't think no starting 22 that plays the whole season. I don't think it ever happened.
Never. Jim is in Manassas. Jim, you worried by the preseason?
B. McFinley, Aquarium Boys. How's everybody doing
on
this
Jim?
Monday?
We're good, bud.
Well, first off, I want to thank all of you for your coverage on the team, your humor, your insight, your wisdom based off of how long you guys have been around. It's really, really helpful, so I appreciate it.
Thanks, dude.
I'm not concerned, to be honest. The people we're seeing out there in the preseason were 3rd, 4th, 5th stringers. If it gets to the point in the season where we have to rely on such players, then the season's already a wash. So I'm not concerned. In terms of a slow start, at least for the offense, I'm not concerned about that based off of the one drive we saw in the Bengals game. That really alleviates a lot of the worries. It's more so players that I'm concerned, certain players that I'm concerned about slow starts. I mean, Sam Cosmi, it's a given with his injury. And then Terry, simply because he hasn't been practicing. One thing on Terry before I get off the air, because I know there's a lot of calls, but, when he was there on Saturday, I know, people thought that would be a good thing for him to show his face around the team. But based off the reaction I'm seeing on Twitter, it's kind of breaking my heart to see how many people are just turning on Terry. I just kind of understand that's the business of the game. So what vibe, what sort of sense did he get from Terry as he was in the stadium? I'll take it off the air. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for the call, Jim. I appreciate you. Specific to Terry.
Listen, man, I don't need no vibe. First of all, people are sitting there talking about his body language, how he was looking.
I got a lot of body
language.
Man,
get over all that crap. What you want me to do? Did you watch the game on Saturday? Who was walking around there with great body language? I was in the booth and didn't have damn great body language. I guarantee that.
Yeah, I think the body language experts got to chill with McLaren. There was a difference. If you watch Revo at all, he's just this constant ball of energy flying around and trying to coach up young guys. That's just not.
That's who he is.
Yeah, Terry's more reserved, especially listen, man, if this is week 12 and it's a game that matters, Terry's going to be week 12 is a bye week. Week 13, home against Denver, Sunday Night Football.
Mm-hmm.
And the defense has a big third down. Terry's going to be standing on the bench waving his arms.
Yeah.
But it was August 23rd. Like, I don't think Terry's sideline behavior
the people
should be reflective of
who are
anything.
making those comments are the same people who are saying they don't want people to get hurt. They don't, and the preseason don't mean anything. So why does that mean so much for him then? And don't compare a person who's normally low key to a person who's very jovial. Revo is jovial as hell, gonna always be that way. Jaden is jovial as hell, gonna always be that way. Other guys won't be. So I mean, and if I'm dealing with something personal with the team, I have a right to have my feelings. Why do I have to run around being happy just to please somebody else? It's annoying, man.
We'll take another call here. Our guy Rusty is in Delaware. Rusty, what up?
Morning, boys. I'll tell you, it is annoying, Brian, but it's not as annoying as listening to Terry talk every single day. I will be so glad when this stuff is over. Not worried about the preseason. I think it's, it's not a good look when your backups go out there and lay an egg. But I do believe that the practice time is more valuable in this current setup. And I do kind of have a question. Once we end up going to an 18-game schedule, how's the preseason even going to look?
It's going to look just like it is. It's going to look
2 games.
It's going to look just like
early.
they look right now in college football. Practice and
right.
start
So
playing.
If everything is designed basically for the league to start slow, that's kind of how it has become. People are going to have their hands all in a bunch when these guys come out and lay eggs in 2 preseason games.
The fact that
I worry about week 1 and the real games.
The fact that people do not practice anyway and players don't play, I figure go right to the way it used to be, like it is in college. Hell, in college football, you see Texas is playing Ohio State first first game, right?
Yeah.
They haven't played any preseason games. I think since preseason means nothing to everybody, why the hell play them? Just go play the regular season game. Because I know the people that's paying for the tickets have a problem with how much they got to pay for a preseason game when no stars out there.
Amen.
Thanks for the call, Rusty. You think when they go to 18 that they'll just drop the preseason altogether?
No, they're not going to drop it because it's a money-making thing for the league. But should they drop it? Yes. Since it doesn't matter, no one thinks it matters. So why play it?
It's a fair question. Terry, I don't want to get too down in the weeds on Terry. If people are concerned about Terry, I'm not. I know the dude pretty well.
I'll just say if Terry's on the football field, I'll go to war with him every day.
Agree with that.
Because I know how he's going to battle.
I got a real question for you, B. I understand wanting to keep 3 quarterbacks. I'm not trying to be overly critical because I know these guys and they're nice people, right? But I've said this since I saw him day one. Me and Fortier used to argue about this. I don't think Hartman has the arm to throw the out in the pros. Like
he has
2 pick
arm,
sixes,
but he has to be
a lot faster,
much more in tune and let it go sooner because that ball he threw for that left hash back to that sideline, the ball was thrown so late, and it was late and inside. If it's late and outside, you won't have a problem.
Jeff could pick that off. I don't like for all the people. I think if Mariota was healthy this preseason, everything looks a lot different. I think it was tough to gather a lot of. Now DQ was asked that if it's hard to, is it hard to get an evaluation based on the quarterback play? And he said no, and that the team is able to still watch a bunch of the tape and have different conclusions. It definitely makes it a little more challenging.
Yeah, it does. It does. And see what concerns me more, it's not who didn't play. It's the guys that got to work with that mediocre play that never gave them a chance to really show what they were about. You know what I'm saying? So you hate to be your decision is going to be based off of what somebody else had to do, and they didn't do their job at a high level. You know what I'm saying?
DQ asked if he could evaluate the receivers based on the quarterback play. Said you really have to look at it from the receiver spot. Where was the route? Like, for instance, there was a time last week when Luke absolutely got on top of somebody on a deep route. Now, we didn't throw it that way, and so maybe we didn't take the attempt to him, but you felt the speed of him absolutely. Going forward, I would say are you in the right spot doing the right route? And if the ball doesn't go your way, I think it's more difficult than if you were getting covered. You got beat, and the ball wasn't able to go your way because of getting guarded in that way. So it is a good question. I don't think it hampers the receiver unless there was an errant throw or a decision not to go to the correct read. I think he took the high road of saying, yeah, it's a bit of an issue, but we're still watching the tape and know what these guys are doing, even if they're not getting the ball.
Yeah.
If you're going to keep 4 tight ends, and I think they will, and you're going to keep 4 backs, and I think they will. Did Hartman, I definitely don't think Hartman, I don't even think Johnson forced his way to have to be on this first 53. And I don't, honestly, I don't really have any concern that you can get Hartman back to your practice squad if that's what you want. I don't have a ton of concern that you lose Josh Johnson. He was available halfway through the year last year.
He was. But if you got 3 people, if you got those people out there competing, Johnson won the competition.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's be real about that. But it comes down to what you want to do and how you want to feel. And what I'm more concerned about, will 18, is his number 18, Mariota?
Yeah.
When the season starts, is he going to be healthy and on the sideline?
He told us.
Because he has proven to me that he can go up in there and handle his business.
He told us the other day, he talked the last practice, Thursday. He's dealing with Achilles tendonitis. He really appreciates the team's giving him the time to rest and recover and rehab. Said he hates rehab. It's super boring. He's just walking on a treadmill. And he said, he's like, in my role, it's a little different. But if my number was to get called week 1, I think I'll be good to go.
Yeah.
And Marcus is a veteran player. I tend to trust him. I think DQ and the medical and the training operation have earned that trust to handle guys the right way.
Yeah.
And the fact that Jeff Driscoll is now available, and he was your 3rd quarterback last year, I almost wonder if you try to get him back. I thought Driscoll looked better in his work in the preseason and camp last year than necessarily what we've seen either guys this year. I like Josh Johnson. If you get in a situation where you got to play Josh Johnson, he's a 3rd-string quarterback, but he's capable of it. I don't think we have to worry too much about Sam Hartman. And I think if you're going to go 4 tight ends, 4 backs, assuming you go 6 wideouts, I'm curious who your 6th wideout would be.
I'm going to be honest, man. Brooks, 16?
Yeah. That's where I'd go.
He to me, has done enough to be on the roster.
Well, and I wonder, with a talented rookie, undrafted guy like Brooks, I don't know that he'd get claimed, but I think if I was running a different team, I'd be more interested in claiming an undrafted rookie wide receiver that could maybe continue to develop over time with some physical skills than a 39-year-old journeyman quarterback or a second-year quarterback. You know what I mean? Like, if you're concerned making these roster decisions is who am I going to lose if I cut them? Who will I not be able to get back to my practice squad? I think Brooks is a way bigger target league-wide than either Hartman or Johnson.
More than likely.
Right? So if you're going to go 4 backs, 4 tight ends, 6 wideouts, that's 14. You're going to keep 9 O-linemen.
Yeah.
Maybe that becomes 8 if you put Cosme on IR, give yourself a little wiggle room.
A little chance to play with it.
But, if you want to keep 9 O-linemen, 14 plus 9 is 23, right? Only room for 2 quarterbacks, unless you're going to go with an uneven balance. And maybe you can do that.
And they normally have. They've been going 2 quarterbacks, 1 on the practice squad.
Last year they kept Driscoll on the active. And then Hartman on the practice squad. I I think they're keeping. Do you think they're keeping 4 backs? Eckler, McNichols, Rodriguez, and Bill.
I think 4 of them come out of that. Yeah.
And then we're going to talk tight ends. Ertz is on the team. Bates is on the team. Sennett. Yankoff. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley. If you're on hold, stay there. We're taking calls the whole hour.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Washington Commanders and New York Giants, September 7th, game number 1. Head coach Dan Quinn, what stood out against the Ravens?
Certainly there were some guys today that impressed me. Antonio Hamilton was another one that played physical. I was so pumped to see Jordan McGee out on the field today. He is such a good linebacker, and so for him to get back out and get some playing experience today, I thought that was really important.
Jets have released veteran linebacker Jamin Davis, and the Vikings signed Carson Wentz. Philadelphia beat the Nats 3-2 off to New York for the Nationals against the Yankees tonight in the Bronx. 6:35 pregame on the Fan with Brad Lord. U.S. Open underway. 6th seed Madison Keys against Renata Zarazua. On the men's side, number 17 seed Francis Tiafoe takes on Yoshi Nishioka at 1 p.m. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Keep him feeling good. Jeff just visited the prison cell to show us how he likes to slap. That was something. We've been talking a lot this morning. Phone lines are packed. Let's hit it. West is in D.C. West, you worried about the preseason, dude?
Oh, man, brother, yeah. I mean, I'm worried about our depth, and I'm worried about our special teams. I'm not worried about us putting up points. I think we're going to have one of the most exciting, fun-to-watch offenses in the league, but I'm worried that turns into the expectation that Jaden's just going to carry us, and other teams are going to be starting on the 40-yard line, 30-yard line, in field goal position. So other than that, I don't know. I think we're a solid setup for success, but I'm worried about our depth. I'm worried that we're putting too much on Jaden's shoulders. Thank you.
All right, man.
It's a good call. If you're – they got scored 109-38 in the preseason. Mm-hmm. It doesn't – that's not great for the depth. I think that is reasonable. I do think it's worth pointing out, specific to the kickoffs in the field position, that a touchback now is at the 35.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're keeping – if returns are getting to the 25, it's not ideal, but you're still gaining 10 yards in field position over a touchback. Thank you for the call.
You are, but – I just think that Gay, in the first game, he was line drive kicking those kicks. This game here, he had a little more height on him that gave them a little better chance. And then again, there were a lot of guys that were standing on the sideline not playing. Right. That will be on your coverage team.
What's your level of concern with Gay? Missed one again.
It's not easy to get kickers. You got to be careful just jumping away from everybody. But he has to show more consistency, hands down.
We got some news, folks. Hold on to your butts, everybody. If you're driving your car, get ready to pull over. This is B. Mitch and Finley on 106. Breaking news from ESPN's Adam Schefter. Deal. Washington and wide receiver Terry McLaurin reached agreement today on a 3-year contract extension that will end his hold-in and get him in uniform for the regular season opener versus the Giants. There you have it. One more time.
What we say about pressure? What we say about deadlines?
The Washington Commanders have reached a contract extension with Terry McLaurin. Per Adam Schefter, Washington and wide receiver Terry McLaurin reached an agreement today on a 3-year contract extension that will end his hold-in and get him in uniform for the regular season opener against the Giants, per sources. Schefter got it first. Everybody's going to have it here in a minute.
He'll be on the field. He get time to work out, 2 weeks. Let it flow.
Jeffrey, I come to you first, buddy. How excited are you about the Terry news?
Yo, I'm finally not worried. What I tell you, I'm worried until it's done. Oh my gosh, I'm about to go home and just play Madden all day. I'm psyched. I don't know. I want to go do a lap
Just
around
make sure
the
you
building.
wait till after 2 to do that. Don't be trying to say you got to go to the bathroom.
Nah. 2 o'clock, I'm in the house. But, oh, man, I'm so excited. It's finally done. We could finally stop talking about this. I want to highlight something, though. You know how earlier when these reports were coming out and y'all were like, oh, they really don't know nothing. It's crazy because it was just a report that happened from Schultz saying they were nowhere near an agreement. So it just puts so much in perspective.
Let me tell you this. He could have been right. They could have not been nowhere close. But then when two people get together and they realize, and like, I'm going to tell people, we just asked a question earlier about, well, you worried about preseason, and we were talking about not meaning anything. What preseason told a lot of people was you got to have number 17 on the football team. It told them that. And maybe, just maybe, that moved it to whatever the numbers end up being, somebody said, we need to get this thing done.
Terry McLaurin officially, I can confirm. I don't think you really have to confirm Schefter, but source confirms to me 3-year contract extension for Terry McLaurin. Will continue his play in the burgundy and gold. Jaden Daniels will have his top target. Maybe we should have just listened to Jaden all along, who kept saying, yeah, man, we're going to have Terry. He's coming through that door soon. Everything's cool. Phone lines, if you're on there, we're changing the topic. Terry McLaurin has signed a new 3-year contract extension with the Washington Commanders. We will get contract details, but that means week 1. You have any doubt Terry's going to be ready week 1, B?
Nope.
0.
None whatsoever.
0. This is obviously great news. What's your reaction? I know you're not surprised necessarily.
Not surprised whatsoever. I'm just happy that it's done because I can stop being asked the same damn question everywhere I go. I tell people the same thing over and over again. It's going to get done. It's going to get done. It's going to get. You know why I said that? Because it makes too much sense for this deal to be done. Well, why it hasn't happened yet? You didn't ask me that question. I'm not going to answer that one. You asked me, is the deal going to get done? I said yes. And I don't get into the extra stuff with it. So, deal's done. Move forward. Let's see what happens.
Dude, this is what you and I have said all along. They will get this done.
Mm-hmm.
I was at my in-laws yesterday. My sister-in-law, Caitlin, the one that's been so nervous about this the whole time. She's also my accountant. I had a question for her. She's like, I'm not talking to you about tax stuff until you tell me the Terry news. I was like, listen, it's going to happen.
The Terry news won't get you paid. But answer those damn accounting questions.
Obviously, a huge deal here. I think Terry will hit the ground running. Our guy Jupe is on the line. What up, Jupe?
Woo! Let's go, baby. Let's go, man. Hey, listen. Hey, look, excuse my voice. I'm still getting over that
did
cold.
Did you swallow a damn frog
out.
or something? The hell?
It's your fault, B-Mitch. It's all your fault. Hey, listen.
Jupe, you sound terrible.
Those people that was talking trash, hey, bleep y'all. We've been saying it's going to get done. And this was only a matter of time. Pablo, bleep you. All those folks that said he wasn't that good. When he balls out, I want to hear nothing from y'all. That's all I got for you. That's all my voice can do.
Good luck, Jupe. Good luck, man.
Damn.
Terry is back. Let's go to Max at Silver Spring. Max, Terry's back, baby.
I am super excited, man. I'm, very pumped. Also, happy belated birthday, B-Mitch.
Appreciate you.
I'm curious what you guys also think about Colson Yankoff in the last preseason game, because I was quite impressed with him. You like him? Do you think he's going to make the 53? Or
I think he will. I mean, last year, I think he's going to be. I don't know. I think they keep 4, but over him or not, I think he did enough to maybe be on the roster. Point blank.
You guys also, JP, do you think the whole thing with Terry, the amount they were able to put aside, may be related to the Brian Robinson stuff?
Nope.
Possibly. Might have opened some floor for eaters? Okay.
Nope. Thank
they
you.
just slow rolled it. Hey, you guys have a good one.
Take
All
care,
right,
man.
But yeah, when you're signing deals like that, and you also have the deals coming up, you got to make sure dot all the I's, cross all the T's. You got to make sure things are in order in the way you need to be, and it doesn't happen easily. But negotiations go in those different little waves, and that's what this one did. That
the news everyone has been waiting for: Terry McLaurin is back. The hold-in is over. Terry McLaurin has agreed to a 3-year contract extension with the Washington Commanders. Presumably, they're going to practice Thursday. I'd expect to see Terry out on the field. And most importantly, for week 1, next week, what we've been saying for a while, B, is, Wednesday of week 1 is really when you want Terry out there. He'll be out there.
mm-hmm.
We're taking your calls. Terry McLaurin is back. It's B. Mitch and Finley on 106.7 The Fan.
They won't celebrate
and have a good time. The news we've all been waiting for. If you listen to this program, the messaging has been consistent. They're going to get it done. It's all going to be okay. And, Brian, what happened in the end?
They got it done.
If you listen to this radio program, the message has been very consistent. Ignore the noise. Just noise. Deadlines, drive deals. To celebrate, Landfill's playing Cool in the Gang, and Scarrence Terrence McLaren is on the line. Scarrence Terrence, how fired up are you, buddy?
My guys, let's go. God, I'm so happy. I've been trusting y'all, but damn, it feels good. I almost crashed my car. I'm down here in Waldorf, had to pull over. I'm honking, cars around me looking at me like I'm crazy. But they know the drill now.
Scarrence Terrence, you are a little crazy, dog. You are a little crazy.
I am a little crazy, B-Mitch. But look, it's my dad's birthday today. My dad loved you. He always talks about you. I'm going to get him up here to meet you at a game one time. But for his birthday,
Pops.
Getting him signed, he's ecstatic.
That's awesome, man. Congratulations, Scarrence Terrence.
Scarrence Terrence, Senior. Happy birthday, boss.
Happy birthday, Senior.
Scarrence Terrence, Senior.
Our boy Toothpick is on the line. What's up, Pick?
Hey, what's good? Thanks for taking my call, JP. B-Mitch, listen, now this makes me coming home for my birthday even better this week. Listen, I'm concerned. I still got concerns, but my major concern now is that we don't have enough room on the scoreboard for the amount of points we about to put up. So somebody get out the FedEx and add a couple of other numbers up there because we about to light some people up now.
All right,
you couldn't do that without 17. Couldn't do it without 17. Appreciate you.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, brother.
Reason for excitement. You get 17 back. All of a sudden, Noah Brown looks healthy.
I saw Noah running routes.
That workout before the game was
Dude
serious
was
business.
Full speed. I was like happy as hell too.
Let's go to Tay is in Upper Marlboro. Tay, how fired up are you for the McLaren extension?
Let's go. We got our man, but we already knew it was going to happen. And from the details that I'm looking at, 3 years, $96, $32 million a year, he hit that cap where he's up there with the rest of the receivers. So I'm happy about that. And another thing that I just wanted to stress about was the preseason. I have no concerns about the preseason, and here's why. Kansas City's have how many unsuccessful preseasons but made it to the big game? That's my thing. Preseason is not to show what we already know. It's to show what we don't know. It's for our 3s, 4s, and practice squad players to make a name for themselves to fill those holes. It's not for our number 1s and 2s to go out there and show out. And that's the thing that I think that a lot of people forget. Preseason is just preseason. Preseason record means nothing. But when we get to that regular season, that's when everything counts. Once we get those 3s and those 4s and those practice squads intrigued into our starting lineup, then we'll see what we have. Thank you guys for taking my call.
Right,
Thanks,
bro.
Tay. Appreciate you, bud. We'll keep the phones going. Folks are ecstatic.
But like and I'm glad he specified. The scores mean nothing, but preseason means something for different people.
I think results are irrelevant.
Yeah.
What happens on the
scoreboard at
field
end.
during the 60 minutes matters.
Yeah.
Trucker Dan is on the line. What's up, TD?
What's up with y'all, fellas?
What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
So no complaint, just working. I'm very, very happy we got our main man back, man. That was my only concern, my only worry, my only doubt. I couldn't sleep at night. He had 17. I called in like 100 times complaining about it. But what's the name? Yankoff look good, man. Ain't no way he don't make that roster. I think Brooks should make the roster. I don't know about our boy McCaffrey, man. I think he needs some more training. He don't look crispy at all out there. And somehow, somewhere, we need a backup quarterback besides Mariota. Because what if he get injured again? And that's only special team, man. And that worries me. I know you guys said nobody's on there, but I ain't worried about the guys that's coming downfield. I'm worried about the kicker. Because how the hell you missing 50s? And they gave us a stat the other day. They said he was like 3 for 9 behind 50. That's concerning to me. But all right, fellas, have a great day.
Thanks, man. You too. We'll keep it going. Rusty is in Richmond. We got 2 Rusties today. What up, Rusty?
What's up, Russ?
Yeah, I heard there was a Rusty in Delaware. You can just call me Rusty South. So, yeah, but the thing that I always knew is that, unlike the previous administration, let's call it, the front office here, they're professionals. and they understand that this is the window doesn't last forever to win it all in terms of like when you got to pay Jaden. So there's a limited window when you can really pay guys. This deal was always going to get done. It was just a matter of when. I was never worried about Terry missing games or anything like that. My only concern is, it's late and he hasn't been practicing. So, I would worry a little bit about week one, like maybe, if he ramps up, maybe get him on a pitch count or something like that because if we play Terry, 25, 30 snaps against the Giants, we should be able to win that game. And then by Green Bay on that Thursday night, we should be good to go.
Oh, he going more than 25, 30 snaps.
Dude, he's just going to play.
He's been working out. He's been training. He's going to go more than 25, 30.
If y'all think he's conditioned and ready to go, then I'm not worried about it. Because you've done this for a living, so I trust you.
Oh, yeah. Believe me, he that's not a guy that's sitting at home just resting.
Nah, he's good.
Right.
I mean, he told us, maybe this wasn't during the actual media session, but when we were at Eastern Market, he had just gotten back from that
Eastern
trip.
Motors.
Eastern Motors, thank you. Sorry.
Two different places.
Eastern Market, I don't think they give you credit based on your job. Eastern Motors, they do. I don't know if it was during the on-camera session or just when we were all kind of talking, but Terry had just gotten back from 2 weeks in Italy with his wife, and he told us that he was running the steps at his hotel every morning to stay in shape, and all these Italian people were like, what is going on here? Because they just couldn't.
Who are you, dude?
Thanks for the call, Rusty. I'll let you answer this. I very much think Terry will be fully ready to go week one.
Oh, I know he will be.
I don't think there's going to be any restriction. Nate is in Silver Spring. What's up, Nate?
Let's go. Hey, it's on and popping, fellas. It's on like popcorn, y'all. Well, let's get this Super Bowl now, man. And I thought it was going to happen on Friday, B and JP, but I was a couple days off. But I'm doing a little victory relax. I told people, other hosts on this show, he wasn't going to play on that $22 million. And I was out of training camp. I seen you out there, B Mitch, and it was just something just a little bit missing. And as soon as the news, I just got this adrenaline rush, man. And these Cowboy fans is going to be nervous. These Eagles fans is nervous now. And I'm just glad that he stood up for himself. He knew his worth. And Adam Peters, we was about to put you at the kiddie table, like on Four Brothers for a little bit. But you back in the VIP section now. So he's good. But I'm glad they got it done. He deserves his money. And that's when he's the emotional leader on the team. We need him. And everybody's going to be fired up. I'm about to go get a new grill. I'm about to get these tickets to the Cowboy game on December 25th. He just changes everything, man. And I'm so glad he got it done, man. We so excited out here, and I'm glad he got his bag, man.
All right, bro.
I
appreciate it, y'all.
Thanks, bud. On a personal level, I am very happy for Terry. Like, he's given everything to the organization. This was his chance at real leverage, and he took advantage. And he got what he deserved.
Yeah.
That should not be lost on people. He got this money because he deserves it.
See, all the people that keep talking about, well, what he had to do, this, that, and no. And that's why you find players that don't listen to a lot of people. They go out there with their own. And listen, his agent may have made you mad, but his agent understood what was going on here. He understood what his market is. He understood how to go for it, and he went for it. And look, you and I know it's a one number, and then there's a guaranteed number. When the guaranteed number come out, we'll know that too. But ultimately, you make it work. They made it work to get it done. Move forward.
Quick break. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Terry McLaurin has signed a 3-year contract extension. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Breaking news from the Washington Commanders. Terry McLaurin's 3-year extension with the Commanders is worth up to $96 million per his agents Buddy Baker and Tony Bonagura. Washington and wide receiver Terry McLaurin reached agreement today on a 3-year contract extension that will end his holdout and get him in uniform for the regular season opener against the Giants. We'll have details coming up on 106.7 The Fan.
Like a helicopter. This one's for who? Us.
Who am I?
106.7 The Fan. It's high noon in the District of Columbia, and Terry McLaurin is back, baby. 3-year contract extension. All the callers stay there, but Nikki Javala kind enough to jump on the Rude Guest hotline with us. You can read Nikki's work in The Athletic. Nikki, I just texted you. Hey, I know it's busy. I know you might need a minute, and you're like, nah, it's all good. I already had the story written. I think you, like us, thought this news was coming, right?
Yeah, I kind of had a feeling yesterday that they were close. So I actually went through. I mean, we always have like pre-written stories for some of the big news, and you just kind of fill in the blanks. But I kind of heard a bit more yesterday and knew something could be happening pretty quickly. So, yeah, glad the saga's over.
Yeah, absolutely. The contract details are going to slowly leak out here. We've heard a $30 million signing bonus. We've heard it's a 3-year, $96 million deal. Do you have any more information on that or any guesses, especially where the fully guaranteed money lands?
I don't know the total guarantees yet, but he did get a $30 million signing bonus. So he does get a nice little bump for this year.
Yeah, instant cash.
Yeah. So that should come in handy. You never know when you might need $30 million, I guess.
Yeah. Tell me about it, Nikki. You know how you roll with it.
I know. Yeah. I mean, Loudoun County, man, not cheap.
Brian and I have zero concerns that he won't be ready to play week 1. Where do you land on his readiness and availability for week 1?
I mean, he's been ready since the season ended. I mean, I know he was on PUP with an ankle injury, but I think we all know what that was. I will say it's the same ankle that is been an issue for many years throughout his career. I mean, dating back to when Alex Smith was the quarterback and he was treating his ankles. So sure, yes, he always has to do some sort of treatment with his ankles, but he would have not been on PUP if it were not for the contract situation.
Right.
So yeah, I think he's totally ready, and definitely having last year helps. He's not adjusting to yet another new quarterback because he does have only 11 days. So he'll be back out on the field Wednesday and,
ready to rock.
Right up to speed. Yep.
Yeah. It's one of these things where I think there was some legitimate acrimony along the way, but I feel like everybody can smile and move forward now. And what has happened will not impact.
It was respect the whole way, though. I think that keeps it good.
What, if any, lingering feelings do you think
they could have done stuff early, Nikki, and with that PUP and all that stuff, and made things hard. Yeah. They never did. That was respect.
Yeah,
and I think he showed a level of respect. Terry spoke that day, but we know he talks, and he's normally going to give you a full answer. But I don't think anybody got stupid with the whole process.
No, I think $96 million cures pretty much anything. I mean, that's usually how it works in the NFL. I mean, if you win and you get paid, all's forgiven, right? So that's kind of how it works.
Totally. Going forward, then, what's crazy is like before the Terry news came down, we were talking about stuff, and fans are really fired up that it looks like Noah Brown is going to return from an actual injury at the right time for week 1. Meanwhile, fans are concerned about Terry McLaurin's availability for week 1 when there wasn't a real injury.
Yeah.
What does this do for this team as far as, what everybody wants in this city, a deep playoff run?
No, it's huge. I mean, to have, their 3 receivers as they envisioned from the start to be out there, I mean, it's huge. I mean, now Jaden actually has some reliable targets to go to. And I mean that not disrespecting, the other receivers in the group, but they don't compare to Terry and Noah and Debo. And that's where, a lot of the criticism of the offense was coming from, is they don't have the depth back there. I'm still concerned about the depth there. But this is huge for the offense. And like you said, you kind of knew something would always get done. Deadlines always seem to spur action. It's unfortunate it dragged on as long as it did. But it is done. And, Terry now has a chance to, he seems like a guy that'll want to play football for as long as he physically can. But, if that comes in his mid-30s, he could end up being one of the rare ones nowadays that plays for only one team.
Yeah. I mean, how exciting could that be? Honestly, it kind of tracks that way, but we'll see exactly what happens. Let's talk. Here's a pleasant idea related to Terry McLaurin. Let's talk football-wise. How good? Now, the depth questions are real. I think Jalen Lane, now, assuming Terry's back, Noah's back, Debo's been there the whole time and looked great. I think Jalen Lane's your 4th wideout, who's had a really good camp and looks promising. Then I guess it's Luke. Then I kind of think it's Ja'Cory Brooks. With the top 3, though, how good can that offense be, and how different are all 3 of those receivers?
Oh, they're totally different. And they're all 3 are very versatile, too. I mean, they started moving Jalen to the outside some, just to kind of test his range, essentially. And he looks pretty good. I mean, he's still young and will need some polish overall. But, I mean, Terry's played inside, outside. He's caught passes out of the backfield. Debo does it all, obviously. Jalen's got this. They're all insanely fast. I mean, it's a track team there, the receiving core. And then you throw in Zach Ertz. Yeah, they got some weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
The question now for me, and not to be like the pessimist always looking for issues, but the question still is sort of the offensive line. I still think Cosme, I could be wrong. We'll see today or tomorrow, but I still think Cosme will probably start on PUP, which means he'll miss at least 4 games. And then, will the fluidity up front, because they have moved a lot of pieces throughout camp and preseason, will that affect Jaden? I don't think it will. I think he's so physically gifted, but also a really smart quarterback, which means he can mask a lot of deficiencies up front. And I still think they're a better line, at least on paper, than they were last year. So,
well, I think the offensive line, even those the guys that have been playing, the top 3 hadn't been there per se. You're looking at Tunsil, Coleman, and also Cosme. But the other guys that played that in the game, I had to point it out, they were locking people down.
Yeah. And I thought Andrew Wiley actually looked really good.
Yeah, he looks great.
And he looks he's much more versatile than I gave him credit for before. Because Quinn's at this, he just jumped in at left guard when Coleman was out and handled it with no problem. So
I think Wiley's play has been one of the most encouraging development processes in a while. I mean, I thought he was good last year. I think he's been really good. I think if he is inside a guard and it's him and Coleman, I think that's 2 really good guards. I like the offensive line a lot. I did notice this. Regina Jackson, Jaden Daniels' mom, just tweeted out, finally, it's go time now about the Terry McLaurin extension, which is awesome. Jaden, of all people, and maybe we shouldn't be surprised by this because Jaden has just been so level-headed throughout his NFL career. Every time Jaden got asked about this, and he got asked about it with some regularity.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, he's coming back. Yeah, he's coming back. Maybe we all just should have listened to Jaden all along.
Yeah. I mean, did you have any doubt that he wouldn't be back, though?
I never did.
I did not.
I never doubted it.
I thought he'd always be back.
It made too much sense.
I didn't think it would take this long or get this acrimonious, but I thought he'd always be back. They weren't going to trade him, and he thought that he was under contract, and you just figured. I feel like the team knows what he means to the franchise and the fan base. They weren't going to not sign a deal.
Yeah, man. I think it's very good news for all parties. Talking with our friend Nikki Javala from The Athletic here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. B, can you do me a favor real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Tell Nikki to call Greg about her floors. Because I told her to, and she's hesitant.
Yeah.
She doesn't want to over-ask.
Nah, you better call Greg.
See? Told you.
I'll have to call Greg.
All right.
I'll call Greg.
As for...
He knows what he's doing.
Our B. Mitchell Finley AAA poll of the day today was asking people if they're concerned by the 0-3 record in the preseason. Do you have any concerns about the 0-3 record in the preseason?
No. Weren't the Chiefs 0-3 too?
I can look that up. I know the Browns were undefeated, and it doesn't change how I feel about the Browns.
Yeah. If the Browns are undefeated and the Chiefs are 0-3, I'm going with it's probably a good thing they're 0-3. I don't know. I'm just guessing there. But no, I don't. No. Because I feel like preseason is about individual performances. It's like the score doesn't really matter. It doesn't count toward anything. It's about evaluating the players on the field.
The Chiefs were 0-3. I just looked it up. Right,
yeah, so there you go.
Here's what you need to know about preseason results. They allow the games to end in ties because they don't want it to go to overtime.
Mm-hmm.
If the result mattered, they wouldn't have made that rule change to allow games to end in ties. And I think that's pretty telling. There are some interesting. The biggest move of camp was the Brian Robinson trade.
Yep.
And the Terry thing was the biggest kind of lingering cloud, but I always thought that would get resolved. Now it has. Going forward, by tomorrow at 4:00, what do you think are some of the most interesting positions? You and I were talking about this in the press box during the game. Has anybody really forced their way onto this roster?
I mean, I think we'll see. I'm not totally certain, but I thought Chris Rodriguez really had a strong camp. And that may, if he didn't have a strong camp, they could easily stick with 3 backs like they did last year. But I thought he had a really strong camp. He looks different. He
looks physically
faster. And he's just picking up where he left off late last season, where he had those big runs. So I thought he had a good camp. Dorrance Armstrong was always going to make it, but he had a really nice camp too. He looks like he took a big step, which they need in the pass rush. I'm trying to think if there are ones that earn their way on. Hold on, I have to go through.
I thought
all of them.
The linebacker, especially in that last preseason game.
Ali Cahill.
Yeah, Cahill
See,
looked good.
I wanted to keep him on my 53. I actually did not keep him on my 53 because of a numbers issue, and I thought, well, maybe he'll clear waivers. You can have him on the practice squad. So I have Kane Madrano as my last linebacker.
Well, and I asked, that's probably the right direction, frankly. And I asked DQ about that Sunday or Saturday. How much does draft positioning matter into your roster decisions? And I thought Quinn was pretty honest. He's like, a little bit, especially for earlier rounders, but, you got to win it on merit. Here's my thing with Cahill, why I think you can you can cut him and get him back to your practice squad. He's a 25-year-old rookie. That dude played 6 years of college football and missed the entire 2022 season. He started at Bama in 2018. That's a long run of college ball. I thought he was impressive. Are you going? Let's run through it real quick. Are you going 4 running backs on your 53?
I am going 4 backs. Yeah.
Okay. And then are you going 4 tight ends?
I am. Yeah.
So then is it 2 quarterbacks or are you going uneven? What are you doing?
I went with 2. I was initially going 3 just largely because of Marcus Mariota's injury. I mean, they kept 3 last year. I know that was in part because Jaden was young, but also Marcus had the pec injury and was on IR for the start of the season. So I was going to go 3 again, but the 7th interception I was like, nah, I don't think so. So I still think they could add a third, after off the waiver wire, but they're 27th on the priority list. So
Driscoll's
I don't know
out there.
They won't get their. What's that?
Driscoll's out there floating around.
Driscoll is still available. So I still think that it's possible they add a third one just as a safety net.
I could see that. Offensive line, what are you doing?
O-line, I kept 10. I put Cosme on IR to start. You can have 2 players go on IR when you're doing this instead of having to wait for them to clear waivers. So he's going to go on IR on my 53, and then I have 10 others. My backup, aside from like the top,
right?
6. Say I got Fant, Allegretti, Chris Paul, Dieter, and Trent Scott.
Oh, you got rid of your guy,
Nick Harris.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was a whole debate in the press box. Yeah, I mean, don't tell Kime. Don't give him a big head over that.
He's probably listening.
It probably is.
I'm guessing this will get back to him, but that's fine. Defensive side of the ball. Who are your linebackers? Hell, who's the D line? I think the D line actually ended camp with some depth.
Yeah, no, totally. I kept 8, and it doesn't include Von Miller just because he's listed as a linebacker because he wears 24. So I put him with the linebackers. So D line, I have 8. You got the main 4 up front. I got Payne, Kinlaw, Dietrich and Dorrance, Jacob Martin, Johnny Newton, Javante, Jean-Baptiste, and Eddie Goldman. I'm not certain on Eddie Goldman. I just don't know that he had a strong enough camp. And like you said, I think they have good depth there on the interior. I mean, this would run counter to what they did in the offseason of trying to get bigger, but I still really like Sheldon Day. I like what he did last year for him. Yeah. I know he's somewhat undersized. He put on some weight this offseason, right? But he's a good interior lineman. So
yeah, he reminds me a lot of Newton when they're playing on the field.
Yeah,
I like Day, and I like Carl Davis, and I like Jalen Holmes.
Yeah, Holmes is another.
I do too. I know it's running out of room.
Yeah, no, I get it. And so backers, the top 2 are so obvious. Dan Quinn,
right.
Frankie, and
Dan Quinn
and
has
then
a man crush on Jordan McGee.
Von Miller.
He loves McGee.
Yeah,
Jordan McGee.
So,
that's 4.
Bobby, Frankie, Vaughn, Jordan McGee. Those are the top 4. Nick Ballore, which is
he's
really
special teams guy.
And then came Majano.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I don't love the depth at inside linebacker just because there's zero experience behind Bobby, really. If Jordan's dealt with a number of injuries, I think he could be really good, like Quinn thinks. He had, only 15 defensive snaps last year because of injuries. The poor guy's dealt with it nonstop. But I think he could be really good if he can, stay on the field.
Healthy.
Yeah.
And then the DBs. I think the corners is for the first time in a long time really pretty easy.
Yeah, I think the secondary is probably their deepest group, which is wild to say because they've had so much turnover there over the years. But
did you go 10 DBs?
I went 5 and 5. Yeah.
Okay. Lattimore.
I mean, it's
Lattimore, Amos,
Sammer Still, Noah I,
Sammer Still,
and Jones.
Yeah.
Jones, yep.
And then the DBs, I'm guessing, Quan, Harris, Owens, Revo. I'm forgetting somebody.
Percy.
Butler.
Yeah, Percy. Yeah, I don't think there's really a lot of decisions to be made there, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. Daryl Worley was the one I gave a little bit of thought, but if he was available when they sign him, thought is he'd be available after, once he's cut, and they can add him to the practice squad if they want. But he was one where I was like, oh, maybe veteran guy. I don't know. But again, I don't know who I was going to cut to make a place for him. So,
Nikki, thank you for making time. I know it's a busy day.
Appreciate you, Nick.
And it's a good day for the Commanders. Good day for Jaden Daniels.
Indeed.
Good day for DC.
All right. Thank you, Nick. We'll talk soon.
All right, see you guys.
Bye. If you're on hold, stay there. We're taking your calls. The McLaurin saga is over. How fired up are you? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. The Commanders and wide receiver Terry McLaurin have reached agreement today on a 3-year contract extension worth up to $96 million that will end his holdout and get him ready for the Giants. McLaurin will also receive a $30 million signing bonus as part of the deal. Commanders and Giants September 7th at Northwest Stadium. Roster cutdown has to be to 53 by 4 p.m. tomorrow. Jets have released veteran linebacker Jamin Davis, and the Vikings have agreed to terms on Carson Wentz. Phillies defeated the Nationals 3-2. Nationals now to the New York Yankees tonight in the Bronx. Brad Lord will get the call. 6:35 is your pregame show on The Fan. U.S. Open continues 1 p.m. for number 17 seed Francis Tiafoe against Yoshi Nishioka. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Byron Curb on The Fan.
Yes, sir. Aquarium boys are singing now, dancing. Landville's dancing. I feel like Jeff was a little bit in shock earlier, and now he's processed everything. Jeffrey, Terry McLaurin, under contract. You've been freaked out. How much better you feel?
Yo, I don't have to take blood pressure medicine no more because that put me on blood pressure medicine. Look, I knew it was going to get done, but we have to understand the reality of the business sometimes. We done seen players, they don't come to a deal, they leave. So I was a little nervous, and
you were a lot nervous, dog.
Yeah, I was about to say, for Mr. Optimistic over here, a little nervous is big on a big scale.
Yeah, you were a lot nervous,
yes,
Mr. Optimistic.
Yes, I was getting into
told
it
us,
with people.
I'm freaked out. I'm going to be freaked out every day until it's done.
And I have, and I'm freaked out right now that we got it. We got Terry back. You see what we did with what? 3 plays? Now we have our guy back. And in the up, I can't wait. I'm excited. I'm just happy it got done. And I think we can just finally talk about football now. Like, no more contract
B-Rob's
stuff.
gone. They made their decision. Terry's back. All football all the time. Landini.
And we should talk about all time football because that's the only thing we can control. We can't control other stuff.
Landini, how fired up are you, dude?
I'm pumped. I hoped this would get done. I was getting a little nervous here in the last couple of days, frankly, but I'm glad it finally happened. It just made too much sense for them to, to just pay him for it not to happen. I'm so glad. This is over, and we got Terry is back, and they can get on with annihilating the Giants week 1.
Damn right.
I'm talking about landfill.
I got this tweet from Dave, Disco Dave 89. He says, huge win for Eastern Motors. All right. If you're on, I'm coming to the phones now. 800-636-1067.
They say you'll drive your credit. I guess you got great credit today.
Mark's in Landover Hills. Mark, you fired up. Terry is back, dude.
Fellas, I couldn't be any happier because when I called you originally, and Jeff can tell you this, I was going to take up for my man B. Mitch and my man JP about the nattering nabobs of negativity who kept riding and dogging our man Terry, but it's all over with. And a couple more things, fellas, if I can.
You can.
Guys,
go.
Let me just say this. Today's show, B. Mitch, even you, JP, your conduct and the way you've been handling this whole situation has been exemplary. And the man who played in the NFL on this show, his conduct has, if it's at all possible, has been better than exemplary. And I'm going to leave it right there because, and I'm going to throw this out there for my man Doc and Little, because the brutality. is about to begin in less than 2 weeks. So you guys have been talking music, and I know my man Jeff and B. Mitch love music, and I'm going to tell you, now the music I'm hearing is nothing but good, and that one song that makes me think of this every year goes like this. Because guess what? We're getting ready to throw down, and the prospects are looking good.
All right, baby.
Thanks, brother.
Thanks a lot,
There you
guys.
go. Appreciate you, man.
For yourself, and have a nice day. And let's talk it up because we've got a chance, and the synergy is back.
All right, man. Thanks, Mark.
Mm-hmm.
Better than exemplary for old Brian Mitchell. Let's keep it moving here. Chris is in Silver Spring. Chris, Terry is back.
He is back. He is back indeed. And listen, in July when we requested the trade, they were trying to troll me and say, he's going to get traded. He's going to go. I didn't bother one single bit. I knew it was leverage on his side. He is back, and you said it best, JP. He deserves it. He is the most loyal player on the Commanders. He is our boy. He is back. And, fellas, buckle up. We're going all the way. I feel it. We're going all the way this year. Last year was amazing. This year will be out. Oh, it's going to be so amazing. Even more than last season. I'm ready for it. I know you guys are. Oh, this is so awesome. Let's go.
Love it, man. Good call. Thanks, Chris.
Chris almost had me so in the chat, man. Getting fired up over here.
Yeah, man. Our guy Jonesy is on the line. Jonesy, what's up?
What's going on, JP?
What up, brother?
Hey, Mitch. How you feeling? How you feeling, man?
Good.
Listen, man, I just got rid of my anxiety sports doctor, man. Trey signed, we good to go now. I told, hey, I'm back on earth, and we ready to roll, baby. Let's go beat the New York Giants, because this schedule is real, and it looks brutal. But now with Terry, I feel a little more comfortable about going into this thing. How y'all think? What y'all think about that?
I'm comfortable. I mean, I felt it made too much sense for them to get this deal done. And they got done.
Yes, sir.
And now, listen, all I'm focusing on now, getting to Louisiana and getting back for the 7th. That's what I'm focusing on.
Yes, sir.
They're going to
Hey,
open
look,
our
I'm
new
gonna-
stadium, then we're going to come here and destroy the Giants right there at Northwest Stadium.
Indeed. I'm going to be looking for some Chilean sea bass, D-Mitch.
Oh, man.
Thanks for the call, Jonesy. Appreciate you, man. All right. Eric is in Knoxville. We're all over the place today. What's up, Eric?
Terry. Come on. I'm fired up. I'm excited to see how the guaranteed money is going to be. But that's huge, man. We needed that. One thing I want to point out, it's completely different, the front office compared to, I don't even want to say his name, the last owner. But you got closed doors. You got Scheffler saying an hour ago, 2 hours ago, that they aren't even close to a deal. So, I mean, I just got full trust in AP. And it's exciting, man. I'm excited.
Appreciate you, man. Landfill, this would actually be really funny. Don't we have Schefter audio saying they're not close?
That was just last week, wasn't it?
I think it was this morning.
Really?
Yeah. Schefter was on Get Up. This is Adam Schefter this morning on the McLaren situation.
And the Commanders, are they getting anywhere? No, not so far, Greeny. And we are at August 25th. You'd have to think we are now at a point where there has to be urgency, whether it's Terry McLaurin or Trey Hendrickson or Micah Parsons. But there doesn't seem to be progress in any of these cases right now. This would figure to be another important week with the regular season opening next week. But these two sides have been apart all offseason. They continue to be apart on the value of the contract. And we'll see if it's late August that makes a difference and means anything in their talks. But so far, not great.
Optimal word, urgency. And he said that what time this morning? And we just said what he said, an hour ago, something like that. So a matter of 4 hours, 5 hours, things change. Some days, Mondays aren't blue. They're
Dude,
green.
Things can change, always.
$30 million signing bonus, that's a green Monday right there.
That's a good day.
Hell yeah.
I also think, There were so many people that wanted to tell you the sky was falling throughout this process, and I can't stress enough, like, some of the younger people we work with, like, even, like, the ups and downs of training camp, like, you can't get too caught up in everything that happens, and you got to try to keep in mind the totality of things.
Yeah.
And that's, like, I think that's life, too, right? Like, you don't want to react too much, too fast to any one singular event and try to keep the big picture in place.
Every time something happened, I kept saying it's negotiating. It's negotiating. And I know people go, Jeff always said, oh, man, you played it. Well, that's the part of why I'm telling you, chill out a little bit. Been through stuff like that. And that's the educational aspect. Let people understand where people say things. In every negotiating we see now, they come out, they say whatever, then the player say he wants to trade, then a deal gets done. That happens.
We're going to let you guys continue on these phones. Ed is in Potomac. What's up, Ed?
Hey, what's going on? All right, I want y'all to do something for me before I get to my next point. Close your eyes and remember that 4-play drive that ended in less than 2 minutes. The high-octane offense where Jaden ended that play with a run, and now he's got his main receiver back. If you thought that drive was too fast for you without Terry, now imagine it with Terry. This team, remember that caller y'all had that said he's going to need to go change the scoreboard? Don't even do it. Because with Terry back now, I don't think it's a scoreboard that's going to be able to keep up with this offense. You may break it. Technology can't keep up with this fast offense, okay? And then my second thing is I called in last week, and I remember telling y'all that, look, I work in media, there's contract, 2-3 year deals, whatever. Our money's not nowhere near as much as, football players. But let's remember, don't we treat ourselves the same way? You know how much you're worth, and you're going to ask for it. And if somebody don't want to give it to you, you're going to go somewhere else or look elsewhere for it. So we understand a little bit working in media. That's how contracts work. You know your dollar amount. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for the call, man. Good call there. Yeah, dude. Contracts are a real part of our lives.
Hell yeah.
Ryan is in Connecticut. Ryan, Terry signed a 3-year contract extension. The nightmare is over.
The nightmare is over, and it comes in perfect timing. As you said, I'm from Connecticut, so I'm in giant jet country here, and everyone's been kind of trolling me over the past couple weeks about this Terry situation. As I get older, I sometimes show a little bit of resentment towards players that are asking for more money, although I know it is the business side. But with Terry's case, it's like we knew it was going to happen. I was just surprised it took so long. We're under a new front office, and we're not used to things being done the right way. Usually we'd cave in and just do whatever they wanted. But it's an unbelievable feeling to see, Terry basically devoted his career to saying, I want to be part of the solution in Washington rather than leave and take the easy road out. So I couldn't be happier for a guy that was the face of our franchise when we truly did not deserve him when we had him through those times. The owner, the GMs, the coaches, the offense, the rebranding, he's been there for it all. There isn't a guy in the league that deserves the contract that he got more than Terry. Some guys get paid off stats and winning, and to me, we're just missing the winning part. He has done everything and more, and it's an athlete that everyone on their team should pray that they could have one day on their team. I couldn't be happier for the team, and I think he gets in there Wednesday, talks to the team, and it's wheels up, man. People are ready to go.
Thank you, buddy. Great call.
I think the ownership didn't deserve him. We deserved him.
Sure.
Agreed.
Thanks,
there
Ryan.
We go. Yeah.
You know who I'm so excited for? I'm going to go over to Channel 4 this afternoon. Yang is going to be so excited, dude.
She won't be able to. She'll be bouncing off the walls, man.
I can't wait.
She's going to be excited, dog.
I can't wait to see because she was like Jeff, stressing. People
I
have
told you
been
to tell her to
stressing.
don't stress.
But we're trying to tell them, but people hear what they want. Now you hear the news. Terry McLaurin signed a 3-year contract extension worth almost $100 million. Terry ain't going nowhere. Neither are we. It's B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. I am, if you live under a rock, just got in your car, Terry McLaurin has signed a 3-year contract extension with the Washington Commanders. The hold-in is over. They might not practice till Thursday, or they might not practice with the media present anyway until Thursday. And I imagine we see him on the field that day. If not, next week when the media is definitively back out there, next Wednesday, that's the Wednesday of week 1, I think he'll be on there, on the field. I don't even think he'll be on the injury report with this ankle that folks were concerned about. I mean, on some level, I guess they do have to operate smart. We have seen guys with holdouts that come back and, aren't fully ready to go. But this one's been a little different. There was no injury that predicated the holdout. It was kind of just a contract thing.
Yeah. The people you said people being upset or something?
What's that?
People being having a mixed feelings?
No. I'm saying maybe you bring him along a little bit slowly here because he hasn't been out there, but yeah. I don't think it's really going to matter.
He ready. When he signs and show up Wednesday, he's ready to go.
We're going to take
by
your
the time
calls.
Next week comes, he'll be hitting it full speed.
I totally agree. I want to let people enjoy this day. This is something that's been going on now. And this goes back to when he missed mandatory minicamp in June. This has been going on for some time. Terry is back, signed a 3-year contract extension. He's already under contract for this year. Now that he's got a $30 million signing bonus, he'll have no problem playing on the current deal this year.
Mm-hmm.
So that gives him 4 years of Commander's contract runway. Taking your calls, 800-636-1067. Roy's in Connecticut. What's up, Roy?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you doing?
How you doing, man?
All right, it's my pleasure and an honor to talk to you guys. You do a great job, man.
Thank
Finley
you.
And B. Mitch, man, ever since 1990, I've been in love with you when we drafted you. I've been a Redskin fan, Commander fan, since 1972. My first Super Bowl I ever watched was Miami and the Redskins, and what a great Super Bowl. I fell in love with those guys. And B. Mitch, you do a great job on those sandwiches, too, while you're sitting there and shop.
Appreciate it.
And I just want to let you know, all the media, you do a great job. And I've been a fan for a long time, and I watch you guys every day. I want to shout out to my Commander Kings, Louis T. Rio and Rico and the real Ed. I just want to say that you guys do a great job, man, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, man.
Thanks, bud. Appreciate you, Roy.
Go Redskins.
There you go. Let's go to Sinai on line 1. Sinai, how excited are you, man?
Oh, man, I'm really excited for the team. I don't want to echo what the couple callers said ago about how great you guys have always been on the radio. JP, you are what I call an optimistic realist. You're optimistic, but you're real at the same time. And B. Mitch, you just don't miss. And so I appreciate you guys. I do have a question, though. If it took this much to sign Terry, what do you think about, the next good player? What's it going to take to get the next good player signed? Because if it took this long and, the business for Terry, other than Jaden, it's going to be – I think it's going to be tough for the future players. So I'll take the rest offline, but I appreciate you guys.
The Jaden thing, thanks for the call, man.
That won't take long.
I think whatever the absolute top of the market is, you go higher than that on Jaden.
Yeah.
I
think I'm gonna worry about that when it happens.
Yeah, I kind of do too,
I
man.
mean, right now, Terry just signed. We got a season to go. I'm not worried about the next good player to sign.
And the other scenarios to watch, they can work on it in the season towards getting it done. You've seen them. They did that with Cosme, right? I don't know that they have another player that is going to get to this level with anytime soon. Mama Stu is on the line.
Uh-oh.
Hello, Mama.
Yo. How y'all doing?
Great.
Good.
How are you?
I'm good. I just had a birthday. Brian, I tried to get to you for your birthday, man. It's been wild, but I've been holding my peace doing this Terry thing because it irritated me so bad. I just wish they should have got it done earlier. We probably could have avoided all this before the D Metcalf thing. But that said, I'm pumped. I'm happy. Thank God. Don't set our program back. Don't rob us of Debo and Terry on the field together. Come on. Let's do this. I mean, come on, man. Come on. I'm psyched for this. I'm a little like, his agent is, I won't go there. I can't say that on the radio, but it's done. We don't have no more distractions. Let's get to work. I'm ready to see it. I was at the game Saturday. I was out there watching the pups. My brother took me for my birthday, so, it was all good. But I'm glad Terry is back. I'm glad we don't have this to worry about no more. I don't think we're going to have no issues moving forward because it's really position to position. You know what I mean? Anybody, you got Duron coming up. It's a contract year for him. And, Debo playing for a contract and all of that. But they'll work all that stuff out. I trust this front office. I have the entire time. I just wish they would have got it done a little earlier. We could have avoided this. That's it.
Yep. Thank you for the call, Mama. B, we live in a microwave society. Been months and months and months and so much anguish over this Terry thing. It's done within, 90 minutes. People are like, what's the next deal we got to figure out?
I am not worried about the next deal. I'm going to stay here and worry about this year. Then we'll get to those problems later.
So, B, this is pretty funny. So I have a friend named Sinai, right?
Uh-huh.
And then there was a dude on line one that Jeff said in my ear, hey, this guy's name is Sinai. So I went to it thinking it was going to be my boy named Sinai. And it clearly, as soon as I heard his voice, I knew it wasn't. And my boy Sinai texted me, I did not know there were two Sinais listening to the show.
Maybe more than that.
Yeah, hell, all the Sinais, hit us up. If there are more than two, we'll take you all. Nobody go anywhere. Kevin Clark from ESPN is going to join us next. We're going to keep the phone lines open all the way till 2 o'clock. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
This update presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Big news today for the Washington Commanders and Terry McLaurin. The wide receiver reaches agreement today with the team. 3 years contract extension worth $96 million that will end his hold in, and he'll be ready to play against the Giants September 7th. McLaurin receives a $30 million signing bonus. Commanders traded Brian Robinson Jr. over the weekend to the 49ers, head coach Dan Quinn.
We knew this was going to be a competitive group, like all the way back from the very beginning, and we certainly wish D-Rob the best, with San Francisco in terms of style and fit and all that. So all of that was a factor, but also the room here too.
Jets have released veteran linebacker Jamin Davis, and the Vikings have agreed to terms with quarterback Carson Wentz. Phillies beat the Nationals 3-2. Brad Lord gets the call for the Nationals. They look for a quick bounce back against the New York Yankees, who finally beat the Red Sox. Pregame 6:35 live tonight on The Fan. U.S. Open for 17th seed Francis Tiafoe against Yoshi Nishioka. He's going to be starting within the hour. Venus Williams takes on number 11 seed Carolina Muchova at 7 p.m. The Storm send the Mystics to their fourth straight loss, 84-82. Looking to upgrade your office game? At PVI, we'll come to you to design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley on 106.7 The Fan. I am fired up to get to the Rude Guest Hotline and welcome in Mr. Kevin Clark from ESPN. This is Football is the show and the podcast. You can watch it on TV. You can watch it on YouTube. You can listen wherever you get your pods. Kevin, what's up, dude? Thanks for making time for us.
I'm happy to be talking about a Terry McLaurin deal and not a hold-in today. I'm excited to be with you guys.
Dude, I tell you what, it makes 4 hours of radio go real quick when Terry finally signs.
That's true.
What was your reaction when you saw the news?
I'm so happy. I mean, listen, this happens all the time where you kind of wish you get a time machine and go back 3 weeks because, JP, I saw you in training camp a couple weeks ago. I talked to Jaden Daniels, and we talked about the deep ball, and that was the one element, even though we saw it at LSU to a historic degree, that I felt like they left meat on the bone with last year. And I said, how does that manifest itself this year? And he said, well, listen, he got to a point at LSU where he had two receivers, we know who they are, obviously, Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas Jr., where they knew if it was man coverage that they were going to win, and they were going to get open, and they knew exactly how to do that. I said, well, how does that happen at the NFL level? And he said, reps, time on task. And when I heard that, it gave me a little bit of a pit in my stomach because I'm thinking, man, he could do that with Terry right now, and it's just not happening right now. And that's business. I'm never, both sides needed to bridge that gap and get to the $32 million, whatever it was that just got signed today. But you wish you had a year or two of full training camp. But, don't let good be the enemy of great. You're going to have them for all 17 games. You're going to have them for the playoffs. This is obviously holding in. I think he's probably going to be a little more engaged if he was holding out. I think this is a home run for everybody, and I'm glad it's happening.
Absolutely.
How big a deal you think is it? Look, you out there at camp, you said, and you saw Terry last year. You watched this guy in his career already. How much better can this offense be with him in it?
It can be amazing. And to me, guys, the biggest thing with Jaden is let's assume that his biggest comp as far as early success was C.J. Stroud. Well, C.J. Stroud had a sophomore slump. And the reason is because they didn't address the offensive line. And then all of a sudden, the Commanders go out and they not only get Laramie Tunsil, but they get Josh Connerly in the first round, which is what Cliff Kingsbury asked Adam Peters to do on a Post-it note or whatever, according to the lore there. So there's not going to be that. There's going to be a floor on the offensive line. There's going to be Jaden's work ethic, which you guys are around, Dan Quinn. You talks about it all the time, where they'll be coming in and looking at, it'll be darkness and all the coaches will be coming in. Jaden Daniels coming off the field because he's already been there for an hour. So there's that part of it. And then there's the chemistry with the receivers, which we're already seeing in motion. And so, yeah, the sky is the limit here. There's a reason I was on TV a couple weeks ago and I put Jaden Daniels, to me, on a tier with the greats, with Joe Burrow, with Lamar Jackson, with Josh Allen, because the way I viewed it was Mahomes is on his own tier, but then I think those guys, the guys I just mentioned, prop up a championship window wherever they go. I know that because we just saw it with Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels, my test is, would Jaden Daniels open a championship window in Cleveland? I believe he would. Would he open up a championship window in Jacksonville? I believe he would. And now we're seeing it with the Commanders, and you add in those personnel changes. I love it.
Talking with Kevin Clark here from ESPN. Check out This Is Football on TV or on YouTube. Dude, I tend to agree with you. I did a San Francisco radio hit the other day after the B-Rob trade, and at the end they asked me about Purdy. I said, I like Purdy, and they're like, well, what team do you think is better? And I said, Washington's now in a different conversation because of the quarterback. And when you have that level of quarterback, it changes significantly. One thing you do a really good job is kind of breaking down offensive strategy. I think Kingsbury is really, really great at it. Specifically, how do you think it's going to look with Terry and Debo? Because I think those two could complement each other in a significant way.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not going to be skeptical, broadly speaking, of Debo because they needed to go out and they get a big swing, and I think he can do a lot of things. The one thing Debo is not doing anymore is forcing missed tackles. He hasn't done that the last couple of years. If you just look at some of the PFF data, it hasn't been particularly good. Yards after catch per reception has gone down, I think, 2 yards on average. But I think he can still move with the ball in his hands. It's something maybe he needs to get healthier. Maybe it's just Jaden putting him in a better position there than what was going on in San Francisco. So I think to have credibility at receiver is a good thing. I'm not going to, it's not like he's making $40 million a year. It's not like they're going to sign him to some huge extension. I think that it's a good move. I don't think either necessarily help with I don't think Debo helps with the deep ball thing. Okay. I think Terry can. But I think that you can just kind of stretch the field horizontally and vertically. I think that's the most important thing. If you have Debo Samuel, in theory, you can stretch the field horizontally, and I think that's the most important thing that I want to see. I just want to see a healthy Debo get back to. I mean, he was wrecking guys in 2021, absolutely wrecking them, and I don't think that's totally gone away. So I'm in on the acquisition and I'm in the offense.
I think that was part of the problem because Kyle used him a lot inside the tackles. I believe Cliff will use him more outside the tackles where he has that advantage over those smaller defensive backs.
Yeah. Oh no, absolutely. It's a matchup thing, right? Like if you're going against defensive tackles, you're going to get hit, and Debo Samuel's not going to have that size advantage. If you're going against one thing that was interesting to me, I had Debo Samuel on a couple of years ago on my show. Actually, I had him on last year, but I think of a conversation I had a couple of years ago with him where, he really does embrace the process. And to me, he told me a story about how he wore a dark face mask his rookie year with the Niners because he was so mad at Kyle Shanahan every day that he would literally curse him out, and he didn't want Kyle to see it, so he'd wear a face mask over his helmet, right? And I thought that was so funny, but the reason he told that was that they really did. They worked at it, and they got to see where each other was coming from. And so I think what you're going to see here is, obviously he's a different guy. He's not a rookie anymore. But what you're going to see here, guys, is you're going to see, I think, Debo and Cliff work together to find a scheme that works for him and find, hey, what do the touches out of the backfield look like? What does the screen game look like? What does the downfield game look like? I think Cliff has been very, very adaptable, more adaptable than I thought he was going to be. I was not extremely high on the Cliff hire this time last year. Now I am. I think they went out and they did a lot of the things Jaden did well at LSU. Not everything, because he could still, as I said, stretch the field a little bit more, some of those slot seams and stuff like that. But, man, I've been hugely impressed with Cliff, and I think that giving him another tool in the toolbox in Debo and now Terry is going to be really important.
Talking with Kevin Clark from ESPN. You can follow all his work at by Kevin Clark. Check out This Is Football from Omaha Productions on ESPN2 or on YouTube. As exciting as the Terry news is here, you've, I believe, been to every training camp, if not damn near most of them. I think you
like 12.
But didn't you drive the whole country?
Yes. Well, yes. If you're a fan of a bad team, cover your ears. So I do all through the Midwest and stuff. I never take a flight. But this year, because I had a camera crew and we're doing more intentional, I skipped some of the worst teams. So, love you, Cleveland. I skipped Cleveland. A couple of places like that where there just wasn't like, what's going on in New England? Do I really need to go to New England? But I did the contenders. I did the Commanders. I did Buffalo. I did Detroit, Green Bay, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, places like that. So yeah, it was more intentional. I didn't go. I laugh all the time about this, but like I used to do 21 teams or 20 teams in 21 days. That was my record. And what would happen, guys, is you'd get to like Indianapolis and you'd be like, "What's there even to talk about?" Like, you're going to teams for the sake of going to teams. And I've dialed that back a little bit, and now it's like more intentional. Go to Commanders, get Jaden and Bobby Wagner and Dan Quinn, and let's go. So I saw a lot of the league, but I did skip a few teams this year.
I don't blame you. You don't need to go to Cleveland, dude. What?
Not if you don't have to.
What surprised you in your travels?
What surprised me in my travels? Well, let's see. I think the Packers are going to be really good. I know that the Commanders fans don't want to hear another NFC contender, but I think that Jordan Love, the biggest thing with Jordan Love last year was he was hurt, and that eliminated the possibility of his legs taking over, which I think is always last resort for anybody who's a decent athlete at quarterback. I think that his legs were built into the playbook. They didn't have that really at all last year in any meaningful way. So you add Jordan Love healthy with Matthew Golden, who could actually catch the freaking football, unlike every other Packer receiver last year. And I think you're looking at a real deal NFC contender, probably on the same wavelength as the Commanders. So I think that's part of it. It was interesting to see the vibe in Cincy. I saw them in Philadelphia for the preseason game. I spent some time with them, just listening to them and talking to them a little bit. It just feels like they're trying everything, guys, to start fast. And I don't think they know even if there's a formula to that. But it was funny just hearing what Zach Taylor was talking about. He was saying, one of the reasons he wanted his guys wanted Joe Burrow to play in preseason was because he wanted the threat of Joe Burrow getting hit, because you're not going to get hit in training camp. So you're going to go out there and you're going to at least throw a couple passes where you might get hit if you hold onto the ball too long. You might get hit if you don't pick up XYZ blitzer, right? And so I was interested to see, I don't think it's desperation necessarily. I think they're just trying everything. And I think they're one of the biggest X factors in the sport, because if they're just average on defense, they can win the Super Bowl. And Al Golden is there. They've got some personnel issues. They got to get Trey Henderson in camp. The Commanders took care of business with their contract thing. The Bengals need to do the same. So I'm looking at a team like that where I'm saying, hey, can this team have the 15th, 16th best defense in football? Because if they do, they might win the Super Bowl.
I mean, when we saw them, just Burrow's ability and then those receivers, that Bengals team is crazy.
They're good.
Really good.
With Philly, I find it really interesting to see how that team, which can be volatile, right? Like, they got hot and everything was great, but like they had stuff pop up all year. Like the A.J. Brown on the sideline with a book, reading a book. That was like November. You know what I mean? What kind of position do you think Philly is in to try to run it back?
So I think there's an even bigger X factor you didn't mention, which was that everybody in Detroit got hurt.
Yeah.
What happens?
Great point.
If everybody in Detroit, I mean, they had so many injuries last year. And by the way, in some defensive metrics, they got better as the season went on, even after the injuries. So it wasn't even about, they lost 3 or 4 guys. It was they lost like 12 guys. I think they could have weathered the storm and made the Super Bowl with 3 or 4 guys out. Aiden Hutchinson coming back. Again, you were talking about an X factor. He was leading the NFL in pressures in like 5 weeks after he got hurt. And so I think that's the biggest thing is what happens I think the world of the Eagles, don't get me wrong. I think the world of the Eagles and Howie Roseman that roster. But what happens in a more well-rounded NFC where if Matthew Stafford is healthy, you take another step forward with the Rams front seven, Devontae Adams on that team, all of a sudden the Rams are a contender. The Packers, as I mentioned, Jordan Love is healthy again. They've got Matthew Golden, the defense taking a step forward. What happens there? The Commanders already mentioned it with the offensive line, getting Terry McLaren, and then whatever happens on defense now, new cornerback, year 2 of Dan Quinn's system. I just think there's possibilities there, okay? And so I don't think it's necessarily about the Eagles, and people have asked me, they're replacing guys in the secondary. Don't ever doubt the Eagles' ability to build a roster. I think it's more of it was pretty light last January in the NFC, frankly, okay, because of some of those injuries and how it all piled up and some of the contenders not really rounding into form. I don't know what it's going to be like this time. So I think instead of having the Eagles be number 1 and everybody else being number 2, 3, 4, 5, you're going to see more 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D by the time January rolls around.
Well, I know in the East, NFC East, the Eagles have been good, Cowboys have been good, but none of them have won them back-to-back. So somebody else supposed to win it this year.
Yeah.
Based off how history has gone.
Yeah, no. I know. I'm still picking the Eagles. I'm picking the Commanders to make the playoffs and be really, really good. And I'm picking the Cowboys to finish third. About the Giants, what's funny? I've been hand waving the Giants all off season, and I still kind of am because I just dismissed preseason performances. But hey, they got something to be excited about with Jackson Dart. So it'll be interesting to see. I don't think it's going to be like the AFC West where there's literally no easy outs. But it's going to be pretty competitive, and that hasn't always been the case the last few years.
Just quickly on the Rams, I think that Rams team gave Philly their biggest punch in the playoffs run last year, and I think there's a lot of excitement, especially you had Devontae Adams with Puka, but the Stafford back thing seems a little weird. What are you hearing from L.A.?
I picked them to make the Super Bowl all offseason, and then Matthew Stafford's in this weird Airstream back cryogenic chamber, and they're being cagey, and I just saw a tweet that he's doing 11-on-11s, but, who knows what that even means. And this is brutal. I mean, I don't know what to do as far as me picking this team because their roster is so good. We know how good Sean McVay is, but I was surprised to learn the other day they had Braden Fisk and Jared Verse had the rookie record for pressures by a rookie duo in the first year. And the record they broke was from the Rams rookie duo the year before. So they've got a nasty front seven. Lefty, the GM, told me they spent 5 top 100 picks replacing Aaron Donald, and they've almost done it. You can't replace him in one guy, but you can in the front seven. And I think the world of them. But if Jimmy Garoppolo is their guy, write them off. Truly, write them off. And so that to me is a huge, huge X factor. I'm worried about it. I'm still picking the Rams to do good things, but boy, every day that goes by with the weird update, I get more worried.
And on the AFC side, hard to get much past KC, Buffalo, Baltimore. Bengals obviously are there, but I mean, heck, granted it was a preseason game and we're watching third and fourth stringers, but the Ravens' depth looks pretty damn good. You get Lamar out on the field. What do you think for the AFC, kind of the way it'll shape out?
I'm a big golf fan, as are you, I think, and I look at it like some of these majors right now. Scotty Scheffler has ruined this analogy, but I've looked at this for the past 5 years. There's so many guys who should win every week, right? Like Colin Morikawa, make a couple putts, you should win. John Rahm, make a couple putts, you should win. Bryson DeChambeau, formerly Brooks Koepka. There were like 8 guys every single week who should have won every single week if they just get hot with the putter, right? That's kind of how I view the AFC, where there's a bunch of teams that should win the Super Bowl on paper, right? Obviously the Chiefs, but even I'm picking the Ravens this year almost by luck, right? Almost by just I feel like it's their turn. But the Bills could do it. In theory, even though they don't have the quarterback, the Broncos could do it. The Broncos have a stacked roster, and I don't think they get nearly the credit they deserve. The Chargers have some weird vibes around them, especially with the Najee Harris injury, but I do believe they're going to be a contender. I think that is as deep a conference as I've seen in a long, long time. I'm picking the Ravens, but I don't feel that good about it. I just feel like there's just so many teams that are legitimately stacked. I just feel like the Ravens are slightly more stacked than anybody else.
Yeah, the Ravens have just depth, and You brought up the golf there. Last thing for me, how happy were you for Fleetwood yesterday?
I'd be a lot happier if he'd won at the Travelers and I could have won my bet and gotten a new bag of clubs. But let's put that aside. I'm happy for him. I just feel like it had gotten almost spooky, right? Like you can't just keep choking over and over and over again. At some point, you feel bad for the guy, and so I'm just glad that storyline's out of there. And it was good to see. It was good to see on a big spot. And also, he played so well this year that I don't think that he's an unworthy FedEx Cup champion or Tour champion, whatever you want to call it. I think he deserved it. I just want to see him play poorly in the Ryder Cup in a couple weeks.
I want the same. It's
that.
funny. Golf's become like weirdly nationalistic where I was watching at like a family party and people were like, oh, you got to root for the American. I was like, listen, in a couple of weeks at Bethpage, I'll be rooting for the Americans.
In the regular tournament, root for who I want to root for.
This isn't the Olympics. Kevin, thank you for making time, brother. Really appreciate you coming on.
Anytime, guys.
All right,
man.
Great. Kevin Clark. Give him a follow at by Kevin Clark. Check out This Is Football. This is B. Mitch and Finley. We're coming right back.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel Futures Day is tomorrow, a new holiday for football fans. It's 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictions. So take a flyer on the MVP race. Listen, I'm going to go with Jaden Daniels. Guess what? It's probably some good odds, and who's to say he can't? He was in the talk last year. Crown your champion in August, so you can pick the team you think you're going to win. I know the Ravens are getting a lot of love. Kansas City Chiefs are still lurking out there, and also the Buffalo Bills. Or you can parlay your division winner dark horses. Mark your calendars. This is your day for your hunches, your hot takes, your calls, and your odds. Visit the FanDuel app today and start planning your futures best now, because Futures Day is one day and one day only. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel, Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update brought to you by Cars for Kids. Cars with a K. Gigantic news for the Washington Commanders as wide receiver Terry McLaurin has reached agreement with the team for a 3-year contract extension worth up to $96 million. That will end his hold-in and get him in uniform for the regular season opener against the Giants September 7th. McLaurin also receives a $30 million signing bonus in the deal, according to ESPN. Phillies beat the Nationals 3-2. Nationals off to the Bronx to take on the Yankees tonight, starting a series against New York. Brad Lord gets the call 6:35 on the Fan. 6-seed Madison Keys won her first set against Renata Zarazua 7-6 at the U.S. Open. 17-seed Francis Tiafoe and Yoshi Nishioka will start momentarily. 106.7 The Fan congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars have been donated. More than 100,000 kids have been helped. Be part of the legacy. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Bingo. Bingo. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Grant and Danny are all in there doing a little pre-show meeting.
Nah, that's gossiping.
Nah, what I love, though, my man Toby Altizer. Nobody has more gear than Toby. Toby decked out in Skins gear with the Terry jersey on. I love it.
He walked in, dapped up Jeff, screaming.
I know Toby is fired up, man. Fired up. So are the folks on hold. Start with Brittany in Virginia. What's up, Britt?
What up, Britt?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling. You fired up?
Hey, I'm so excited. I have to tell you guys that my son this morning, he's real funny about like his clothes and stuff. He's only 6, but he laid out his Terry jersey this morning, and I said, "What are you doing, bud?" I said, "Are you manifesting Terry sign with us today?" And he said, "Yup." So now he's going to be so excited.
Have you got to tell him yet, or is he at school?
No, he's at school. He's only 6, but I would love if I could call his teacher right now and let him know, because Terry and Jaden are obviously his top buds.
That's all. So. What's going to be amazing is if by the time you pick him up, he already knows.
Yeah, he probably does.
Like the teacher made the announcement.
He probably already knows.
Yeah, I hope so. I know he's going to be super excited, though.
Awesome. Enjoy that moment with the little man, and thanks for calling.
Oh, for sure. Y'all have a good one.
All right, you too. Let's go to Rick in Kensington. Rick, what up?
Hi, this is Rick. I'm a screen printer in Kensington, Maryland, by way of Chalmette, Louisiana.
Oh.
You know what's up, B-Mitch?
What's up, man?
We've been printing these Pay Terry tees. I just want to let everybody know I'm so tired of printing them Pay Terry tees that we're not doing it anymore.
They already paid them.
If they want any more shirts, they can say Terry paid. Terry paid. I'm out. Thank you.
So I actually saw a dude wearing the Pay Terry shirt. I don't know where the hell I was, maybe at the game. But, yeah, that was funny. That the last person I remember where they had shirts, I was a little boy, but it was at Camden Yards, and Cal Ripken was going into the last year of his contract. And people were walking around with signed Cal shirts. That's the level of, like, love there is in this city for that player.
Mm-hmm.
I want to let everybody talk, so I'm going to shut up and go to the phones. Russ is in Charlestown. Russ, what up?
Hey, man, I'm tickled to death, fellas. I'm glad Terry signed, glad for Jaden and all the fan base. And Terry's, he's well earned it. You know what I'm saying? And we had a local guy sign this week up there in Chicago, Tyson Page, and he's done really well. Had an 18-point comeback against the Chiefs. I used to lift weights with his dad and play ball.
He just got paid,
and
dude.
I'm tickled. It was a good news conference. Y'all get a chance to check it out. But it's just been a great week up here, so I just wanted to say real happy, fellas.
Love it, man. Thanks for the call, Russ. Appreciate you. Let's go. We're going to stay in the DMWV. Josh is in West Virginia. What's up, Josh?
What's up, JP? What up, B. Mitch?
What's up, man?
Not much, man. Hey, look, all I got to say is T-Mac is back, and them chicken wings come September 7th is just going to taste much better, bro. I'm going to have my dad and my boy up with me, and it's just going to be a tradition, man, that we do, man. And look, T-Mac is back.
All right,
There
brother.
you have it. Thanks, bud. All right. Our guy Dom is in Chicago. Dom, it's a good day, bud.
What up, Dom?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all been?
We good, man.
Yeah, listen, man. Terry, I never doubted it. You know, it was kind of scary just thinking about it. But there's no way these people too smart. No way they're gonna let him walk out this house, man. And JP,
yo,
my youngest daughter name is Sanaa. My youngest daughter.
Oh, that's crazy, man.
Look, she's playing basketball down at Bethune-Cookman, right?
Cool.
And yeah, she's cool. And I just want to let you know, that's what made me call. I wasn't gonna bother y'all till mid-season, but when you said anybody named Sanaa, call in. I couldn't pass it up, man.
Who would have thought we'd go over 2.5 Sanais today?
Yeah, we did.
Thank you,
Today.
Dom. Appreciate you, man.
All right, bro.
All right, take care.
And then you have Sanaa Layton.
A lot of Sanais.
Nice.
Dre is in PA. Dre, how fired up are you, man?
Hey, fellas.
What's up, man?
Listen, man, I'm one of them fans that's I'm more so of the let's get to week one. I knew this was going to happen type of fan. You know what I mean? Like, I understood the business of football, which a lot of our fans didn't. I was in your chat earlier on YouTube and just looking at some of what the fans are saying about, you know, Terry lost some fans because of this and stuff like that.
They'll be back.
I'm responding to him like, I'm responding to him like, okay. I mean, you could just say you don't understand the business of football and move on. You could do that because this happens all around the league. And for people to take it personal because he's on your team, I just thought it was foolish. This is how it goes. But I'm ready for week one. It's an honor to be on the line with you guys. I called a couple years ago. And I figured today was a great day to call. But I'm ready for week one. I knew this would get done. Shout out to my guy, DJ, season ticket holder. He was on the side of he was getting a little irritated that Terry would take it so long. But, hey, man, I think everybody got to understand none of us are writing that check, and none of us are the ones that can determine somebody else's value. And I think people have to understand that in life. It doesn't matter if it's football or not. If you don't understand your value, then nobody does. So
Hey, man,
I knew what he was doing, and I thought it was right.
Thank you for that call. And you know what? All those people that pissed at Terry, let me know the next time they getting a damn job trying to get more money. And I'm going to call and harass them every damn day. They'll see how I feel.
Shout out to y'all, man. Looking out
Appreciate
for
it,
week
man.
one.
Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Obviously, just a crazy busy day here with Terry getting paid and this thing getting resolved. And I know a lot of folks are going to try to draw a lot of conclusions until we see the true guarantees on this thing. You know, my guess is for all the DK comps, it's going to be the guarantee is what mattered. Now, DK also gave the Steelers significantly. The DK contract extension was for 4 years, and he was under contract. And that's going to take him up through his prime should that contract actually go. You know,
But we already talked about that contract.
Right.
That contract is a sham.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
And dude, I think it's entirely possible that the third year of this new deal won't have guarantees or won't have much guarantees. And that's okay. Like the contract information will emerge here and we can make our determinations from that. But like I guess just my advice on this is we don't have to look for like a winner or a loser in everything. Like, oh, did Terry's hold in get him more cash? Did the team stand by their stance? Like, kind of who cares, dude?
You know what happened? The team and Terry both won because they got each other now. Jaden Daniels won. Hell, the same old people that were hating on Terry, your ass won because you get a chance to go see him, go out there and help you try to get where we want to go. That's who won. But the whole thing is people are so antagonistic to where it got to be always a winner loser, and you got to find something to have an argument about. Who gives a damn what happened? The deal is done, and we're going to move forward with it.
Well, and there's also like this level of like almost clout chasing in a way of like, oh, I know the most information or you don't understand the salary cap like I do. Here's the reality. Not many people really understand the salary cap. That S is so complicated. You need a lawyer
the
and an
people that
accountant.
work on it every day don't understand it. That's why we have GMs that don't negotiate the contract. There's somebody else who specializes in negotiating the contract.
Right.
Those are the people that really go out there and break down all that stuff.
Like the incentives and everything that really, like, I mean, people don't really fully understand the difference between guaranteed money and fully guaranteed at signing money and cash to cap and cash value versus cap value. Like, there's just a million things that I think makes this a lot more complicated. And I think the end result here is all that matters. Terry's going to be on the field week 1. If you listen to us for months now, we told you Terry would be on the field week 1. And Washington was never going to trade him. Could there be some feelings along the way? Sure. But when that $30 million signing bonus hits his bank account, everybody's going to feel a lot better. And then when he catches a touchdown week 1 against the Giants, people are going to be all good.
Hey, at this point right now, everybody that's hating, don't care about them.
And
$30 million gonna hit your account. Don't worry about them.
My guess is Terry's cap number for this year will actually go down now that they're going to be able to prorate this new money over the next 4 years. Like, they always had the cap space. This isn't going to make or break anything. They'll be able to sign Jaden. Don't live in the microwave, man. Touch grass, as Jeff would tell me. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. I am so happy for all the kids. This dude Trey just sent me a post that
his son happy?
Yeah, his 5-year-old son, Bryson, wore his Terry jersey today because he had a feeling it would happen today.
All these little kids, hell, we're going to stop worrying about Schefter and Rappaport. We're going to start calling the kids. The kids know what's going on.
Speaking of the kids, I always bust Jeff's balls a lot. But Jeff, I had my daughters at the game this weekend, and Jeff was very, very sweet to them. My little one was kind of like shy
It's not
first.
hard for kids to be nice to kids.
But Jeff let him get up on the stage where he was DJing. The music was over, but it was cool. Thank you, Jeffrey. They enjoyed that.
No problem, dog.
What's fun? What was funny is they thought his name was DJ Jeff, like your name is Brian Mitchell. He was DJ Jeff, and like Ains, like my 6-year-old wasn't really familiar with what like a DJ is, so I had to like explain like, no, DJs are the people that like play the music and it's a lot of fun. You know what I mean?
DJ Jeff. What's up, Jeff? What's up, DJ?
DJ Jeff. How was the crowd DJing? I mean, that's an early start.
It was live, man. A lot of people arrived with a lot of energy. I think people in this area are just excited for football now. You know, we were playing our cousins from up the road, so it was a big family event, basically. You seen people walking in, half their family was Ravens fans, half their family were Commanders fans. It was just a true day for the DMV in Baltimore.
Football Talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
There you have it. If you live under a rock and you're just getting in your car, Terry McLaurin has signed a 3-year contract extension with the Washington Commanders. That puts Terry on this club this season and then 3 more. That Terry would be turning 34 when that deal expires, or maybe 35. Yeah. It's 4 years. He's about to turn 30 in like 2 weeks. The Terry McLaurin saga is over. I want to tip my cap to all those involved. It got like it at various times got a little bit prickly, but never got downright ugly. How do you think things are going in Dallas with Micah Parsons? How did things go in San Fran with Brandon Ayuk?
I consider what Dallas is dealing with prickly. I don't think we ever got close to that.
Okay. Whatever you're on a scale of 1 to 10, they never got north of 4.
I think the people that got prickly were the fans getting mad at Terry. But let me just break it down what Nikki had put up here. Terry had, in the 6th season in Washington, he had 2 team owners, 3 team names, 6 federal and NFL-led investigations of the team and its previous owner, 4 head coaches, including the interim, 4 offensive coordinators, and 11 starting quarterbacks, which 10 of those were not very good. Okay? That's what he dealt with. So he deserved to get this money. You want to hate on people, stop hating. Be happy once in your damn lives.
Stop hating. Be happy for once in your damn lives. Yeah. Let's make some bets, boys.
Law.
I started my football gambling for the season. Week 0, college football. Went 1-1. Lost $5 on the juice. What about you, Landfill? Did you have any action this weekend?
I was also 1-1.
What'd you take?
I took the Hawaii first half against the spread. Was a winner. I can't remember what I lost, but I lost the other one.
I had a Bees lock. He texted to me. Bees has this theory.
What do you mean it wasn't a lock?
Point spread minus totals. It did not hit.
Bees have a lot of things he said. Stop calling them locks, Bees. This is a bet.
I got very lucky, though. I had actually, let me make sure this final score came in under. I had the Fresno State, Kansas under.
Oh, I had Fresno State plus 14. Disaster.
That didn't hit. But I took the under in this football game of 50. In the first half, they scored, what's 24 plus 7? 31? They had 31 at halftime. And then, mercifully, the Kansas coach just took his foot off the gas. Only one more touchdown was scored. Bang, under. Cash money. Here's what else I can tell you, Brian.
Uh-huh.
And we may have to check with a doctor or a scientist. I believe this is the last Monday without a football game on at night until the middle of January.
Okay.
This is our last Monday Night Football list Monday for 5 months. All right. That feels good.
Yeah.
All right. But it also means if we're betting tonight, we're betting probably baseball. Who likes what?
All
I'm taking the Yankees -1.5.
I'm taking the Blue Jays run line. They got Scherzer pitching.
Give me the Phillies.
Ooh,
and you know I'm going to come on and get me a old parlay here. I'm going Phillies and Rangers.
The Nats are in the Bronx, huh? I'm going to just fade Jeff.
Yeah, fade Jeff.
Lord's been pitching pretty decent for them. Give me the Nats run line +1.5. Take that, Yankee wanker. Thank you to everybody that listened to the show today. Thank you to Dave Zangaro for joining us. Thank you to Nikki Javala for joining us. Thank you to Kevin Clark for joining us. Thank you to everybody that called in, man. Really great day on the phones. I hope there's some happy people out there, man. This has been Terry McLaurin is one of the most beloved players I've seen in this town in a long time. I know at times it was perhaps a little bit difficult, but it's over. OVA, over. Terry McLaurin, contract extension in the books. Cuts are coming. Still plenty of football to discuss. Grant and Danny have a lot on their plate to go
Tomorrow's
over.
another fun day.
Another day, another fun day. Grant and Danny up next. You made it this far. Jeff owes you some moonshine.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local, Main Street Bank. In the NFL, Terry McLaurin has signed a 3-year extension with the Washington Commanders. 3 years, $96 million for a $32 million AAV. Also comes with a $30 million signing bonus. We're waiting on the full guaranteed number. Other news around the NFL today. The Bengals have restarted talks with defensive end Trey Hendrickson over a contract, according to Jordan Schultz. Quarterback news, the Vikings have signed quarterback Carson Wentz after they traded Sam Howell to the Eagles. In turn, the Eagles released quarterback Kyle McCord. Eagles also waived offensive guard Kenyon Green. The former first-round pick was acquired in the C.J. Gardner-Johnson trade. In college football, Michigan's going to start freshman quarterback Bryce Underwood. He was the number 1 overall recruit in this year's recruiting class. And in baseball, Nats and Yankees, first of 3 in the Bronx. 7:05 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Brad Lord takes the hill for the Nationals. He is 4-6 with a 3.46 ERA. He'll take on Cam Schlittler, who is 1-2 with a 3.22 ERA. Nats and Yankees, 7:05 right here on the Fan. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
That's right, a Hole and Oats Monday on Grant and Danny. We're double gun pointing today on the Fan. It is all over. It is all over. Our long national nightmare is over. A contract has been reached. Terry McLaurin and the Commanders can have a press conference. They can smile, they can hug, they can high five, and they can pretend like nothing ever happened and there was never any animosity.
In your face, everybody, I'm here. Ha! I didn't have to go on vacation or get strep throat or something crazy. I get to see it live and in charge. Thank goodness. I don't know, man. I'm gonna kind of miss it going around in circles and talking about contract terms and holdouts and the CBA and more animosity between the two players and what day needs to start practicing in full. I'm gonna miss it. Not even a little bit. Thank you. Let's please concentrate on a football season that is rapidly approaching.
I'm looking at hotels in Santa Clara for February right now. Looks like the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel in San Jose is only $126 a night. Anybody want to get down on this one? Get a couple of rooms, little block with your buddy? Anybody looking up flights? A good offense just got a lot better. Jaden Daniels' supporting cast is coming into shape here as this photo starts to materialize. We're starting to develop this Polaroid. Wide receiver 1, Terry McLaurin, is signed. Wide receiver 2, Deebo Samuel, got to touch the football in the preseason, had a whale of a camp. His only touch, as a matter of fact, in the 3 dress rehearsals, one of which Washington took moderately seriously. He had a 19-yard end around, looked fast.
And looked good.
Looked like old Deebo. Wide receiver 3, I think Noah Brown's going to be ready. Did you see any of the video of him before the Saturday game?
That was encouraging.
He was running. He was cutting. He was sweating. He was sprinting. He looked like Noah Brown again, so I'm feeling good about where he's at with his health. You got tight end 1 Zach Ertz, who we didn't see in the preseason, ready to go, locked and loaded. Austin Eckler in the running back group, led by Chris Rodriguez and Ja'Cory Krosky, Walter Payton, all lined up and ready to play football. So let's do this thing together. Let's have a season. Terry McLaurin is a Washington Commander for the next 4 seasons under contract. Now, here's what we got to figure out.
Sure.
What's that guaranteed money going to look like? Because as we've talked about the whole time, we talked through the lens of the AAV. The only number that really matters is guarantees and how far into the contract they go. That's what tells you what this new deal is about. But on the surface, like, this is now agent victory lap time. A lot of people yelling about Buddy Baker not knowing what he was doing, screaming about how he was in over his head. Right now, he gets to leak the numbers to his reporters, like Jordan Schultz of Fox Sports. $32 million a year. When you count the first year already under contract for McLaurin, because it's 3 new seasons, basically comes down to right at $30 million a year, which is where a lot of us thought this could end. But the real question is going to be, did he do better than the DK Metcalf guaranteed number 2 years older. Because if he did, Buddy Baker needs to rent out an auditorium somewhere, fill it up with people, and walk out and take a bow when those curtains open.
Indeed. Yeah, I mean, the real terms, the real numbers, that'll come at some point. I'm far less concerned about that. People sort of, I think kind of had a different view of my actual opinion. I don't want money out of people's pockets. I don't care if, this guy got 17 guaranteed, this guy got 21. When I go, hey, Javon Kinlaw, that contract's too big. Not because I don't want Javon Kinlaw to be financially successful. It's because the salary cap space allocated to Javon Kinlaw on future parts of the deal, I scratch my head. That means you may not be able to give Quan Martin as much money as I'd like, and you have to find the new safety. You may not be able to give Mikey Sanders still a nice extension. You maybe have to draft another corner, or when Larry Tunsil wants to be paid, or Frankie Louva wants to be paid, or anybody next. So I care about that salary cap hit. I care about the cap hit, first, second, third, all the way down to 217th. Then I care about off-ramps, if and when it gets bad, as we've seen with contracts a million times. When John Allen's contract wasn't up, but they could get out of it with very little financial concern. And that kind of became a governing principle as this team was building their roster over the last calendar year plus. You'd go, you know what probably makes some sense is they move on from Jonathan Allen without much cap hit, and they'll end up replacing.
That's actually a really good tangible example, too, to make the point of John Allen was under contract for a lot of money this football season.
Yeah.
But zero of that contract was guaranteed. So what Washington did is they quite literally just lopped that year of the deal off with no guarantees, and they didn't have to pay him anything, and he hit free agency. And so when you could sign Terry McLaurin for 10 years and $300 million, like some baseball contract with the
right.
New York Yankees. If you want to give him the San Diego Padres Manny Machado 10-year, $300 million deal where he makes $30 million per, I mean, Buddy Baker could do that, and he could put that out there, and everyone could go crazy. The question is, how much is guaranteed? Because if $60 million is guaranteed, then it's really just 2 years at $60 million, $30 million per. And that's what we're trying to figure out. Now, I don't know how many people care about that, to your point. I don't get the sense that most fans do. I don't think I'm in the small minority, but I'm probably in the minority to say, I just watched a stare down. I just watched two guys square off like fighters with Dana White in the middle before a big fight. I'm kind of curious to see how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
They played chicken for a bunch of months. If you don't care who won and you just walk away now because they're not playing chicken anymore, God bless you. I'd like to know who flinched. So I'm going to want to know, not just because I want to know, did Terry and the agent win? Did the team cave? Did he have more leverage than we thought? Or did the team never budge at all? If he got 40, 45 million in guarantees or something, and the numbers released just look very friendly for the player and the agent, then Adam Peters played this thing beautifully and never caved, and they came to him. That matters too. But it also is relevant from a football perspective. What kind of shape are they in for an extension in a couple of years for guys like Tunsil, who's due up next year, and Luvu's due up, or when Jaden Daniels start being paid? So there are reasons to care about this. But I do think, for the most part, if you're a fan of this team, is he under contract? Yes. I don't need to know anything else. What time's the game, and is he in uniform? Those are the things you care about. And he will be in uniform in week 1 against the Giants. And for that reason, we're celebrating.
100%. To me, this is more longer term than it is the early part of the season. And what I mean by that is, you heard Kadri Ismail on with the Junkies, Dan Orlovsky, audio that we'll play later on in the program, have basically come out and said the exact same thing, where it's probably too soon to have him out there for a full allotment of snaps. Probably too soon to rely on him as wide receiver 1. Not enough time with him ramping up fully to fully be Terry McLaurin, which is why I was beating the drum starting really a week or more ago. I understand you're looking for a contract. I hope you get it. There's also this football season, though, where now you've removed the ability to be Terry McLaurin from yourself by not practicing with the football team. I understand what you're doing, and I get it. But so now the team needs to be judicious. Again, that's what Orlovsky was talking about, to make sure that he's himself. And you may not see Terry McLaurin for 75 snaps on offense in week 1. You may not see him 4 days later in week 2 against Green Bay. It may have to be kind of an easing in, but this is about the next 3 years after this one, more so than it is about week 1 through 3.
So he's going to play against the Giants. Mm-hmm. Had he not have been back today, that would have been in serious doubt. And in fact, today was my date, if you remember, that I circled on the calendar.
Yes, indeed, that's right.
For Zero Dark Paulson. In fact, a couple of people hit me up this weekend and said, can't wait to hear your rant on Monday, with like videos of Terry McLaurin seemingly sulking on the sideline during the preseason game. He had terrible body language. I'm not a body language guy. You guys are. But it was just kind of sitting there. And it doesn't bother me, but people seem to be miffed by it. They're like, here we go.
He
Monday.
looked like he was having a lot of fun. I'll say
Didn't look
that.
like they were getting that close to a deal. Although ask Adam Schefter, who breaks all the news all the time. An hour before this thing came out, he was on TV saying that they're nowhere near a deal, that there's no progress being made. He said that on television an hour before this thing broke. And then like 72 minutes later, he's got the tweet going, I'm hearing that the Commanders and Terry McLaurin have a new contract. So that either escalated very quickly out of nowhere, or maybe the team just was leaking absolutely nothing all along.
I'm very hungry because I haven't been fed a story.
Right, exactly. It's almost like he just puts out there exactly what he's told.
Copy, paste.
They haven't sent me the email yet with the terms. But anyway, this is a good day. This is a win. Now, I do think there's some meat that we need to chew on with this. Did he do any damage by not practicing all of camp? I know you think he did. How much damage? That's probably the better question. Because you can't tell me that by showing up on the 25th, doing nothing all offseason, he's going to be the exact same shape, the exact same guy on 9-7-2-5 against the Giants that he would have been with a full offseason. That's unreasonable. That's silly. If that was the case, then nobody would practice and nobody would have training camp and none of this exercise would matter. It'd all be futile. But is it noticeably different? Did he put himself at more risk of the soft tissue injury? That's what I worry about. A groin or a hammy or a this or a that. I mean, these are things we got to monitor now. And if he pulls up in week 1 or week 2 or week 3, there's going to be this huge I told you so from all the people that were angry that he wasn't there, right? If he just hits the ground sprinting, I think the first play of the game is going to go to Terry McLaurin to open the season. I mean, that would just be fitting in football and Cliff Kingsbury kind of doing a who's who moment. But you throw him a screen or a little slant, or maybe you try to get him open down the field or something. That would be a blast of a way to start the season. Like, what if 1st and 10 from the 30-yard line, 70-yard touchdown to Terry McLaurin to open the season? Would just be iconic and legendary. But my guess is it's a pitch count in week 1, 20-25 snaps. It's a pitch count in week 2 on a short week with the Packers.
Around the same, probably, yeah.
20-25 snaps. You ramp them up a little bit after that. But they've got to be very, very careful here.
Yeah.
For the people that just go, I told you, deadlines, get deals done. August 25th, he's here. This was all irrelevant. You guys worried about nothing. As if he's just going to go play 67 snaps in week 1 and go 7 for 127 and a touchdown. I'd slow your roll a little bit on your victory lap.
That's kind of my point. They need to be smart about it. Like, this isn't a video game where a guy that hasn't practiced football, and you've hammered this more than I have, and I think it's a smart point. Remember, they go tempo, right? They're not here to wait around for adjustments.
They ran the most no-huddle plays in the NFL last year that any team has run since Chip Kelly was doing his Chip Kelly thing with the Eagles a bunch of years ago. The most.
Yeah.
Their tempo was the fastest in the league. That wears you down. And as a receiver, you're running a lot of routes. Terry jokingly one time saying he was getting his cardio.
Got some cardio.
Right? Not getting any passes thrown his way. But with him, when you're running those deep routes, you just kind of peel it off and go right to the sideline when you're in shape. So, yeah, you've got to be careful with him.
Totally. And that's, whether it was today or Sunday or last Tuesday, you still would have to be careful. I mean, again, we kind of crossed that point where you could have a normal beginning to the season. My big concern, the minimum concern is, hey, he's not quite himself just yet because this is his training camp. It's like a pitcher that signs in mid-March, expecting him to go out and be the superstar that just signed right away is probably not fair. He needs spring training. He needs that ramp up. Same thing here. Now then you add in the worst case is that injury that comes from this, right? Where he's trying to compete. He's trying to, go make a play for his team, and he's not ready. It's not his fault he's not ready exactly, just because of the calendar and the ramp up, et cetera. But that would be now, instead of just, hey, a couple weeks you're not quite yourself and you're getting up to speed on a pitch count, now it's not a couple weeks. Now it's a couple months with the quad, with the hamstring, with the groin, with the whatever. That's, to me, the thing that I worry about this year, kind of derailing it.
What Terry highlight do you want Darius to play for you to get you in the McLaurin is a commander for keeps mood? Darius, I want you to play McLaurin catching a screen at the line of scrimmage against the Detroit Lions in the playoffs, running through a couple of arms all the way to the end zone. Because he wanted to score more than the Lions wanted to get physical and tackle him. Our sweet Prince Terry McLaurin.
Little Terry.
That's the play that I would like to hear. By the way, one of the huge postseason moments that he had a huge catch and run against the Eagles that went for a touchdown. He was a monster in the playoffs. That was after 82 catches and 13 touchdowns in the regular year. I posted on Instagram at Grant H. Paulson last week on my Instagram story, I think the kids call it.
Oh, you updated your story.
My Instagram book, my Instagram novel.
Your Instaface.
I posted a picture of the Commanders' 5 longest plays of the season. It was McLaurin, catch. McLaurin, all of them were Terry. All of them were touchdowns. You can't go into the year without that. I never for 1 second thought they'd be playing without him this season, but I did think we were getting to a point where he would just have to show up with his tail tucked between his legs and go play football. But in the end, in the 11th hour, they came to an agreement. Color me fascinated to see what the guaranteed money looks like.
Yeah, I thought he would miss week 1. To me, we'd now gone past the point of reason was when he skipped that second preseason game. Once you did that, that's no longer this is a business disagreement. You've now, escalated to such a high degree. I thought this was now, I'm going to do, even if I've got to cut off my nose, I am spiting my face.
But it made no sense ever. And you know this. Guys don't do that.
Totally. Guys don't skip preseason games.
Sometimes they do. I mean, and also
that'd be really hard to find. I mean,
okay, but who cares?
I do.
I know
you can't
care.
skip.
Yes.
So that to me was this is now. I don't care what the consequences are. I'm going to ruin it just to let you know how mad I am. So that's what I thought. We weren't going to have a week 1. I'm glad we will.
File this one away for later in the show. I am totally business happened. You guys and us saw how the sausage gets made. It's not a pretty thing to watch. And I let bygones be bygones and move on. But I wonder if any damage was done to the Terry image with the fan base. I think that it was. I know that people were growing in their anger. Even this morning, the hostility and toxicity, the discourse about him and what was going on, it was getting uglier and uglier. Now I'm looking at social media, which is like, looking at the worst house in the neighborhood and trying to get a feel for what the values are in the neighborhood, because Twitter's a place where everyone is negative and awful and mean to each other. But I do think that while a lot of us just go, okay, it's over, like the team and the player move on. They're going to have a press conference where Terry and Adam Peters act like best buddies. And my guess is there a little bit of harbored animosity or resentment over how hard you made me work to get this done? The process that played out, probably. But it doesn't change your relationship. First time he's dapping you up in the locker room and talking to you in the hallway, and he's going, we love you, man. You're our guy. And everything's going to be fine. But I just wonder with fans, the image was always impeccable. This was, when you said to me, Grant, what player in sports best represents everything that's right about, like, decency?
Mm-hmm.
I would have said Cal Ripken Jr.
Yeah,
and
name some date your daughter players.
Terry McLaurin would have been, like, next on that list. I think for a lot of people, they remove him from the list based on the last couple of months. It's not how I'm going to operate. Do you have that play for me? This is Terry McLaurin against the Detroit Lions in the playoffs.
Daniels, quick throw, far side, get it out there to McLaurin. Breaks through, Terry McLaurin, foot race, McLaurin is going to win! Touchdown, Washington!
Tell him, Kevin Burkhardt. Say so, Kevin Burkhardt. Raise my hand over my head like I'm in church. Say so. Tell him. Amen, Kevin Burkhardt. You know who can't do it? Terry McLaurin just did in that highlight. I'll sing the names. Noah Brown. Debo Samuel.
Debo could take a ball at the line of scrimmage and run. Debo could kind of do that.
Debo Samuel over the last 2 years.
Fair enough.
Chris Moore.
Especially Chris Moore.
Luke McCaffrey.
Definitely that one.
Ja'Cory Brooks. Michael Gallup. Tay Martin. Former DC defender. Braylon Sanders.
Definitely.
Pitch whistle, give me something to work off of. A. Jacoby Jones, River Craycraft, are you still around? Do you see what I river? Nobody. Not a one. Nobody could do what Terry did in that highlight for Washington. And he's back. We are getting Doug back.
Ultimately, this long saga is over. That's the part that I care about the most, by far and away. Everybody's going to have their say. Everyone's going to have their moment of who to blame, whom to blame, whichever's grammatically correct, and that's fine. Enjoy that. We'll have some of those discussions. We'll figure out more as the terms come out. But to me, this is no longer our thing is getting in the way of the football.
Yeah.
I care about that the most. Don't get in the way of the football. Don't go out and do stupid stuff at the nightclub. Don't get DUIs. Don't speed down whatever Fairfax County Parkway, Jamin Davis. Don't do that stuff.
Cherry Hill.
Football. Play the football game. You're talking about speeding down the mountain in your movie about overweight
Giants.
kids?
Yeah,
that one?
Little Giants.
Is that overweight kids or
No.
the football game?
You do this. You condescend to me like this. It's so annoying. You always act like I'm talking about Weight Watchers.
I don't know which one it is.
No.
Heavyweights.
It's Little Giants, guy. Act like you've seen one good kids movie from the 90s. Just one time for me.
I've seen a bunch of those. I've seen the good ones. But like the big part of this is we don't have to do the who do you blame, who's fighting and why and mom and dad. Done. I cannot wait for him to be practicing football. I hope his ankle's okay.
I'm going to change my previous thing. I won't go through all the names and sing again. I think I'm going to put Debo in the he could do that file. I think you're onto something because he looked super fast on the one time I saw him touch the ball in the preseason, and he had a whale of a camp.
And that's kind of what he does is to take the short into
Well, it's what
long.
he used to do, to be clear. Obama style. Let me be clear.
Yeah.
That's what he used to do. This was not Debo Samuel last year stuff. He was not doing that. But McLaurin, man, they needed him. Why are you trying to make life harder on Jaden Daniels? You don't need to do that. You've got a second-year quarterback who's trying to become a top 5 guy in the league. Make his life easier. Surround him with weapons. Get the deal done. So kudos to the Commanders, to Adam Peters, to Buddy Baker, to Terry McLaurin. Not that thrilled that you dragged us through the mud for a bunch of months here as a fan base and a media, but we got here. Everybody can now go their separate directions. Let's play football. I do want to see these numbers, though, really, really bad. I can't wait to see who won this thing. My guess is Peters and Washington were a lot closer to what the real numbers are going to look like. That's my guess. But if
this feels very agent victory lap time.
But what if like Terry's on the bench, not talking to people in preseason game 2, not their preseason game 1 at home, and the leverage shifts a little bit, and Dan Quinn's getting angry talking about where's Waldo, and like Buddy Baker's music plays. People would owe that dude some apologies.
Indeed.
Grant and Danny on the fan. Let's open up the phones. Here's the question for you guys next. How much damage do you think was done in terms of McLaurin's early season workload, ability to be Terry McLaurin, like just start like he's Terry McLaurin right out of the chute, and for this offense, from a timing, from a rhythm standpoint, 0 reps with your quarterback all offseason on the practice field. Is this going to be a forgotten storyline come the 7th because McLaurin plays every snap that he would have and has a huge game? Or do you think this ends up actually being proven to have cost them in some way? And how much? 800-636-1067. You want to hop on? Grant and Danny live on the Fan until 6:30.
What's up, guys? Grant and Danny here for our pals at Window Nation. It's the end of summer here in the Northern Virginia area, and your AC is probably working overtime, just trying to keep your house cool and comfortable. So what can you do to make a difference? I got an idea. Replace your old or builder-grade windows with ones from Window Nation, just like Grant and I both have. This month only, schedule a consult and get 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could even get them with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 full years.
Good thing your air conditioner isn't the John Thompson show from several years ago, because they don't do no overtime.
They don't do overtime, no.
They are out of here. Any hoodles, Northern Virginia, Maryland, D.C., now is the time. 50% off all windows. The sale is ending soon. Do not miss out. Schedule your estimate right now. 866-90-NATION. I love Window Nation. Don't leave a screw on the floor. Get everything done in a day. Go room to room to not impede anything that you're doing at the house. They know what they're doing. They have installed windows for me and Danny many times, and it's gone great. 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders signed Terry McLaurin to a 3-year extension today. 3 years, $96 million, a $30 million signing bonus. NFL cutdown day comes up tomorrow at 4 o'clock. All rosters need to be down to 53 men. Other NFL news, the Bengals have restarted talks with defensive end Trey Hendrickson about a contract according to Jordan Schultz. Some quarterback news, the Vikings signed Carson Wentz, and the Eagles traded with the Vikings for quarterback Sam Howell and released Kyle McCord. Eagles also waived offensive guard Kenyon Green. A former first-round pick was acquired in the C.J. Gardner-Johnson trade. College football, Michigan's going to start freshman quarterback Bryce Underwood, the number 1 overall recruit in this year's recruiting class. And in baseball, the Nationals named Chris Zaber as their chief revenue officer, overseeing ticket sales, corporate partnerships, and team events. He most recently worked with the Penguins in the same role. In baseball today, the Nats taking on the Yankees, 7:05 first pitch in the Bronx. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Brad Lord takes on Cam Schlittler. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Matched up in a lot of man coverage all day. Looking that direction. Here comes pressure again. Two Browns ran into each other. Daniels uncorks a deep shot. It's McLaren inside the 5.
Grant and Danny on a Victory Monday. No game was played on Sunday, but it's still a Victory Monday. It's over, people. Terry McLaurin, an extension, 3 years and $96 million in new money. Those are the figures that we have at this point that come out from the agent side. You know, we'll see. We'll see what the actual money ends up being. But so far, $32 million per in new money, right around $30 million over his 4 years. I think the expectation was that it was going to have to be in the 28 to 30 range. And at the high end of that, in terms of AAV, is where we are until we find out what the guaranteed money is. But I know a lot of you guys don't care about the semantics or specifics financially. Terry was at odds with the team. That wasn't good for anybody. That is over today. And probably as of tomorrow morning, there's going to be some type of mea culpa from each side where they come out and say, some of those things I said I didn't completely mean. Although I guess the Commanders don't really have to do that at all.
Right, because, who knows what they said behind closed doors, what they have to apologize for, if anything. But, yeah, they didn't have a press conference at Eastern Motors where your job's your credit, right? They didn't have, any kind of public signings after practice or, any sort of episode where they're letting people know their displeasure.
And to McLaurin's credit, he was careful. He never said anything damaging about his relationship with the team or anti-Adam Peters.
No, agreed.
And we saw him hugging Josh Harris and dapping up ownership, and we saw him, greeting and hugging the quarterback's mom. Like, he's been as advertised, as expected, very classy, while no showing and not doing anything, and kind of making it miserable for everybody involved until he got paid, which is the only leverage he has, in fairness.
Indeed.
So if you have a problem with that, you have a player with an issue with the player doing what they can to get paid. And he just did it for longer than you were comfortable, basically.
I think that's very well said. Yeah, I mean, the CBA doesn't lend itself to guys winning these faceoffs. It just doesn't. Because as we've talked about ad nauseum, if you go into the regular season and start missing games and missing game checks, and it gets worse, and then your career gets derailed, et cetera. There's no good way to do it, and maybe that's something they want to address the next time the CBA comes around. But put that aside for a second. You don't have to worry about those doomsday scenarios. I was wrong. I thought he would miss week number 1 just to show everybody how upset he was with the team, et cetera. I mean, the question now is what damage was done. I think you're naive if you say 0, and I think you're probably overreacting if you say 100. Like, he won't be able to catch a ball this year. No, not that anyone's thinking that, but you know what I mean? Like, there's something here, and we'll get to the bottom of what that is.
So let's go 1 to 10. I think it's easier to quantify these things sometimes with a scale.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go 1 to 10. Level of damage done by not participating all offseason and allowing this to go as long as it did. Whether that's McLaurin or the team, doesn't really matter who we're blaming, how we got here. You can call us. There's a line open at 800-636-1067. 10 means either he set himself up to be injured immediately and or he's going to have a terrible season because he's chasing his tail, and until week 5 or week 6, he's not going to resemble Terry McLaurin. 1 is he's about to go for 127 catches, 1,600 yards, and 19 touchdowns, and he's Jamar Chase all of a sudden. I'm going to say that this is like a 3.5. I think what we're going to see noticeably and tangibly is a lower snap count in the first couple of games until probably the third, maybe the fourth week. Certainly in the first 2 over the first 10 days. And because of that, maybe a lesser production. Now, if his target share is higher because they're just getting bang for his buck, he's out there for 26 snaps, but he gets 6-7 targets in that time, he could still go 4 for 70 and a touchdown and really help the team. But I'm going to say it's a 3.5 or so, and that they have to put him on a pitch count, which would not have been the case if he was here all offseason. Your number one receiver not being on the field is not ideal, obviously. So it's noticeable. It needs to be measured with a number for me.
Yeah, 4.5 is my number for all the same reasons. Plus, the reason it's higher for me is the injury risk. And even if he's on a pitch count, there's no substitute for those, game time, high intensity. I've got to have one extra, millisecond of speed or burst of speed to get past this guy, et cetera. And that's where I'm terrified of soft tissue stuff.
Let's go to Dez in Waldorf on Grant and Danny. Dez, it's over, man. How are you?
What's up, man? Hey, so I'm at a 0, man. I ain't worried about nothing, man. Like, hey, when I called y'all a couple weeks ago, I was saying, keep all the positive, bro. Don't worry about the negative, because we all knew, the real fans, anybody with common sense, bro, you paying attention. You knew the deal was going to get signed and it was going to be a little late. They had to make sure the money was right. But if you watch Terry and you pay attention to Terry, you seen what he was doing in the off season, you ain't got to worry about him being ready. He is more than football ready. He's going to be ready to step on the field, do what he need to do. You know what I'm saying? And it's going to keep going like that.
Can I ask, what are you referencing that you saw him do in the offseason? Because he doesn't post anything on social about his workouts. Like, what did you see him doing exactly?
They was reports that he was working out, you know what I'm saying, while he was out there. What's that other country when him and Magic Johnson was both out there at the same time? They were saying he was working out while he was out there vacationing and doing that.
I'm sure he was. I mean, this guy's a gym rat. He's going to be in immaculate shape.
But we know there's a difference between exercise and being football ready to run tempo, no huddle, the slant into the go route, then you block the next play, then you got to beat the guy off the line and run that fade, and then you got to run the crosser and you get hit and your bell rung, but you're still going to get back because the next play is coming to you. There's a difference between that and running stairs in Lake Como.
He could get on a treadmill and run for a half hour and not get tired. I'm sure of that. I'm positive he's in great shape. He works out. There's one way to get into football shape. It's to play football. That's it. This is something that Mike and Kyle Shanahan and that whole staff beat into me when I was on the beat. Don't take my word for it. Take Brian Mitchell's word for it. I heard him saying something on his show last week about playing in the preseason is the best way to, basically practicing in preseason games is the best way to play a good regular season game, essentially. You play football to get ready to play football. So I think sometimes we talk past each other when we say, like, people are like, you don't think Terry's in shape? No, it's very different. Of course he's in shape. Is he in football shape? That is the question. Now, I have said all along, Danny, that I thought 2 weeks is probably still enough practice time to get him close to where he needs to be. Every day that you miss is worse than not missing that day. You missed a lot all offseason. I'm not suggesting that there wasn't value in everything that he missed. But today was the date I circled where I was going to lose my mind if he wasn't on the practice field yet, because now you're costing your team dearly. Now you're costing yourself substantially. And I just felt like if he has 2 practice weeks to get ready for the Giants, he could be in a decent spot. And that's what he's given himself here in terms of runway. Sean in Falls Church, you're on the Fan. What's up?
Hey, guys. I appreciate you taking my call.
Hey, bud.
Hey, the meme, actually, that comes to mind is the gentleman that is sitting in a wheelchair lighting off fireworks, and the man behind the camera saying, "Back up, Terry." So for 5 months, we sat here, and the organization was saying, "Big up, Terry. Big up," in terms of money. And right now, Terry's riding the truck right up to the stadium, and now the organization is telling him to, "Big up, Terry. We need to put $30 million in the back of your truck. Congratulations." That's kind of where I'm at with the entire situation.
Appreciate you, dude.
Did you track any of that?
I didn't, and I feel terrible.
It seems creative.
Because if I've seen the meme, it might make more sense to me.
I've seen the meme. I know what he's referencing.
So it's a guy in a wheelchair doing fireworks?
Yes. I still don't know what he's talking about. And this, like, he didn't. It's probably a me thing, not a him thing.
I'm sure it's a me thing.
This is my own problem.
I just turned 46. I'm so confused. I'm tired.
I could have used. He needed to connect the dots for me with the analogy.
Yeah.
And told me, who's the guy in the wheelchair? Is that Noah Brown somehow?
Is that me?
What's happening exactly?
Am I shooting off fireworks?
Let's go to Anthony, who is in Dulles. Why is Danny shooting off fireworks? Anthony, how are you?
Hey, boys. Yeah, it is a happy Monday. I'm super glad that they got it done. I'm sure there's a little bit of animosity between the parties, but that's give and take. That's what happens in the NFL or with any business. But hey, just to finish off, man, poor Sam Howell and poor Sam Hartman, man. Those guys. I think Jade needs to find a new best friend, guys. Enjoy your Monday. Thank you, boys.
Appreciate you. How about Sam Howell getting traded again this weekend?
Someone's going, we'll make it work.
Frequent flyer miles for my guy. The idea of Sam Howell is intriguing, and that's why teams kind of can't quit it.
Yeah.
It's an athletic guy who's mobile and can move around and create and extend, and he's got a legitimate above-average NFL arm. It's a plus arm. But then you get him into your building, and he's a ball holder who kind of makes the offensive line worse, and he was whatever was there that was interesting kind of got ruined by Eric Bieniemy and company, and so it's just not going to end well. But from the Commanders to the Seahawks, to the Vikings, to the Eagles, all by way of trades.
Yeah.
It's like the Padres play-by-play broadcaster after they strike out the side going to break where he's like, Danny Rouillet, Toby Altizer, Darius Dameron, all down by way of the K. Commanders, Seahawks, Vikings, Eagles.
By way of the trade.
By way of the trade. They're like, nah, we're good. But someone else is intrigued.
So you guys can have them. You guys can do it.
We have not mentioned that they played a game Saturday. I don't know that we need to. There's a couple of guys that
They
stood
technically
out.
did, yeah.
At some point, I want to talk about Ale Cajo, the linebacker from UCLA, who I love. Maybe fought his way onto the team. There's some other guys we can mention. But if we wanted to just quickly say if somebody hurt themselves, the Sam Hartman thing is not working. I thought last year in the preseason, he was way, way, way better than he's been this preseason.
Agreed.
Now, could you keep him on the practice squad because he's good in the quarterback room and, so that when we watch Hard Knocks and in season when it's Christmas time, like he's doing the gift exchange with his buddy Jaden Daniels, sure, keep him in the room, that's fine. But he can't play this year for them in a game that they'd like to win. Like, we're not there with Sam Hartman right now. I don't know that we'll ever be there, but we're not there right now.
We certainly are not. And I feel bad. It's a cruel, awful, terrible business in that regard.
Seems like a great guy.
Yeah, but what is if
handsome.
Josh Johnson lit it up either? I mean, so all of a sudden I'm kind of going, if Mariota's not healthy, ... So I don't know how you handle it. If you're going 3, it's got to be Johnson. Maybe it's, why am I blanking on the third guy from last year? Driscoll. Maybe Jeff Driscoll's still out there lingering around. Maybe you just do that again. I don't know.
Why wouldn't you just roll with Josh Johnson?
He looked pretty terrible on Saturday, too.
Well, in the second half of a game with a bunch of dudes that won't be there. Had a good camp. Had good preseason games when he played earlier. Everyone's down on Josh Johnson. I don't really understand it, to be honest.
I think it was the bad play
I'm
Saturday.
Shooting the messenger a little bit. Yeah, you could have put Peyton Manning out there.
Entirely possible.
With that group, he's supposed. Craycraft is supposed to help him out.
I think that's why people are down is because the most recent sample wasn't very good. But yeah, I'm with you.
I thought we had a lot of sample though. We're just forgetting about that, I suppose. But they're probably going to roll with 2. It would feel like. The problem with that is Marcus Mariota's Achilles.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just say Achilles when it comes to a quarterback.
That's fine, right?
And expect me to be okay and move on like nothing's happening. I need to keep a third. So I think I'm one of the few people right now that's probably got Johnson in. But to your point, they could always hunt around if they want to do that to bring in a guy like Johnson who hasn't been here for the last month playing for you. Just seems like a weird exercise for me. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Terry McLaurin contract is done. We're asking you if you think any damage was done along the way in this hold-out, hold-in standoff. You're listening to the Fan.
Play fake. Daniels has time. Surveys the scene. Looking for McLaren. He's got him. Touchdown. And the Commanders are pouring it on.
Terry McLaurin is coming off of a career-high 13 touchdown catches last season. It's going to be hard for him to equal that this year, any year, really. Coming off of 82 catches, second highest total of his career. Will we see him average 13.5 yards per catch, which he did last season, or might his lack of an offseason end up hurting him a bit statistically? I guess it doesn't matter as much now because he's got a deal in place. He is under contract. We're waiting to see if he's locked in Washington for 3 years. He's under contract for 4 now, but if there's no guaranteed money, ask John Allen. It doesn't mean he's definitely going to be here. For sure, it's going to be this coming season where he was already under contract, and you would imagine and completely guaranteed next year as
whether well.
well.
It's 1 or 2 or 3. I mean, to me, the immediate business was this got him back now for this year. And we'll find out as we go once it gets put on Spot Track or Over the Cap or wherever. We can have all the number nerds delve into it and tell us what it means. But this was the impediment to him being here right now.
He has been a member of this organization for 6 years, and he's not going anywhere for at least the next 2 or 3 after getting a contract in place. The question we're asking you is, do you think any damage was done here? Not in the way of the relationship that can be healed, but can he start fast? Will the offense start fast? Are they going to have a worse performance against the Giants because they're out of sync and out of rhythm? Is he going to be able to play the same number of snaps as he would have? I doubt it. Will he be able to have the same production as he would have? 800-636-1067. Let's go to Joshua in Upper Marlboro. What's up, Josh?
Hey, fellas. Yeah, from a football perspective, I would say not much damage. I almost see it like, Trent Williams or Zach Ertz or some of these guys who, don't go super hard in the preseason because they know their bodies. I think Terry, deserves that level of trust. So I'd maybe peg it at like a 1.5 or 2. You also asked about sort of the fan damage, and from that perspective, I think it has to be 0. We got to remember who this dude is and what he went through. Nikki Javala tweeted this, 2 team owners, 3 team names, 6 federal investigations, 4 head coaches, 4 offensive coordinators, 11 starting quarterbacks, and the entire time he was literally our anchor while catching a bunch of balls. And it bugs me that some folks were ready to forget all of that and call him into question because, God forbid, the guy wants to set up, his kids and grandkids for generational wealth at the one opportunity he has to sort of get his final good contract. He gave a respectful press conference. He, was super nice at training camp, signing autographs for everybody, and he sort of held out in order to get the contract that he wanted. And so we should have no problem at all with Terry. He's a phenomenal human being, and I think he'll be able to be pretty good for us in week 1.
So I think, first of all, that's an amazing call, and I agree with pretty much every word of it. But I'm going to turn things over to you, Danny, because you are, I would say, one of the people who soured on him as this process went on and said several times that your opinions were changing. Now, that doesn't mean they change forever. You could now change back. It was just you didn't like how he was acting, and it was more about the actions than him personally. But I kind of agree with everything he just said, and we saw the ugly part of the business, and so what? It's over now? Mm-hmm. Where are you at on that? Because I think he's onto something.
Yeah, I think a lot of fans will feel that way. I wonder how they'll feel if he gets off to a slow start, though, where he's got 3 catches over the first 2 games and 21 total yards. I wonder if anybody's opinion will morph then. But for me, if I held him in, again, we're just using numbers to try to quantify something that's hard to do so. If I held him in 100 out of 100 esteem, I didn't think he behaved like a 100 out of 100 guy. Again, you can hold out. You can do a lot of different things, as many players are, whether it's Trey Hendrickson or Casey Hayward in Pittsburgh or whatever, and you can go to all the preseason games. You can be there for your teammates. You can do a little bit less, hood up grousing. Again, not necessarily, these aren't criminal acts. These aren't horrible, offensive, ridiculous things, but I thought his behavior wasn't up to his previous standard. His previous standard was golden. As I said, it's a date your daughter standard. I hope my kids grow up to be like that guy. And I felt that way for a long, long time. I thought what he was doing, to some degree, not trying to get more money. That's the distinction. Of course you try to get more money. I'm going to try to get more money
the next time.
This is how you try
to get more money.
I disagree. I think you hold out is fine. The skipping a preseason game, some of the antics aren't how you do it to me. You can hold out, hold in, etc. You could still make kind of the minimum effort, and he seemed very hell-bent on not doing that at times. Again, this is not doesn't rise to some, oh my God, he's a bum, I hate his guts. That's not even close to true. This was a little bit of withdrawal for me from the perfect image. We went from 100 to a 92. Still pretty damn good.
To Josh's point, I am always amazed with how fast people move on in life in general, right? But specific to sports fans, really, zeroing in on that, you have the jersey, you love the guy until he's a fly in the ointment, and now I get it. You like the team before him, you like the team after him. I understand how we get here, but you're all four players getting theirs and holding out and getting taken care of when it's Hendrickson in Cincinnati or Micah in Dallas. But when it's your guy here, it's like, hey, my thing, my team, my win against the Giants. Let's go to Mike in Gaithersburg. What's up, Mike?
Gentlemen, afternoon. I would say start off with 3.5 for the exact reason of the 2 weeks to go. 4.5 for Danny's reasons. You can't simulate laying out for a ball and getting healthy at an older age. And then 5.5 for bringing this whole shenanigans into the locker room and into this town when he just got paid 2 years ago. So the opposite of the last caller. I'm actually too angry. I've been sitting on here listening. I don't even know where I'm going anymore. But
all good, man. We appreciate it. Thank you for the call. Yeah, I think we just got pretty extremes on back-to-back calls, and it was a fan base divided in a lot of ways, which I totally understand. This was complicated. This was messy.
Yeah, I think
this
by
is
its
not
nature.
the fun part of being a fan, right? The team and the player were at odds. Like, there were people in the Commanders building that probably disagreed on how to handle this. There's people in the agency, I'm sure, with Buddy Baker that disagreed on how to handle this. There's nothing seamless about this. And by the way, he went to the end of the earth, essentially. To your point, there aren't a lot of guys that skip a preseason game. It's very rare that the hold-in goes this long. It is more rare that, some of the things that played out with the press conference, which I thought he didn't say anything wrong at, but at the car dealership or whatever, this is, I think, the playbook to try to get paid, but I mean, he had every page in it. Some guys used 3 or 4 of the 11 pages. He went 11 pages deep with it. Next, I want to get into this. How different are the expectations for this offense and for this team with Terry McLaurin a part of this thing, assuming he's Terry again? If Scary Terry's ripping off the mask after a touchdown catch against the Giants and he's just that boy 17 again, like, what does that look like exactly? And how does that change from what the fear might have been before he came back? Grant and Danny with you on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is powered by JTF Gov, the #1 HP Federal Power MPS partner. In the NFL, the Commanders signed Terry McLaurin to a 3-year extension, 3 years, $96 million, a $30 million signing bonus for Terry McLaurin. So 17 will be on the field, ready to go week 1, September 7th against the Giants. NFL Cutdown Day comes up tomorrow at 4 o'clock. We'll get news of cuts coming out in the next day and a half or so. The Bengals have restarted talks with defensive end Trey Hendrickson, according to Jordan Schultz. Quarterback news, Vikings signed Carson Wentz. The Eagles traded with the Vikings for Sam Howell and released Kyle McCord. Eagles waived offensive guard Kenyon Green, a former first-round pick. He was acquired in the C.J. Gardner-Johnson trade. College football, Michigan going to start freshman quarterback Bryce Underwood, the #1 overall recruit in this year's recruiting class. And in baseball, the Nationals are naming Chris Zaber as their chief revenue officer. He'll oversee ticket sales, corporate partnerships, and team events. Most recently worked with the Penguins in the same role. He also worked with the Pirates and the Mets in ticketing before that. Nationals and Yankees tonight, first of 3 in the Bronx, 7:05, first pitch right here on The Fan. Brad Lord takes on Cam Schlittler. Mission Critical, that's JTF's specialty. We're a top-ranked HP MPS power partner for a reason. We don't just ship products. We deploy fully integrated mission-ready solutions from DC to Europe, powered by HP, delivered by JTF. Check us out at jtfgov.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Empty backfield once again. Daniels looking, moving to his left, under pressure, stays on his feet. Now he throws to the end zone. It is caught for a touchdown by McLaurin.
It's almost Kenny Albert season on Sunday afternoon. Won't be long before we're welcoming him back into our living room via our high-definition televisions. Welcome back, Grant and Danny, exclusively sponsored by the law firm Condorian Murat. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration, they do whatever you need. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family. Schedule a consultation with them today. KMLawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's KMLawyers.com. Where were you? What was your reaction when you saw that Terry McLaurin signed for 3 years and $96 million?
I at first thought, like any news that breaks now, is this a prank? Is this some link I'm supposed to click on where it's like, you suck, or like, you clicked on this deal and it's a picture that's inappropriate for work, or something to that effect. I then, of course, looked around a little bit. I saw enough people had it that I said, okay, this is very, very real. That's excellent news. It continued walking my 7-month-old around the neighborhood.
I was in the car with Chris Russell. We were on the Baltimore-Washington Parkway.
Come on.
Headed south from Baltimore, and I'm on my phone. I don't know what I was doing, texting somebody or looking something up, and I got a notification because I have Adam Schefter's tweets sent to my phone, and right away I saw, breaking and McLaurin, and I thought, here we go.
Here we go.
And I just yelled out, McLaurin deal. And Russell's like, what? What happened? What? And then I looked down, and there it was. Schefter, who 1 hour earlier had said they're not near each other on the deal, that he hasn't heard that any progress has been made. He doesn't think any progress is being made. Now, Jordan Schultz broke it. He's very close, it seems like, with Buddy Baker and has had a lot of intel throughout the process. So kudos to him. But then really within 5 minutes, all of the national guys, the Peliceros and the Rappaports, they all got the group text, and everybody was on that thing. Doesn't seem like the team has commented in any way. We've gotten the numbers from the McLaurin side of things. We've not gotten the team-friendly numbers yet, and we're awaiting the guaranteed money to see exactly what this looks like.
And my guess is, and I don't know anything, I haven't talked to anybody, but that's very much the look at the biggest possible number, agent. That's how to sift through that, right? Where the agent wants everyone to know, my tactics, my techniques, my advice got us to this point of this unbelievable, huge, massive deal. The team doesn't care.
That's the agent's job.
That's their job.
I mean, that's not even a guess.
No, I wouldn't be critical of it. Yeah.
Right, but I'm just saying, you're saying your guess. I mean, that it came from the agent, so that's exactly what it was. That's what they do every single time. They're not going to tell you, hey, this is actually just a 2-year deal.
Yeah, it's going to revert to 2 and a little bit less. And they can cut them whenever they want. No, but so the team is letting everybody, they're going, enjoy your time in the sun. That's kind of my read on it.
And normally this is insignificant and doesn't matter. Like, we don't spend so much time when Javon Kinlaw gets this massive contract that isn't as big a deal as everyone makes it out to be, we don't necessarily just look right at the guaranteed money and talk about how the AAV is irrelevant. But this is different than that. This was quite literally the biggest stare down in the history of the team between a superstar, important leader in the locker room and the front office. We've never had anything drag out like this in real time, certainly in the modern era with social media. This is just, it hasn't happened. That's what's so amazing, by the way. McLaurin, the team guy, the model citizen, the ultimate professional, is the first guy to do this. I mean, there's an irony to that is, frankly, absolutely amazing. And it's not like he just chose to. It takes two to tango. Both sides were heavily involved here. The team could have just overpaid him and said, you earned it. They didn't. The player could have taken a hometown discount and said he wanted to hang around because playing with Jaden Daniels is going to be a godsend. He wasn't willing to do that either. And so the game of chicken began. But we're burying the lead, which is months of this story. And frankly, weeks of it leading and dominating our airwaves, and any pixels about this team come to a close once and for all today. And thank goodness, because they've got 13 days, Danny, before they're playing a game that counts, that they've got to win as a 6.5-point favorite against a division foe at home.
Yeah. Got to get off to a good start.
You need that one, man.
The schedule don't get easy.
Brutal schedule. Not early necessarily. The first quarter is probably the easiest quarter, wouldn't you say?
If you're comparing on paper, yeah.
But the fact that you get to play the Giants in week 1, the NFC East, remember, plays the two divisions this year where they had 3 playoff teams last year. AFC West, NFC North. They play both of those divisions this season. That's not fun. So you've got to beat the worst team in your division when you play them at home. No ifs, ands, or buts. It's week 1. It's not ideal, but it's what has to happen.
Yeah, weird stuff happens. You haven't played well against the Giants in years. Even when you beat them twice last year, it was hairy both of those times. Again, Neighbors makes the catch. Their kicker doesn't pull a hamstring or quad or whatever that was pregame. Maybe you drop one, maybe both. Who knows? But it's imperative to get off to a good start, because the vibes, despite the cloud of McLaurin, again, whoever you want to blame them, enjoy it, get mad, yell at me, yell at Grant, whoever you feel like yelling at. That's fine. But the cloud of it was kind of belying. There's a lot of feeling of ourselves in terms of the fan base, maybe in terms of the organization, looking at the preseason that didn't really inspire a ton of confidence in terms of their performances or what they put on tape or playing a lot of guys, etc. Weird stuff happens in week 1. An opponent that I think is going to be frisky, not good, but better than they were last year, certainly in terms of some competence, and a defense that has given you some problems. That's a losable game, as is week 2 at Green Bay, a losable game on short rest. The point is, you don't have a lot of time if you want to go where everybody seems to think they can go, to sort of go, oh, well, it's just week 1. Oh, it's just week 2. I was just really a 1-3 start. You don't have time for that. You cannot dig into holes with Kansas City and the Chargers and the Seahawks and Lions and Broncos and Vikings looming.
How different are your expectations with McLaurin back in the fold? That's the question for you right now. On Grant and Danny at 800-636-1067. We're live all over the DMV on our flagship 1067. We're live right now in Richmond for the next 3 hours, AM 910, FM 1051. You can watch us on the 1067 The Fan YouTube stream, which, by the way, is hopping today. So we appreciate everybody checking us out there. We do this every day from 2 to 6:30. So make this an appointment. Put it on the smart TV if you want to see our mugs. But how different do you feel about the offense? How different do you feel about the team's goals? I mean, my succinct answers on this would be the offense goes from average without him, and that's with Jaden Daniels making a bad group average, to above average immediately and a chance to be elite again. When you look at some of their yards per play, their points per drive metrics, some of the deeper dive numbers for them last year in EPA, this tandem, Daniels and McLaurin, was top 3 quarterback receiver in all of football. So I think that maybe it's not right away against the Giants, but when he has his sea legs under him, when he's in football shape, your offense has a chance to be special. If Deebo Samuel's healthy and Terry McLaurin is himself, I don't think you lost anything really in terms of the upside of your running game with Brian Robinson now in San Francisco officially traded over the weekend. So I feel like a solid offense got really good again because you have your best player who made all your biggest plays, literally not figuratively, last year in terms of yardage. And you've added the weapon that is Deebo at a great camp. Noah Brown looks like he's going to be ready for week 1. If he could stay healthy, what an addition that would be. I mean, we've been thinking about this thing without him as well. He looked great running around at Northwest Stadium before the preseason game. How different do you feel about the goals? Well, without Terry McLaurin, I thought it was going to be really hard to make the playoffs. It would be Jaden Daniels' kind of heroic MVP-type effort to get you to 10 wins and the wild card. With McLaurin, this is a double-digit win playoff team for me. You know, he is worth a win and a half, too. I don't know what his WAR would be, but the idea of him making huge plays in a chunk yardage league and then not having him and not having anyone on the team that can replace him, it is a couple of win difference. So I would have gone from 8 or 9 wins without him to now 10 or 11 wins. I mean, that is the difference to me for this football team. So I've got them squarely in the playoffs. I don't think they win the division. I think Philly's better, but I like them as a wild card team. I like them with double-digit victories. And by the way, I don't think Saquon Barkley stays healthy all year. He had a massive workload, one of the larger touch totals we've ever seen.
Yeah, we've got a correlation there in historically, too, by the way,
Totally.
when that happens, yeah.
It's very rare you ever see a guy get as much work as he did last year playing all the way to the Super Bowl. It has almost never happened that the next year a guy plays in every game and stays healthy. So if he's not out there, all of a sudden the Eagles come back to the pack a little bit, and you wonder, how does Washington close the gap? There it is. But you needed McLaurin to be able to do that. Let's go to Jay in L.A. Is that Los Angeles? What's up, Jay?
Yes, sir.
Hey, man.
Hey, what's up? What's up, guys? I think the offense won't look too different. You got to remember that Jaden only played one series this preseason. So even if Terry had suited up, odds are he wouldn't have been targeted, and he'd probably be sitting with the rest of the starters anyway for the remaining games. So, I'm still curious to see how this wide receiver core as a unit kind of shapes out, because I think there are still question marks there. We haven't really seen Jaden throw a lot of balls in real-life game situations. But, Grant, I got to give you credit. You nailed it. You said August 25th, line in the sand. So, when you know it, the deal gets done today. And, Danny, I love you. I think your framing has been a little bit off with Terry. I know you've been saying he's throwing his tantrum. I'm paraphrasing. But, at the end of the day, I think Terry did miss a game. He didn't tear down the franchise, and he simply did what every great player does. He protected himself until the team paid him what he earned.
Thanks, buddy.
I heard that, yeah.
So the only thing I'm going to push back on from that call is the idea that he wouldn't have gotten work in the preseason, wouldn't have gotten a target. True. I don't really care about the game part of this because Zach Ertz didn't play in the preseason. We're not talking about
neither
that.
did Bobby Wagner.
Neither did Laramie Tunsil. Think about the dozens, the hundreds, literally hundreds of reps that all these guys have had together on the practice field. The joint practices that supposedly mean so much with New England. The burgundy and gold scrimmage they had. The bringing in the refs over the weekend. Like I guess it was late last week. All of those practices, I don't know the exact number, but it's hundreds of times that Deebo Samuel's been on the field for a rep. And there have been dozens of targets from Jaden throwing to him in a game situation. Not in an actual preseason game, but while they're playing live football. Dozens. Like, I'm making up a number, but 57 times, let's say, that's happened over the last 6 weeks. 0 for McLaurin. That's just a sizable difference that I have to imagine means something. Let's go to Alex in D.C. What's up, Alex?
Thanks for taking my call, guys. My condolences for having to find something new to talk about now every day.
We'll be just fine when the football season starts, I promise you.
The season is here, so this will work itself out.
So, I always thought this would get done because Adam Peters is reasonable, but he has an MO. Terry McLaurin seems like a reasonable person, and he was right to hold out for what he thought he was worth. And my only disappointment is that they took so long to compromise when I kind of knew that they were going to come to this point anyway. It's about the number I would have guessed, assuming that what's coming out is true. But ultimately, all this reminds me of that one quote from Bobby Wagner at the beginning of camp: football is a business, but this is none of our business. They kind of made it our business by him holding out, but, the details of it and how they chose to get to it and everything like that. But at the end of the day, he has to do what he needed to do to get paid. So Peters had to do what he needed to do to protect cap room. So, they worked it out. And I'm thrilled. My expectation is similar to Grant's, that they will make it to the playoffs, and then we'll see what happens from there. But
thanks, buddy.
Appreciate you.
He could have made it not our business. They could have done that. The way you do that is to operate behind the scenes privately. They elected not to. When you're not at practice, it becomes people's business. You know, and I don't mean like getting into your pocket of how much you're going to make, but you cannot expect that fans and a media covering the team are just going to go, well, Terry's working out a contract, so let's just give him and the team some space and not worry about the wide receiver one being on the field and the betterment of the team being at stake for this thing that people are investing tens of thousands of dollars into. Sorry, that's just not real life. That's kind of the tone on social media with like, you guys are doing nasty work talking about Terry like this. No, we're just grown-ups having a conversation, providing analysis you don't like. It's not really nasty work. You just disagree with it.
Yeah, and I don't know. I always try to couch and cash everything in a certain way that I am not, besmirching anybody's character or knocking someone down, or even, again, I offered so many examples. I have a friend from high school who got cast aside by a professional football team because they were going to have to pay his pension. You know what I mean? Like, and it changed his life, where he couldn't get that extra year just because, we'll find an undrafted free agent to do what he does on special teams and as a fullback, et cetera. This league is cruel. It is a miserable, terrible setup for a lot of these players in this 100% injury rate attrition league. I understand trying to get as much as you can, and we'll never begrudge that.
You haven't answered the question yet. Let me pivot to you for this. How different are your season expectations, offensive expectations, with Terry in the fold for whatever that looks like in the opening week?
Yeah, hard to quantify the gap there. Without him, even with the magic of Jaden Daniels, this to me is just another 7-8 win team. Maybe you get a break, maybe you don't. Like it's the defense is better, so what? The offense, I like Deebo Samuel too, but it's gimmicks. It's close to line of scrimmage stuff. They're defensible without Terry McLaurin. They don't have a downfield threat. Now they do. And I don't think they'll have it initially. I think they're going to be sluggish out of the gate the first few weeks of the season. I really do. Maybe you win a couple on guts, and if you're close and Jaden Daniels has the football, maybe you find a way to win it, maybe you don't. Last year, they certainly found a way to win all those games, it seemed like. But at the end, if you've got him, if he's healthy, if he's Terry McLaurin, and he grows into that as he gets in football shape and gets the reps, now you got that top 5, top 6 offense potentially again. And I think that, to me, was what was at stake.
Yeah, they had no chance of replicating last year's offense without him.
Right.
Which was an elite group. Now, Daniels is going to be what I would consider to be an elevator, where like everyone around them is going to benefit, and just because of the dual threat ability. Because you saw it with the 14-yard touchdown scramble. That is a play where if you have a really good passing quarterback that can't run, the play is dead in the water.
Yeah, he throws that in the back of the end zone.
I loved Kirk Cousins as a pocket passer and think, he does so many things pre-snap that people never give him credit for. And it's like, it's just my style. You hate me all you want to. Like, I like a guy that stands there and reads it out and hits the open guy and gives ball placement. That play is dead with him in his prime because he goes, number 1 not open, number 2 not open, number 3 not open, pat, sack.
Yeah, alarm clock, got to go. Yeah,
whatever. Throw the ball away probably to avoid the sack. Jaden Daniels goes 1, 2, 3, got to go. And he just takes off, and he scored a 14-yard touchdown on a play when it was called into his headset that had no chance based on the coverage. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Or it had a small chance, but as he put it, a little bit late getting back to number 2 with Deebo. Now you're cooked. Now I'm dead in the water. No, I'm not. What's the Superman theme? Silly.
Thank you.
So much better than what I did. So then he puts the cape on.
Yeah, yours was kind of like the Kings coming down the steps with
I don't know what
on the
mine
purple.
was. It wasn't what it was supposed to be.
Yeah.
It wasn't even the James Gunn Superman where he gets beat up the whole time.
Right.
It was like nothing. There was nothing there. But anyway, he just scores a touchdown.
Yeah.
And that's the superpower. That's the beauty. That's why it's awesome. That's why everyone's doing this, by the way. Everybody wants that. Nobody wants the other thing. Oh, you're just an awesome passer that just stands in the pocket and picks people apart? Have fun in another league. You can't play in this one anymore.
You're not welcome
That's
here.
kind of the perception at this point is, do you run a 4.40? And so even though he's great in that way, you need the easy button player that can make the big plays. And it's got to be beyond just Deebo, who has not proven that he could stay healthy at this point of his career. Oh, by the way, because you're not banking on having him 17 times in 18 weeks. When he's there, it's going to be amazing, hopefully. He'll be better than he was last year. No pneumonia, better shape. Like, there's going to be, how many times is that the case? What about the weeks where Deebo doesn't play?
Right.
If Terry's not on this roster.
Then what?
It's Luke McCaffrey, Noah Brown, and Jalen Lane. Like that's what you're doing? Then you need that Superman sound from Jaden Daniels again. That's actually really good.
Thanks. That's not the kazoo one that I do. That's the side of the mouth trumpet.
What's the kazoo one?
There's that one. That's the kazoo sound.
Oh, I like the first one better.
Yeah.
The kazoo one's good too.
The kazoo one's a little bit different. That's good for video game sound effects. For example, what does it sound like when Super Mario jumps? You go down to the basement level. Remember that?
I love that one.
Right.
What about? Do you have anything for Batman? That's my favorite.
But then I can't do the Hans Zimmer one where it's just a like the whole beginning robbery scene, you know, it's just one note.
It's just
terrifying.
But it's a terrifying piano note.
Just the one sound.
800-636-1067. How did you feel about this offense when you were preparing for life without Terry McLaurin, and how different is that today? 3-year extension, under contract for 4 years. We're awaiting some specifics on the deal, but it's not what's important. He is back. We're Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. In the NFL, the Commanders signed Terry McLaurin to a 3-year extension today. 3 years, $96 million with a $30 million signing bonus. Other news around the NFL, Raiders wide receiver Jacoby Myers requested a trade. Bengals have restarted talks with defensive end Trey Hendrickson, according to Jordan Schultz. And the Eagles have waived offensive guard Kenyon Green after they acquired him in the C.J. Gardner-Johnson trade. In baseball, the Nationals named Chris Zaber as their chief revenue officer. He most recently worked with the Penguins in that same role. Nats and Yankees, first of 3 in the Bronx tonight, 7:05 right here on The Fan. Brad Lord takes on Cam Schlittler. Looking to upgrade your office game? At PVI, we'll come to you to design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Terry McLaurin, who had been staging one of the NFL's most high-profile hold-ins, has agreed to terms on a 3-year deal worth up to $96 million. That is the contract extension. Gets a $30 million signing bonus and has the opportunity to earn more than any receiver over the age of 30. Okay. It has been a long road for McLaurin. I'd like to know the final details of this deal to see how close it actually came to DK Metcalf's $33 million. That is what he wanted. Didn't get to the 33, and I believe the base is going to be lower because 96 is the max. So my guess is it's closer to the $30 million mark than the 32.
Well, if that's true, and the 3 years is closer to like 90 million, because it's very different how it's going to be reported, right? 3 and 96 is different than a maximum of 96. A maximum of 96 means if these things all go right, he could actually make 96, and that means it's 32 million per year. Where if it's 3 and I'm just making up numbers, but like 84 or 3 and 90 with a max of 96, that's very, very different. Now the AAV is down to 28 or 30 million. And when you add in this year's AAV, which is actually lesser, you look at it as a 4-year deal, whereas right now that takes it from 32 per on new money to 30 mil over 4 years. Now it could be down closer to like 25 million per year, what he's actually going to be making over the next 4 years. So we'll see as we sort out the money. That was Rap Sheet, Ian Rappaport of NFL Media talking Terry McLaurin there. But the deal is done. He will be on the practice field this week, and he is lined up now to play against the New York Giants in Week 1. Looking at the wide receiver room, in a world where Terry McLaurin is back and Noah Brown is available, you have McLaurin, Debo, Noah Brown as your receivers more often than not out there. Now you've got, I think next guy up is Jalen Lane.
Jalen Lane.
For me, he has supplanted Luke McCaffrey, who's probably still a roster lock, but let's say McCaffrey is the 5th guy. Do you think they keep a 6th wide receiver that is on the roster? They're cutting down to 53 as we speak. They're not going to announce anything until the cutdown day is officially tomorrow, I guess. But McLaurin, Brown, Samuel, Lane, McCaffrey, those 5 guys I think you can put in Sharpie. Luke, because he was a 3rd-round pick last year, more than any other reason. Anybody else, whether that's the young undrafted free agent Ja'Cory Brooks, whether that's one of the veterans who have been around, Chris Moore, Michael Gallup, KJ Osborne, is there someone else you'd keep, or do they keep 5, or could they keep a 6 that's not on the team yet?
That's the variable that I was just getting ready to go with. Because remember, that's how Noah Brown happened, right? It was a sort of, hey, we didn't expect this guy to be available. Now that's our plan for our number 2 receiver. So maybe they'll be, active on the waiver wire. It all sort of depends on if they need the numbers for special teams. I know Osborne didn't play special teams last year, but maybe one of those other guys is a special teams type player. But that's the group. And I think if you end up missing out on somebody because you try to put them on the practice squad or otherwise, maybe so be it. But I would still bet, because you got to make up numbers somewhere. I think that's going to end up being 10 defensive linemen just because of how rotational they're going to be, and it's going to be like hockey shifts at times with some of those guys. So you've got to make room for someone somewhere. Maybe it's at quarterback if they only keep 2. But to me, that may be one of the spots where you go, we're going to try to get away with 5 instead of 6.
So I just looked this up. Do you remember when last year Washington signed Noah Brown?
Not specifically. It was August at some point, wasn't it?
So take a guess. What do you think the date was?
August 10th.
So the reason I asked is because I thought it was like a couple weeks earlier than right now. They signed him on August 28th.
My God.
It was actually this week. It
Like
was
tomorrow.
It was cut down day. So it was like basically now the season started, if I remember correctly, a few days later. So this is a September 7th kickoff. Last year, I think, was the 10th or the 11th or something. But even still, it was basically effectively right now at cut down time, which was later than I thought. I thought he got cut during camp earlier and he was available and they claimed him. Maybe cut down day was 4 or 5 days after that. I'd have to look that up. But yeah, it was basically a year ago this week that they signed Noah Brown, who ended up being super important as early as week 2. I mean, when they beat the Giants, their game-winning drive, he had the big catch to get him going from Jaden Daniels. Let's go to Zeke in Southeast D.C. Zeke, how different are your expectations based on McLaurin being signed?
Basically, my expectations are that we're going to have a great year. But with Terry, I don't think he's going to have any rest at all because I got to remind you guys, only thing he missed was practice, man. It's just practice.
That's true.
And
we're talking about practice. Not a game.
We're talking about practice.
Not a game. Not the game that I love. Not the game that I die for.
Hold on.
We're talking about practice.
And then our other starters only played 4 downs in the preseason. So I think everybody's going to be a little rusty that first game. But Terry and Jaden, they have a history, man. They done spent all last year, OTA, training camp, season, playoff. They know each other.
Thanks, buddy.
They do.
Was he doing an Allen Iverson thing, or was he being serious that practice doesn't matter?
I actually think it was more towards the latter. That doesn't matter as much.
But it seemed like he wasn't doing that.
No, I think you took the quote and turned it into a bit, which I'm totally fine with, by the way.
I was trying to go not even Allen Iverson. I was trying to go
Ted Lasso
Ted
doing
Lasso.
Iverson. Yeah.
Yeah, the Lasso version of it.
Yeah.
But
Talking to Jamie
So
Tart.
this must be a thing out there that I didn't know about, where people just think practice is a big dumb waste of time.
Yes.
Because that's what I'm starting to hear from everyone. Like, so what, man? He missed all the training camp, the whole offseason, every hour, every second, every minute on the grass. They don't need to do that anyway.
Yeah, we're getting blasted in the YouTube chat because they think we're accusing Terry of like not exercising or something crazy. So, but that's kind of the point here is that people don't understand the distinction, and that's fine, I suppose. But we're trying to let you know that there is one. There's a reason they go about it, and there's a reason I was so annoyed that they couldn't have joint practices with the Ravens because that was where the best work was going to come, the closest to the regular season.
So do people think that if they all just showed up today on August 25th, that they'd look the same and everything would be the exact same on September 7th, as if they went through the entire offseason that they just went through? Because if your answer to that is no, I'm not really understanding exactly why you're acting like him missing what he did is completely irrelevant. But yes, do I think he's in shape? Dude, Terry McLaurin's not me. He's not walking around in his neighborhood a couple times at night and going, all right, put in my 8,000 steps today.
I did it. Got to 10K.
I get it. He is absolutely in unbelievable shape. It's a little different than playing a football game, having not played football since January. Let's go to Bargos in Gaithersburg. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, man.
So I just watched the Terry Top 100 NFL video, and it got me hyped. So I'm riddled with a little bit of emotion right now. But I think our ceiling without Terry is probably around 500 fighting for wild card, similar to what you guys were saying. With him, the ceiling is 12 wins, NFC Championship run. I just don't think very highly of our non-Terry skill guys. I don't think we're super talented, honestly. The scary but funny thing is JD is so ridiculously transcendent. This could be completely wrong, and maybe the delta isn't that much different. That's kind of the crazy part. I will say I'm a little bit worried about his durability and injury as he gets, 30-plus over these next couple of years, but hopefully that's not the case. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, I think if you were to look at this skill group with Marcus Mariota, I'd have some major questions. I think Daniels does uncover guys when he's out of the pocket, creating and extending, and now you got to hang with Austin Eckler in the flat a little longer. You got to keep hip to hip with Chris Rodriguez if he's running an arrow route or whatever. Like, I get the point. In a vacuum, any one of these players outside of Terry, maybe Debo, whatever, there's no one that you're writing home about. But I think when you look at a lot of Super Bowl teams, you could say the same thing. Like the Chiefs with Patrick Mahomes. Even a team that got there, I know they lost last year, but Travis Kelce was the worst version of himself that he's ever been.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, he's a gold jacket guy. But, he wasn't an elite tight end last year. He's actually looks a lot better and faster, but he was bigger and slower and not in the same shape and banged up. Does that Chiefs team blow you away when you look in a vacuum at Pacheco or some running back like Kareem Hunt that they sign off the street that gets 14 touches in an AFC Championship game? It's Mahomes, man. You know, it's what's the commercial? It's the meat, or it's the something stupid. What is it?
I don't know where you're going with this one.
There's a.
I'm fishing around in the dark.
Maybe
here.
it's a like.
Where's the beef
thing? It's something stupid.
Keep it simple, stupid.
No. It's somebody knows.
It's the economy, stupid.
It's that one. It's the economy, stupid.
But the economy's Pat Mahomes. Oh, I get it.
It's the quarterback,
Yeah, I got you.
stupid. You see what I'm saying? Like the Bills. Let's look at them in a vacuum.
Mm-hmm.
James Cooks looks like he's a good player, right? They figured that out halfway through the year when they started using him last year. But it's been Devin Singletary. It's been, is Khalil Shakur like awesome? I don't know. They have Curtis Samuel. I know they have Curtis Samuel.
They do have him.
We saw that thing happen here, that act. Something named to Curtis Samuel. Like, we've done that.
Uh-huh.
Is that a great group?
No.
It's the quarterback. It's the MVP QB. And if Washington has that guy, which I think a lot of us are assuming and hoping they do, then it's going to work. Greater than the sum of the parts. Alejandro in the district, what's up?
Hello, guys. Thank you for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
Well, I want to say hopefully the offense doesn't miss a beat this season at the start of the season because of Terry didn't practice. They pretty much missed all camp. And I want to say I'm happy for him. Like, he deserves the money. He deserves what was asking. Probably, I don't know, north of a DK Metcalf contract, but at least he deserves it being under between 30 and 32 per year. So if the team saw this was going to happen, I don't know why the team, the front office, decided to drag all these things pretty much 2 weeks before the open.
So I think you're onto something, Alejandro, if this ends up being what it is. If he's actually going to get $64 million guaranteed over the first couple of years of this deal, and it's a true $32 million per, then I will stand in brothers in arms with you, and I'll say, what a waste of time. This was so dumb. I bet that's not what's happening.
Right. So the truth will always be in the eye of the beholder on this one. Right now, it's the agent's time, so everyone can easily, and I'm not ripping Alejandro, but you can go, I can't believe the team did this. And by the way, there's a school of thought on that separate of this, meaning whether you think the agent or the team won the negotiation, quote unquote, you can also go, why would you jerk around with this guy? Why wouldn't you just sign the golden child who's done everything right at all times for multiple regimes and has been through all the misery here? This is your leader. If you're not going to do right by him, who will you do right by? Right? I mean, and then, by the way, a reasonable school of thought to me, not one I necessarily subscribe to, but I understand that. So to me, there's like two categories when it comes to it. But when we start to dig into the numbers, we'll have a narrative maybe of more who caved, who met whom in the middle, and how it actually worked.
We'll give you an update on the Grant and Danny Fantasy Football League that we are putting together, and we'll hit our double play next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. We're with you until 6:30 today on The Fan. Terry McLaurin signs a 3-year extension. Happened this afternoon, just after 11:30 or so. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Our continuing coverage of the big story of the day is brought to you on The Fan by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. It's time for our double play. I'll make mine short and sweet. Danny, I know it was your birthday this weekend, so I want to hear about that. My credit card expires at the end of this month.
Oh.
I guess that means that all of the stuff that I have, like the apps, like Netflix or whatever, that it just pays automatically. When they hit, like this month, it's for next month or something, because a lot of them are being declined, and it's saying that it's no longer good, even though it goes through the end of this month. And I bring this up only to tell you, there's nothing more annoying.
It is
than having
such a pain in the biscuits
to get a new credit card or update your credit card, and then going through and seeing all the things you never think about that are just supposed to happen automatically.
Yep.
The internet and the cable and the this and the that. And I think I was up to like 16 things last night. I'm going through going, it's all just turning off all around me. Nothing's working because my card is just telling them, nope, you can't use me.
That's old fraudulent Paulson over there.
But yeah, that's where we're at. It was just a big night of trying to figure out how to get access to all of the accounts that I've had for 4 years without any issue until my card went bad.
It's one of the things you have to do as an adult. I mean, I had something, this was a little while ago, but where we weren't sure, but we thought maybe the card got compromised. Happens to everybody. So, order a new one. And for the most part, you update everything you could possibly think of. The Instacart this, or the cable company that, or everything you're talking about. Well, I tried to pay for parking, and I'm like, the stupid app doesn't work anymore. Like whatever, the Pay Now or Park Mobile. And I'm like infuriated by it.
I haven't done Park Mobile yet.
Yeah, so then
write that down.
Well, there you go. So then I finally looked. I'm like in the thing because I'm in a rush trying to park, and I finally looked into the thing, and it was like 7 credit cards before. It was what was saved in there. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, okay, I get why it wasn't working. This one's on me.
Don't they send you your card well in advance so that this doesn't happen?
I thought so.
And by the way, also, which didn't happen, shouldn't they? Like, I don't feel like I should have to get a new card. I think it should just update. And then it should just keep rolling over. But I guess when you have to punch in the expiration date on everything,
it's going to be new.
There's not a whole lot you could do about that.
Yeah, it should already be there for my money. Time for my double play. 46. Awful. The worst.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Yeah, thanks.
It was officially Saturday.
Yeah. Yep. Undramatic. Unspecial. I mean, thanks to my family and everybody that had nice words and all that stuff. But I'm telling you, man, I don't know. I think for me, honestly, you handled it better than I did. When I turned 30, there was no joy in that for me. And that's a long time ago now, 16 years. Seriously, 16 years. But when I turned 30,
it's so old.
It was like I was in a funk. Not in like a good way either, but like I was in a mired, surly, pissed off, disappointed, everything sucks slump. And I realized, after a long while, it took me a long way a time to kind of get out of that. It ain't good anymore. We're already moved on to Cincinnati. Like my son's birthday's coming up in a couple of weeks, and that's what we're excited about. He's going to do this. We're going to go to hit golf balls, or maybe we're going to rent out a movie theater. Whatever he wants to do is fine. They're excited, and that's fun, and it shouldn't be. It's just this chore for everybody where you got to be nice to dad for almost an hour. Like everybody would just be better off going about their day. You know what I mean? Just you send me a card. Appreciate all the kind words and stuff. But man, oh man, 46 years old. What a terrible thing to say out loud as a true fact.
Super old.
How old's your friend Danny? He's 46. 46?
Were they nice, though? Did they kind of behave for the day and kind of prioritize you and all that?
No, but I think the thing that really stood out to me is how old I feel. You know what I mean? It's the what's the soreness? Why does that hurt? I slept. I had the audacity to stand up. I exercised 2 weeks ago. I mean, whatever it is, man. It's just dumb. But yeah, they're miserable.
I asked AI for some things that you could start doing now that you're super old. So here's what it just told me. Socializing. Many people like you enjoy spending time with family and friends, whether through gatherings, phone calls, or technology like video chats. It suggests you should get a hobby. Things
I
like
got hobbies.
gardening,
Nope.
knitting,
Nope.
painting,
Nope.
woodworking.
Where's pickleball? Put that in there, AI.
Your Achilles will explode.
It says that?
Yes.
Damn it.
Again, I asked, what do super old people do? That's what I
Oh,
asked.
you put in super old. Just put in regular old.
No, I said, what are things that super old people do?
Yeah, I'm just regular old, not super.
Volunteering. Some super old adults give back to their communities through volunteer work at local organizations or charities. I don't mean to be mean, but I can't see you doing that at all.
Well, it depends on the kind of volunteer work. Like, I've coached a million times. I'm happy to coach kids, or I'll like referee the local basketball league.
That's not a volunteer thing. There's some money that changes hands.
It's not
Lessons,
at all.
baseball lessons.
Oh no, that's not volunteer at all. That's paid work.
Yes.
I'm talking about like coaching local kids and stuff like
your
that.
sons. You don't charge their mom for that.
No, I'm saying you're talking about when I'm old.
No, right now, Danny Rouillet.
Oh, right. Well, I have volunteered to coach my kid and their friends in games.
My kid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've done that.
Here's another one. Traveling. If health permits.
If health permits.
How's your health? Houtier?
I guess not that great.
Many enjoy traveling to visit. This is tough. To visit family, friends, or a new place. Here's a good one.
I want to visit a new place.
You'll actually like this one, bud.
Okay.
Reading.
I miss reading.
You should read. Super old people. It's just funny.
That's what it says.
Often spend time reading books, magazines, or newspapers. You won't read the newspaper.
Newspapers.
Here, I found it. This is it. Exercise.
Yeah.
Staying active is important.
Mm-hmm.
Many engage in walking.
Yep.
Swimming.
Nope.
Yoga.
Yeah.
Or gentle fitness classes.
Gentle fitness classes.
No pickleball. Attending classes. Lifelong learning is common. Many take classes or workshops in subjects of interest.
Can I tell you?
Have you thought about that?
Yeah, I have.
Participate in a club. You could like one of those like red hat clubs or whatever, where you guys all meet at Burger King in the morning.
Yeah. By the way, those are always so weird, man. You get like the deep suburbs or some sort of like out of the way place, and like you stop at Starbucks on a road trip, and there's just a social club that's
It's like
there.
30 guys in the same outfit.
Like, why are you guys here? What was the one you said a second ago? I had a bit about it.
I just X out
You
of
just
it.
got rid of it. Damn it.
Was it gentle exercising?
No. After that, whatever was after gentle exercising.
Socializing?
Damn it, it's gone.
That was a while ago.
Then the bit flew away. Point is, thanks for that.
Mm-hmm.
And
Stick
it sucks.
aside. Happy birthday. I'm
Thanks,
proud of you.
man. Thanks. And it was cool to see so many different people. I had a couple stand-up shows this weekend.
Yes.
Like so many people from our show came.
No
Which
way.
I thought was so nice. Yeah, I'll list them off. Ready? Grant. And it was great to see you.
Thank you.
It was so fun.
Well, in fairness, you were nowhere near Toby and you're nowhere near Darius.
I know. So like they're so like it would have been such a pain in the butt for Darius to
So
go.
the show on
Huge
Saturday,
pain in the butt for Toby to go.
Saturday was right near within 5 minutes of my house.
Yeah, so it wasn't a matter of inconvenience.
Friday was not near me, but it was wasn't near Darius.
Wasn't near Darius. Was it near? No, wasn't near Toby.
Was it walkable for anyone? Did you perform in the front yard of anyone who works?
Like if you picked up a rock, and you shouldn't because this would be vandalism, but you could throw it from the one building to where I was. It seems like.
So you're
Ryan.
What about Claire?
He didn't do that at any of my shows.
He was busy.
Here's my big butt.
In fairness, the guy's got a life.
He does.
He's got a girlfriend.
I kid. He's got
Yeah.
plenty of stuff going on. I always feel bad, making it seem like anybody has to come
Well,
to anything.
before you feel bad, let me read you a text from this weekend. So Clary hits me up.
Yep.
After he didn't go when the thing was right at his house.
Yeah, he was talking a big game about going.
Friday. So the next day, Saturday,
Mm-hmm.
he knew it was near my house. And he said that his girlfriend was interested in going. And he's like, what if we came over and we went? And I was like, yeah, cool. Thinking either come to my place first, pregame, go over there, whatever.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, that'd be super fun. We should do that. So I didn't hear from him like the entire day the next day. But also I'm not hitting him up every hour of the day. I'm with the kids and I'm at the preseason game. And I'm busy.
Of course.
But then, the plan is we're going to go to the comedy show on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
So as I get there, I don't see him or his girlfriend. And then I'm sitting down and I still don't see them anywhere. And I'm like, hey, are you guys still coming? Now, good news, bad news here.
Okay.
Bad news is he did not text me and say they were not coming.
Oh, okay.
So there's a chance that they're still coming. But I guess that would be the good news.
That's the
good news. The bad news is he didn't respond at all at any point until I saw him today when he walked into the studio. That was the next time I communicated with him. So they also didn't come to the time that I was going with them to the comedy show. But
Here's my
anywho,
big butt.
I enjoyed myself, and you missed a heck of a show. Danny killed it.
I know, I did. Now, I'm a bad friend. I'm a bad colleague, and I take full responsibility.
Well, certainly wasn't blaming Darius.
I know.
You have nothing to feel bad about.
It's okay, buddy.
But it's not about.
I can see by your sunburn you sat by the pool for 15 hours this weekend. What else did you do?
That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's his. Look, you owe us nothing when you leave this building.
Seriously.
Sit by the pool.
It's all good, man.
Do what your girlfriend says, like the basic stuff over the weekend that you're going to do. You should do that. You don't need to go see Danny do stand-up. Well, you see him do stand-up
I was going
here.
to say, 30 hours a week you're stuck in a room with me. We're all good, buddy.
But,
come to the next workout, maybe.
So you can make him throw up?
We can do that.
No, I mean,
I
you're
can
going to
throw up.
You're going to bail again.
No, I could throw up. I can do that.
You could, but you bailed on us last week.
He would never Christian.
This week I'll do it.
You're Garething.
Not corporate Clary. The Beltway Blitz is next on Grant and Danny. 5 o'clock, we're going to kick off our series all week long, every single day at 5. We get you ready for a fantasy football draft, break down another position. We'll talk quarterbacks today with Jamie Eisenberg. That's in 1 hour.
Here's my big butt.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, the Commanders signed Terry McLaurin to a 3-year extension today. 3 years, $96 million, $30 million signing bonus for McLaurin. NFL Cutdown Day comes up tomorrow at 4 o'clock. All the teams need to be down to 53. The Raiders wide receiver Jacoby Myers requested a trade today. The Bengals have restarted talks with their defensive end Trey Hendrickson on a contract, according to Jordan Schultz. Quarterback news around the league. The Vikings signed Carson Wentz. Eagles traded for Sam Howell from the Vikings and released Kyle McCord. In college football, Michigan's going to start their freshman quarterback Bryce Underwood. He was the number 1 overall recruit in this year's recruiting class. And in baseball, the Nationals have named Chris Zaber as their new chief revenue officer. He gets his role started today, overseeing ticket sales, corporate partnerships, and team events. He most recently worked with the Penguins in the same role. He also had worked with the Pirates and the Mets in ticketing before. Nationals begin a 3-game series in the Bronx against the Yankees tonight, 7:05 right here on The Fan. Brad Lord takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 4-6 with a 3.46 ERA. He'll take on Cam Schlittler, who is 1-2 with a 3.22 ERA. Nats and Yanks, 7:05 right here on The Fan. This August only, score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
The Grant and Danny program, live until 6:30 on The Fan. On Terry McLaurin got a 3-year extension from the Commanders today.
Die.
Brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. They'll help you to draft a last will and testament. They'll set up a living trust for you. And put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.day. I thought that might get you.
You got me.
Beltway Blitz time. We're going to cover the NFL, the Commanders, and right now, let's talk a little baseball. Mark Zuckerman, MASNsports.com. Mark, we'll get to the big club. I know we need to talk about them, and that's kind of the gig and all. Harleen Susana, man, he's on a roll in Double-A. This is the electric right-hander who came over in the Soto deal, 21 years old, touched 104 miles an hour yesterday, struck out double digits for the second straight start in Double-A. What's the chance we get to see him make a cameo in September?
Well, normally I would say no chance of that, but I was reminded yesterday when the subject came up about how they did this with Yohan Adon a few years ago. Remember, he pitched the final game of the season against the Red Sox, a game that meant a ton to Boston, and he pitched great. He struck out 9, and we all thought, oh, my God, who is this kid? He's going to be the future. It didn't quite work out that way for him. So I imagine there's going to be some hesitation towards doing something like that. But if Susana keeps pitching like this and shows that he's healthy, remember, he had a big injury scare earlier this year. You never say never. Certainly they're real pleased with this as far as the long term goes, but he's still really young, throws really hard. It'll be fascinating because obviously there's different people in charge now than there used to be. And so what are their motivations if they were to consider something like that? Is it to show everyone, hey, here's what we have? Is it to make a statement? Is it to, boost their own profile? Or are they more, reserved in their way of approaching these kinds of things and looking at the longer picture as opposed to the immediate flash that would bring?
Mark, I have the internet. I have the ability to watch these games on television, and I do. And I'm not telling you the overall record is good, and I'm aware of all the information. I will say they're 8-7 over their last 15 games. There's a friskiness. There's a scratching and clawing, to use some of the parlance, that this team is doing, and they're doing it with without a lineup that would probably win 80, 90 games over the course of a season. 8-7 over your last 15 ain't too shabby when you were, I think, 30 games under 500 at one point this year.
Well, and especially who they just played in the Phillies and the Mets. And now they're facing the Yankees here the next 3. They've been very competitive against these teams. To me, what stands out is 2 things. One is their 3 top starting pitchers, Gore, Cavalli, and Lord, are all pitching well enough and in some cases really well. and giving them a chance. They're 7-2 in the last 9 games started by those guys. Now, the other two guys, Irvin and Parker, aren't giving them a chance. They're 1-7 in those games with those two. But the big three, if we want to call them that, is giving them a chance. And the second part of the equation is the bullpen. Yes, the bullpen is suddenly a strength, and I don't know if that's got staying power or not. But at the moment, all these guys, they've just cobbled together with very little experience and very little track record. They're actually getting the job done, especially the left-handers. That's been a stunning development, but it turned a game like yesterday where they're down early, 3-0, doing nothing offensively. And because the bullpen just kept pumping out zeros, it gave them a chance where they actually came up in the 9th inning down a run and almost pulled it off.
Yeah, and I've got to say, while it's funny, like I feel like I've never been more wrong about anything, and like this guy is in the running for Cy Young at this point. Shinagawa, who I thought might as well, like, he could be cut by Hayfield High School if he tried out for their team, based on what I saw in spring training. I'm acting like this guy's had the greatest year ever. His ERA is over 5, but that kind of speaks to my expectations. Out of the bullpen, he's been really good. And left on left, getting guys like Harper and Schwarber and some tough customers, he's provided value, kind of slowing people away with his stuff.
It's the most unexpected development of the season, for sure. Because
wild.
Yeah, I mean, what we saw in spring training and in those couple of starts he made in July, you just said to yourself, this guy's not a big leaguer. He's just not. But in the relief role and in short bursts, he doesn't have to throw the fastball very much. We know that's his weakest pitch. He's keeping these left-handed sluggers off balance with slower, and even slower than that, and a lot of movement. He can be crafty and fire all his bullets. He doesn't have to save anything up because he's not going to face them again. He's only going to face them once. Now, eventually the book's going to get out, and teams are going to start to figure some things out. It's going to be up to him to see if he can actually do it. But if they're able to get anything out of him in a relief role and actually have him be a part of this thing moving forward, that's a huge win from what looked like a big L after they signed him for $3.5 million and what we saw from him in spring training and as a starter. It's a long way to go before we declare anything there, but some completely unexpected and a very positive development. It's actually a shame that they have the 3-batter minimum now. If you could really use him as a loogie and just bring him in to face 1 or 2 left-handed hitters like Schwarber and Harper, it could really be something. The problem's going to be against the righties, which he has to face every now and then.
Mark, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great week.
All right, thank you, guys.
We will see you, bud. Hit that NFL sounder. That's our pal Mike Jones of The Athletic. It's his music. Mike, this preseason is pretty much done and dusted in the books. Did your opinion of any team change based on their preseason?
No, not really. I don't think we got a large enough sample size to be able to say, hey, I fully, I see this. You know what I mean? It's like when we saw guys, in week 1 and week 2 and then that 3-quarter dress rehearsal in the old days, then you could really, be swayed on an opinion. But I didn't see anything from a team this preseason, that changed my mind on anything.
The Cleveland Browns kept 4 quarterbacks. Please explain that to me. And what's your take on the Shedeur Sanders reactions? It's almost like this is why teams wanted nothing to do with him. Like, he plays in the preseason, and there's these think pieces about how he's being sabotaged and, the team hates him. And, I mean, it's just wild what's being written about this guy.
Well, I mean, I can tell you there's division within that building about that guy. And there are people who think that he didn't get a fair shake. And then there's some people who point to reasons why he didn't get more opportunities, like from that same building. It's crazy. We're talking about a 5th-round pick.
But that's my point, right? He's like this lightning rod celebrity,
right?
Where like the talent, and I'm not saying he's terrible. He looked okay in a game. He looked terrible in another game. But like the talent does not equal all of the stuff that comes with it.
Yeah. I mean, and I myself even thought about writing something, and then I'm like, dude, this is a 5th-round pick. Like, yeah, they don't get a whole lot of snaps. They don't get a lot of reps, and he's looked really good the first week. And looked bad the next game, but he was doing it against some guys who are going to be working at FedEx next week. So it's too early. And it's okay that he's not ready. Give him more time to develop and have a real plan and be on the same page, which the Browns are not. And, they asked for this. They created this mess. And so, I guess it's mind-blowing, but not surprising.
If we agree that the Buffalo Bills win the AFC East, and if you disagree, please tell me, who finishes second?
I think Miami, if Tua can stay healthy, they are the closest to, there's still a lot of rebuilding going on in New England. There's, retooling and kind of rebuilding with the Jets and, experimenting. We don't know if Justin Fields is going to, be a quality full-time starter with them. So I'll go with Miami just because we know they've got a good offense if Tua is healthy. They've got some continuity on defense now for the first time in a while because Mike McDaniel didn't change defensive coordinators 3 straight years. This time he had the same guy. So I'll say Miami, even though I'm not, bullish on them.
Mike Jones of The Athletic with us. Micah Parsons in Dallas. We know that James Cook is back. We know that McLaurin got his deal. How does that one end? And what about Hendrickson in Cincinnati?
I still think that Jerry Jones will wind up finally opening up the checkbook and getting Micah Parsons taken care of, and it'll be a record-setting deal. And because this is just what we've seen Jerry Jones do. It'll be the 11th hour, and they'll get it done, and it'll just have all been for nothing, just the Jerry Jones way. Hendrickson, I don't know. I mean, it sounded like they were getting kind of close, and now it's gotten it's not gotten done. So then you're just kind of wondering, okay, is this going to drag off? Just because this is an organization in Cincinnati where they're not really committed to winning. I've talked to a number of people around the league who say, yeah, I mean, they are committed to doing just enough to be interesting and to sell tickets. And they've got Joe Burrow, and the only reason why they paid those wide receivers is because Joe Burrow demanded it. But this is silly. They had a really bad defense. They need all the horses they can get, and they haven't paid this guy. But again, they aren't a great organization, and so it kind of wouldn't surprise me if his dragged into the season some.
Mike, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great week.
All right, have a good one, guys.
We will see you soon. Hit that Local 53, please. Adam Kilgore covers the Local 53. That's why he's joining us here on the Beltway Blitz. Adam, your reaction. Terry McLaurin signed, sealed, delivered. Your thoughts?
Well, big picture, it's just like sound the trumpets. The most anticipated season in decades in Washington can now begin peacefully and happily for all involved. This is something that needs to happen. I think we all expect it to happen. But it's got to be a huge relief for all parties involved that it actually happened. Number two, I think Terry McLaurin did well for himself. The guarantees when those come out are going to tell the real story. But as far as the $32 million AAV, that's a touch more than most people I spoke with around the league expected. I had heard to expect something like in $28 to $30 million range, and he beat that by AAV. And again, that's not as important as the guarantees once we know those. But by that measure, he's like the 6th highest receiver in the whole NFL. So maybe his hold out and hold in ended up being worth it for him.
I mean, do you think when we get the actual numbers, I think the 96 is going to turn out to be the best case scenario, what it could be, and it's actually more like, and I don't know the numbers, but 3 and a lot less than that? Or do you think this is actually more authentic to what it might have been?
Well, I mean, the guarantees are certainly going to be less. I once we go to the particulars, I do think that 96 is probably. I guess I'd say, like most NFL contracts, I'd be surprised if Terry McLaurin sees the entire $96 million here. But, you never know. He's also one of the most durable and reliable and professional and skilled, wideouts in the entire NFL. So, I guess we'll see how it plays out. But yeah, I mean, I expect, any contract of this size, especially for a guy who is nudging up to 30, there's probably going to be a little bit of funny money in there.
Adam, when is it fair for us, the team, Terry, everybody involved, when is it fair to expect Terry to be full Terry?
Week 1, he's out there, he's playing. Look, I mean, he's going to his 7th year. He knows the system. I guess maybe there'll be a little bit of a ramp up. And certainly, if the last month of practice didn't matter, they wouldn't do it. But that being said, he's still the second best player on the team probably. And, once you put pen to paper, I think it's fair to expect him to show up and be himself.
Adam Kilgore of the Washington Post, been covering the Commanders throughout camp and the preseason. What are your biggest storylines to monitor going into cut down day tomorrow?
You know, I think it's going to be more so like how Adam Peters kind of turns the bottom of this roster as opposed to any big, surprise cuts. I don't think the way this roster is constructed right now, there's going to be, once the Brian Robinson situation got resolved, there's really no candidates to be a surprise cut. I guess there's always room for shocks, but there's nothing I'm really monitoring. I mean, there's probably 2 or 3 difficult decisions, but there's a lot of guys I think at the bottom of the 53 that the Commanders can feel pretty good about getting to the practice squad. So I think it's going to be really what the moves that Adam Peters and the front office makes, trying to sort of bolster some of the deep, down the roster kind of depth.
Adam, you just touched on it. Where do you think those difficult decisions are?
Probably how they want to manage the bottom of the defensive line. Do they feel like they have enough depth to put guys Eddie Goldman, Carl Davis, Sheldon Day? Do they want to put all 3 of those guys on the practice squad or try to get them there and sort of have their, second, third level depth be guys they will need to sort of elevate on game day? I think probably the most high profile one is what they do at quarterback with Josh Johnson. I think we all know that he beat out Sam Hartman for the 3rd quarterback job. Do they use a roster spot on a 3rd quarterback, or do they try to get Josh Johnson through the practice squad, or do they go shopping for a different guy? I thought Josh Johnson, as far as 3rd quarterbacks go, was pretty steady despite the 3 interceptions in the preseason game all camp. And they do have a little bit of consideration given that Marcus Mariota barely practiced at all, and it hasn't practiced in about a month with Achilles tendonitis. So the 3rd quarterback is maybe a little more important than it typically would be this time of year, just based on Mariota's health.
Adam Kilgore has crushed it on the Commanders beat this summer. Thank you. We appreciate you, buddy.
All right, fellas.
Thanks, Adam.
Be good. There you go. Check out his work in and at the Washington Post. We are going to be joined by Albert Breer of MMQB next. He's got some insight on how the McLaren deal came together today. So if you're interested, you'll want to hear that for sure. We'll get any specifics he has on some of the underlying numbers in the deal. Also, as soon as we return, the Commanders have released the first 6 players that they have cut. Those names are out. We will give you those next on Grant and Danny. Hey guys, it's Grant. FanDuel Futures Day is tomorrow, a new holiday for football fans. 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictions. I can't wait. Take a flyer on the MVP race, Jaden Daniels maybe. Crown your champion in August, perhaps the Commanders. Parlay your division winner and dark horses. Mark your calendars. This is your day for hunches and hot takes and predictions. Whatever odds that you can normally get, the odds will be better tomorrow. Visit the FanDuel app and start planning. Do it right now. Futures bets for a day of futures tomorrow. Futures Day is one day away, and it's only going to be one day. FanDuel, play your game. You got to go to FanDuel. If you don't have the app, download it. If you have it, start looking around and getting a game plan together. Must be 21, present in Virginia, gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, Terry McLaurin signed a 3-year extension with the Commanders today. 3 years, $96 million, $30 million signing bonus for McLaurin. Some cuts for the Commanders. The first round of cuts ahead of tomorrow's cutdown day. Wide receiver Michael Gallup, center Nick Harris, offensive tackle Tyree Phillips, defensive tackle Norrell Pollard, wide receiver Braylon Sanders, and cornerback Essing Bassi. Cutdown day comes up tomorrow at 4 o'clock. All teams need to be down 253. In baseball, the Nationals named Chris Zaber as their new chief revenue officer, overseeing ticket sales, corporate partnerships, and team events. Most recently worked with the Penguins in that same role. The Nats begin a 3-game series in the Bronx against the Yankees tonight, 7:05 first pitch right here on The Fan. Brad Lord takes on Cam Schlittler. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Third and goal. Daniels on the slant, caught, touchdown, McLaurin, his second of the half.
We'll catch up with Albert Breer of SI's MMQB in just a few. He's been plugged in on what's going on with Terry McLaurin throughout. In fact, Friday, he had the update that he felt like things were going better than was being reported.
Yeah, he has had the bellwether of all of it. Remember, he told us that it wasn't very good at all, and it was actually more acrimonious than people believed at first. He had the tide.
In the spring when he said that.
Absolutely. He had the tide turning here this past week, so he's been all over.
Here are some of the Commanders that got released today. They put out 6 names of the initial wave of cuts. They've got to whittle their roster all the way down to 53 and then their practice squad. Among their first cuts, wide receiver Braylon Sanders, who is a former DC defender, and a wide receiver Michael Gallup, who played with the Dallas Cowboys. Didn't really ever flash much to me in practice. Preseason wasn't particularly productive. He's trying to come back after missing a year last year. Going to be tough. Notably, otherwise, I wonder if they're going to keep an extra center. That's a tell because either Nick Allegretti could not start at right guard and be their backup center, or Allegretti will start at right guard in week 1 against the Giants, which would mean probably that Wiley and Connerly are splitting at tackle initially. So I'm waiting to see what they do with Michael Dieter, but the center, Nick Harris, was released. Nothing else particularly notable there, but those are some of the names in the first batch. Norrell Pollard, a defensive tackle, Tyree Phillips, a tackle, and then Essing Bassi, a cornerback, among the 6 that Washington cut. But let's go to the guest hotline right now. Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. That's where we find our buddy Albert Breer. And Albert, we were just singing your praises. Early on, you said it was worse than people thought. It certainly went longer than we anticipated. And then Friday, you had some good news we read on the air that maybe things were a little better than people thought they might be at that time. So let's just start with your reaction to the news today that they got something done and to these initial figures of $3 and $96 million.
Yeah, I mean, I think that these things can be difficult, like at times, and I think this one was particularly tough for a couple of different reasons. I think for the team, obviously they've got still relatively new people in there trying to establish precedents, trying to establish rules. And, the reality is when you're negotiating a contract like this, everyone else in the locker room is paying attention, right? Including their agents. And so, you got that element of it and a very data-driven, new regime that's coming in and how they're going to handle players. And then, on the other side of the table, you have a star player who has absolutely given you everything that you could possibly want from a player, from a professional, and who has ridden out some really tough times to get to where you are and where he is now. And so naturally, he's going to look at it as, I have invested so much in this franchise. And, rightfully so, he probably feels like he's owed something, right? So that can be a difficult spot for both sides to be in. They were pretty far apart at the beginning. They made up a lot of ground more recently. And, this just feels to me like one of those ones that just maybe needed a deadline, and the deadline's the beginning of the season, and you're getting closer and closer. and now you're about to break camp, or you have broken camp, and you're coming close to the deadline or to the cut down day, and I think what you see, at least on paper now, I haven't gotten a chance to dig into the nitty gritty of the contract, but this is $1 million short of where DK Metcalf was on APY on average per year. But the flip side, it's 1 year less than DK Metcalf. So the Commanders have 1 year less of control, one fewer year of control than the Steelers do over Metcalf. So I think that's your compromise there. And look, I never sensed that Terry wanted to be anywhere else but in Washington. And on the flip side, I know that Dan Quinn holds Terry McLaurin in the highest regard as somebody he could build his program around. So I think this is the conclusion we were bound to get to. And again, maybe it's just one of those where it takes a deadline to push everybody into the middle.
Albert, when did this go from acrimonious? I mean, it was to a degree. How much, I think only those parties that were in the room all the time would know.
Yeah.
When did it go from acrimonious to, hey, we might actually be able to get something done here?
Well, I mean, there's acrimonious, and then there's a different level of that, right? And so acrimonious is we vehemently disagree. I don't think it's ever got to the point where it was I can't play there anymore, or the team saying we can't have this around anymore. It was never at that point. Was there natural acrimony over the pace of the negotiations, over where the other side was? Yeah, I mean, but that's natural. I think that there was a pretty big disagreement on his value, and what complicated things, of course, was his age. And then he's turning 30 in September. No player wants to hear that, but there's a reality to it in the way that those things can factor into a player doing a new contract, And so did they have some really big disagreements on value? Yes, they did. Was this ever at a point where it's acrimonious to the degree where you're going to say, I can't play there anymore, or we can't have him on the team anymore? Not even close. I always got the sense that Terry wanted to play in Washington. And I have no doubt that the Commanders weren't even considering a scenario where McLaurin wasn't on the team in 2025.
Albert Breer on Grant and Danny. So, Albert, most of the time we wouldn't care about this, but because of the divisiveness and this being Peter's first real big opportunity to do a stare down like this, we're fascinated to see who caved and what the numbers actually look like. Do you know anything about the guaranteed money or the actual value of the contract?
Yeah, I mean, I just have the raw numbers that are out there. There's a $30 million signing bonus, which is something that's nice to get up front. I also know that this is I believe this is the biggest contract ever done for it might be non-quarterback, but at least receiver of Terry's age. So, he gets that feather in his cap. The guarantees, of course, as you guys know, is where the rubber meets the road. And so I guess this is what they would call his age 30 season, right? The key to me will be what's in his age 32 season. I think you can fairly assume that this year is guaranteed, that most, if not all, of next year is guaranteed. So to me, the most interesting number, and I think what you guys are going to want to dig into and see is what portion of his number for 2027 is guaranteed. Because it's, obviously this year, he's getting his money this year, right? That's not even a debate. So then the question becomes, did he get an extra year or did he get 2 extra years? I think that'll be the interesting one to look at.
So you mentioned the new regime coming in and sort of setting the tone. I mean, it's a fine line to walk because you need to be smart in terms of hoarding your salary cap space and, being able to build a roster to help guys win, but you also want to take care of people. How did they do kind of this first go around in your mind? Again, it's a tough tightrope to walk.
Yeah. And I think one of the keys to me was allowing Dan Quinn to be the football coach and Cliff Kingsbury to be the offensive coordinator, and making sure that those relationships were always where they needed to be. And I think that's important, because, in the end, sometimes there can be hard feelings that are left over from a negotiation like this. And so setting it up in a way where, the guys who are going to be hands-on with Terry when the season starts those guys were in his corner. You know what I mean? Like those guys, there wasn't really any sort of issue that they were going to have with Terry there. So I like that. You know, and I also think that, like, just as far as setting the tone for the negotiation, showing discipline but not costing any games, I think has to be a win. Now, would you rather have this done at the beginning of training camp? Absolutely. And is there some lessons that maybe the Commanders can take from this? Sure. You know, but in the end, he's not going to miss any games. You would hope, like, and I think everybody, you know, whether you root for the Commanders or any of the other 31, like everybody who likes football is hoping that this doesn't go the way that CeeDee Lamb's season went last year, where the hamstring was a problem, coming out of a lengthy holdout. But I think overall, the Commanders come out of this looking better than the Bengals do right now with Trey Hendrickson, better than the Cowboys do with Micah Parsons, and you know, for a team in its first go around in this sort of situation, it's you know, that's a good thing. And hey, here's the other thing too, guys. Like I've always felt this way, and I've said this to people from the very start of it. Like the one thing that the Commanders 100% had going for them there is there was never going to be a problem with paying Terry McLaurin. They were always going to be able, no matter what they gave him, whether it was 30, 35, 40, whatever it was, right? They were always going to be able at the end of this to point to Terry McLaurin and look everybody in the rest of the locker room in the eye and say, that's what we pay. That's the kind of person that we pay. That's the kind of pro that we pay. That's the kind of player that we pay. And that to me is like what protects the Commanders in this whole thing, is like no matter what you give him, he is a shining example of what they're going to reward. And, you know, obviously that's a really good thing. And I know, you know, guys like Dan Campbell and Cliff and everybody else there are pretty grateful that, you know, in inheriting a situation that was broken in a lot of ways, they got a player like that they can point to in that way.
Albert Breer, check him out, SIMMQB, monitoring the entire league. Hey, real quick, what else are you working on? What are some of the big stories you got?
Oh, we got a lot going on right now, Dan. Grant, you know that. Like, so I had my 26th training camp stop today. So
you made it to how many?
26?
Yeah, I'm 6 short. I'm 6 short.
You were slacking. What happened?
Well, I'll tell you. Like, I think 32 is impossible in this day and age. John Clayton, God rest his soul, used to find a way to pull off 32. I think that was back in the days of two-a-days, and he might have fibbed a little where he maybe like drove by one of the camps and just waved.
Quick selfie, yeah.
Camp.
Does the 26, if you hit a joint practice, you can knock out 2, right?
Right, and those can be tricky though. Like those are like, and I think you guys have been to those. Those are kind of a cluster, you know. So when I've gone to those, what I try to do is I try to go to the visiting team's hotel the night before, and that's actually what kind of created the situation for me last week when I was with the Commanders. I was going to do the Commanders-Ravens joint practice, and then they canceled it. Right, so I can't remember which team. I think maybe it was the Ravens that canceled it. I can't remember, but at any rate, like then I was like, okay, like what do I do? And I will tell you guys that driving from Owings Mills, Maryland, to Ashburn, Virginia, like I was like 70 miles, and it said like an hour and a half on the Maps app. And I'm like, that's 70 miles. I can do that. And you know how you try to beat it. So I'm like, I could do that in under an hour.
Good luck with that.
You can't do it in under an hour. It's a lot of back roads. I drove by like a cigarette outlet, which I hadn't seen one of those in probably 25 years. The sweetest corn in 3 states was one of the signs I drove by there. So it was that was one of the more interesting days of the last month for me.
I hope you got some sweet corn in your travels.
It's very sweet.
It's like a lot of the farm stands out there are really cool. Actually, that was you're driving over. I can't. Is it 17? What's the 15? Whatever it was, you're driving over the Maryland-Virginia state line. It was kind of a cool little drive there. One of those things that you probably won't ever see again if not for doing these sorts of things, you know.
Well, we'll be tracking and reading everything.
There's a covered bridge, too, if you guys want to check that out. There's a covered bridge that I drove through across the state line.
Ooh, okay. I dig that.
Yeah.
That's way out west there, yeah.
No, the content's been awesome. The travel was well worth it because the stories and all of the insights been great. Keep it up, and thanks for a couple minutes.
No, thanks, Grant. I appreciate that. Have a good one, guys.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Well, there's Albert Breer, MMQB, NSI, with us on Grant and Danny. You can check out his work there. Coming up at the top of the hour, we will have our fantasy series getting underway all week long, right at 5 o'clock. Fantasy at 5. We're going to get you ready for your drafts. Quarterbacks is the position group we're diving into today. Next, Brian Robinson met with the media out in San Francisco, had some thoughts on the Commanders trading him you will want to hear. Plus, we'll dive back into the Terry McLaurin extension, a new contract. It is done. You're listening to The Fan. coming up at 5 o'clock, just over 10 minutes from now, Jamie Eisenberg will talk fantasy football with us all week long, right at 5 o'clock. We're going to do fantasy at 5. So we'll pick a different position every day. Quarterbacks today, receivers or running backs tomorrow, and then the other of the two on Wednesday. We'll go tight ends and defense to round out the week. But we'll do deep dives. Hopefully you guys have fantasy drafts coming up. We'll get you ready for those. In fact, we are currently sifting through all of the folks that want to come into the Grant and Danny Listener League. We are drawing names as we speak. The guys are getting the league together behind the scenes. Dad, how did things turn out? I know several hundred people that wanted to be in our fantasy league, which is awesome. Where are we at in the process? You guys are starting to pull names already? What's going on?
Yes, names are being pulled. We are getting this league together. The amount of entries, thank you to everyone who wants to be in. It's
really
an
appreciate
honor,
that.
Yes, that everybody wants to join the Grant and Danny Show Listener League. But unfortunately, we only have 11 spots. So we'll see who those 11 people here are by the end of the show.
Because we've got ourselves, and then we've got the defending champion.
Correct. Yes, the defending champion, Scott, will be returning.
Are we doing a move again where we share teams to make room for more people?
That'd be correct, yes.
Totally fine with that, by the way. I just
For sure.
was clarifying.
So there will be a Grant and Danny team, and then there will be a Producers Room team.
Love that. And we're doing the draft at Pupatella Pizza in Springfield on a Wednesday night.
It's going to be so much pizza.
Lots of pizza.
Lots of pizza.
So I think we should invite anybody that wants to come out.
Oh, absolutely.
You can watch the draft. You can hang out with your pals. If you want to come out to Springfield and have a pizza dinner or whatever, we're going to be there drafting a football team. So you can, watch some TV and hang out with the boys and be merry. Nats game will be on at Yankee Stadium as well, which will be good.
Great for Ryan. He loves the Yankees.
That's true. Ryan gets to watch he's not going to come, remember.
It's a work thing, so maybe he comes.
He didn't come last year.
He
That's
does.
true. He skipped
Is
it
there a
last
video
year.
element?
No.
Are we streaming the video? Can he tell us to get on the stream?
Can you guys stop the stream? Yeah,
So-
you're right. He may not come.
He didn't come last year. That's a good point.
I had to draft our team all by myself.
Wow.
Yeah.
Reoccurring theme here. But it's going to be a lot of fun. If you guys do want to come, if you like fellowship and tomfoolery, then hang with us. Toby will be there. Toby, are you coming? Possibly.
That's the plan.
All right. Very good.
Assuming I'm not puking from a workout.
Damn it.
Oh, you're not going to do that Wednesday,
It's
are you?
Wednesday. We're doing it.
No, but you're not going to do it this week.
Yeah.
Toki, are your arms even recovered yet? You couldn't
He's
even.
fine.
He couldn't move his arms on Friday.
We're all good, man. We're all
So
good.
Lift him over your head. Let me see.
It's not possible. I'm
You
scared.
still can't?
No, we're good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Full movement.
Full range of motion.
Are you going to back off a little bit this week? With
We're just going to do something different.
a lot less
No, it's different.
strenuous?
Different.
Yeah, I would keep going back to the same personal trainer for sure.
Oh, stop it.
Although, how were all your personal training classes that you took? Pretty good. What was your favorite class that you took?
Wait, I don't know what bit you're doing.
The bit of you have no idea what you're just blind leading the blind over here.
I
You know how to work out for yourself as a D1 athlete who's a fit gentleman.
Sure, I'm sort of trying to say, hey, let's try this together. We're working out together.
It didn't work out very well, is all I'm saying. Are you going to do a little more research on what a newcomer should be doing in the gymnasium or no?
Listen, you're trying to drag him out. Don't you do
No,
that.
I'm not dragging him out. He should go. I'm saying you need to not make him
you're
throw
trying
up.
to. Oh, I see what you're trying to do instead. Yeah.
He's going. That's great. He
Yeah.
should work out. That makes you a better person.
Yeah.
I'm saying you
Me.
maybe should. This isn't Danny. This
Right.
is Toby.
Right.
What if we cater to work out for his skill set?
Yes.
Have we considered that?
Yeah. Oh, totally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Anyways, Darius, do the people that you pick to be in the league have to be able to come to the draft in person? I think that should be a priority.
Yeah, it's definitely been a priority in years past. It's
Okay.
it's a part of the whole experience.
It's kind of like
hanging out with the guys.
We have a league all season, but it's kind of a one night big deal.
Sure.
I would say.
Yeah, and what's
It's like
awesome
a show party with listeners.
in years past, I don't even know how to access this thing, but people do it. The league chat was always hopping of like G&D shtick and listeners talking to each other. That's really, really cool. I love that kind of element that got fostered with that. So that kind of continues on from that night of bits. But yeah, it's really about eating pizza that night and drafting a foosball team.
And we're only 2 days away. So you will find out if you're in the league by the end of tonight. You're going to be reaching out to people in the next several hours.
That'd be correct. And I just got the big draft board in the mail yesterday, so we'll have the big draft board.
yeah,
with
the big
stickers
draft
and
We
board.
everything.
have a draft board.
Yeah, just like we did last year.
With stickers.
It's gonna be awesome.
We're throwing it back old school. I love that.
We'll get the big group picture with the guy at the trophy and everything. It'll be great.
Very good. Have we discussed the trophy being there?
Details still being worked out there.
Yeah. It might be a trophy, not the trophy.
I mean, we know where the trophy is. Have we been in consultation with the trophy holder?
To be determined.
Sounds like no to me.
That was a word for no.
There's a lot
Some
of words. NO is easier.
I didn't say no.
Okay.
You did not say no.
But he wouldn't say it either. Jamie Eisenberg, speaking of fantasy, let's talk about the quarterback position. At 525, we're taking up to 630. Terry's reputation. We all just kind of forgive and forget and move on, right? Is anybody actually going to hold any of this against him moving forward? Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is brought to you by Staples. In the NFL, the Commanders signed Terry McLaurin to a 3-year extension today. 3 years, $96 million, including a $30 million signing bonus. Also for the Commanders, their first round of cuts, 6 guys. Wide receiver Michael Gallup, center Nick Harris, offensive tackle Tyree Phillips, defensive tackle Norrell Pollard, wide receiver Braylon Sanders, and cornerback Essing Bassi. Other news around the NFL, Joe Mixon's going to miss at least the first 4 games of the season for the Texans. Raiders wide receiver Jacoby Myers has requested a trade, and the Bengals have restarted contract talks with defensive end Trey Hendrickson, according to Jordan Schultz. In baseball, the Nationals named Chris Zaber as their chief revenue officer. He'll oversee ticket sales, corporate partnerships, and team events. He most recently worked with the Pittsburgh Penguins in the same role. He's also had experience working with the Pirates and the Mets in ticketing. For the Nationals, they begin a 3-game series in the Bronx against the Yankees tonight. 7:05 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. Brad Lord gets the ball for the Nationals. He is 4-6 with a 3.46 ERA. He'll take on Cam Schlittler, who is 1-2 with a 3.22 ERA. Nats and Yanks, 7:05 right here on The Fan. Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 9/13 and save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
In 10 minutes, I want to dive into whether or not Terry McLaurin's holdout turned hold-in turned issue with the team is going to cost him in any way with fans, or is that all forgotten as of today as he gets as an extension? We're going to talk about that in 10 minutes right here on Grant and Danny. But it is 5 o'clock on this Monday. We told you earlier in the show all week long right now, we're going to do 10 or 12 minutes on fantasy football and preview a position with a fantasy expert whose work we enjoy following and who we think will provide great insight for you guys as you get ready for your draft. So without further ado, let's kick it off. Jamie Eisenberg, fantasy football NFL analyst for CBS Sports, is with us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Jamie, we appreciate it. And on day one, we've chosen to talk quarterbacks, and you are the guy to help us. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you? Thanks for having me.
Great, buddy.
Very well. To the people that have already had drafts before this week, what do you say to them?
I say I hope you got a discount on Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt and you didn't overdraft Brian Robinson.
Tip of the cap, sir.
Yeah, localize. You know your audience here. You're cutting a promo. All right, let's talk QB. So give us a couple of guys the arrow's trending up on, down on this draft season.
I think it's kind of one of those positions where you have a very strong group at the top, and then it's a big middle, and then a lot of guys that you can get some good value on. You know, some of the late round guys that I like, which the arrows would be pointing up, would be Drake May, Trevor Lawrence, Jordan Love, despite the thumb injury. Still Justin Herbert to an extent. You know, there are some good late round quarterback options, but really it's the guys at the top and when you want to commit to drafting them. So that's Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Jaden Daniels, Joe Burrow, and Jalen Hurts. Those are in a different tier than everybody else.
Apologies, Dammy. What rounds make sense? I mean, there's always going to be the overzealous person who's so excited and does it in round 2 or, you know, back in round 1 or early round 3, et cetera. I see you let them have theirs. But what round makes sense to grab one of those marquee guys? And then what round sort of makes sense generally for part of that middle pack that you're talking about?
So I think it depends on, you know, if you start 3 receiver leagues or 2 receivers, that's kind of going to determine for me at least when I'm going to dip my toe into the quarterback pool. The earliest, though, would be round 3. You know, we kind of see that as a little bit of a lull because the tier break between the running backs and the receivers is kind of at that spot. So if you're not thrilled with the group of running backs like Alvin Kamara and maybe some of the rookies like R.J. Harvey or Trevion Henderson, you're not sold on the older wide receivers like a Mike Evans or Tyreek Hill or Devontae Adams, you know, the quarterback should be sitting there. So I think the first 3 guys will probably come off in terms of Jackson, Allen, and Daniels in that spot. And then early round 4 is when you'll see Burrow or Jalen Hurts. And also scoring matters, whether it's 6 points for passing touchdowns or 4 points, whether Burrow goes ahead of a guy like Hurts or behind him.
Is there any real case to be made, Jamie, that Lamar Jackson shouldn't be QB1 off the board? And then give me the tiers of that top group. You mentioned, I think you said Jackson, Allen, Daniels, Hurts, Burrow, something like that as a top 5. Like, give us an idea of what the tiers are even within that 5.
So I put them all in the same tier because last year Burrow was the number 2 quarterback. You know, he could be the guy that throws for 5,050, you know, like we saw Mahomes once upon a time. I kind of just lumped them all together. But if we were going to separate them, I put the first 3 as Jackson, Allen, and Daniels, and then a slight break between Burrow and Hurts just because I think based on what the first 3 guys do with their legs and as passers, I kind of separate them a little bit. Hurts, if he decided to throw the ball more, I think would be in that group. But I don't think they're going to commit to throwing the ball as much as long as Saquon Barkley is healthy. So there's a little bit of a tier break there between the first 3 and the second 2. And then I didn't get to your other question in terms of the middle tier guys. So when you get to that group of Mahomes and Baker Mayfield, Bo Nix, I put Dak Prescott in that group as well. The earliest I want to draft those guys is like round 6. But Mahomes, if Rice's suspension, or Rashee Rice's suspension, which we're not going to know until most likely after the first 4 weeks of the season, is minimal, I think Mahomes could challenge to be in the top 5. But I don't think if he doesn't have Rice for the majority of the season, I think it kind of puts him just slightly behind those guys.
So I'm glad you brought him up. And Jamie Eisenberg is our guest from CBS as we talk a little fantasy football here on Grant and Danny. We'll do a different position every day right at 5 o'clock this week to get you ready for your drafts. Mahomes, I think there's a case to be made. He's the greatest quarterback of all time this deep into his career. He's outpacing and outperforming in every way. Tom Brady is an example who people have with that distinction. But it's been 3 seasons since he was a beast statistically. I don't know what I'm missing. Like, it was barely 4,000 the last couple of years with mid-20s touchdowns. He doesn't really run a lot at all. Like, what am I missing about him to be the QB6 in fantasy football?
Well, I think first off, the expectations the last 2 years were unrealistic for what everybody was thinking. Exactly what you're saying, which I don't disagree with. You know, he's tracking still to be, you know, arguably the best quarterback of all time. And so for them, it was more, I think, about wins, getting to the end of the season, make sure everybody was healthy, and then sort of flipping the switch. We saw it 2 seasons ago when it worked in the 2023 campaign. It didn't work as much, obviously, in 2024. But right now it looks like their offensive line is going to be maybe as strong as it's been in the last couple of years. And hopefully the receiving corps will be as strong as it's been the last couple of years, maybe ever for Mahomes, because if he has Rice for the majority of the season, you saw what Xavier Worthy was at the end of last season. Marquise Brown is a very underrated third receiver. They have a couple field stretchers and a guy like Tyquan Thornton, for example, which could open up some things. And then we'll see what Travis Kelce has left. So I'm curious to see if it's going to be, okay, we've stacked our Super Bowl rings. We're still going to be in the mix, but maybe now it's padding my legacy a little bit and trying to get back in that MVP conversation that he was left out of last year because of Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow and obviously Josh Allen. So that's the hope, is that he comes out and says, you know, I'm going to be aggressive, attack, not just wait for, you know, Andy Reid to say, go get me a touchdown. Let's do that on every other drive. And if that happens, he could be one of the best statistical quarterbacks. So the value is much better. The expectations are more in check. And if he fails as a round 6 pick, you're okay with it comparatively to where he was last year as a round 2 pick.
Jamie, I have what in fantasy what I always call my Curtis Martin corollary, which is we're always looking for the next big thing, and we ignore the boring, dependable good thing, to the tune of a guy that's like top 5 all time in rushing and a great fantasy player almost every year in Curtis Martin. I never owned him just because I was like, this is so boring. It's going to break down. I want the new exciting thing. Where's that with quarterback? And are we missing value maybe on some guys that are kind of old, faithful, and dependable, even if they're names that are, you know, aren't that exciting to us anymore?
Yeah, I think, you know, that's a great comparison. I think the old dependable guys, or at least the, you know, I don't want to say they're old, but the dependable guys feel like Dak Prescott is a good one because when he's been healthy, he's been one of the better fantasy quarterbacks, and part of the reason why Dallas has good regular seasons and not great playoff runs. And so now you're adding George Pickens to CeeDee Lamb and Jake Ferguson and probably a bad run game, and we could see a lot of high-scoring affairs for the Cowboys from an offensive standpoint, so I like him. Jared Goff is coming off a great season. I think they're going to take a little bit of a step back because it's kind of unrealistic to expect them to lose their coordinator and 2 offensive linemen and to still be as good as they were. But, you know, you're seeing maybe an additional weapon in Tesla and, you know, the same cast of characters with maybe a better year for Jameson Williams. So Jared Goff is going to still be one of the better quarterbacks and probably continually underrated. And then you have, you know, some of the guys that if you just wait on the position, you know, again, Justin Herbert, C.J. Stroud, Tua Tagovailoa, you know, they're not going to be great. And they may have some, you know, clearly flaws. You know, the Chargers are going to run the ball a lot. The Dolphins have a lot of questions with everything. But, you know, Tua's a year removed from leading the NFL in passing yards. C.J. Stroud was a huge bust last year. But, you know, if he bounces back and maybe has a better receiving core because everybody's healthy now, can also deliver some. So you can get some good play fantasy production from that position without having to spend a lot of draft capital on it.
So to that point, and Jamie Eisenberg of CBS is with us on Grant and Danny talking fantasy quarterbacks. I have done this for years where I won't draft a QB before, like, I don't know, rounds 12 to 15. And I'll forever it was, your like Derek Carr, Jared Goff, essentially, like that type of player. And it would just be 4,000 yards, 29 touchdowns, and I wasn't going to win or lose the league on that. But it seems like the way now things have trended with the running quarterbacks and the touchdowns that are 6-pointers, that is putting me behind more and more. Are those days done, or do you still not have a problem with that philosophy?
It worked out great last year. If you just look at average draft position and then finish 5 quarterbacks that were drafted after basically pick 100 overall. Jared Goff was also in that range. Bo Nix was not drafted in the majority of the leagues. There were a lot of guys that you just got, lucky with that they performed at the level that they did. And I think that's where the position's at, to be honest with you. It's like, while they're not always great NFL quarterbacks, they're able to produce at a high level. And like you said, the running quarterbacks sort of changed that. So one of my favorite guys that for some reason is still going late is Drake May. All they've done is given them a better offensive coordinator, rebuilt their offensive line, rebuilt their receiving core. And he was on pace last year for his 10 healthy games to be third among quarterbacks in rushing yards with about 630. So you can get him for free on draft day. I have him as a top 12 quarterback, but Fields is very polarizing. Obviously, what he's going to do with his legs is going to probably supersede what he does with his arm. But he's great for fantasy, better than in reality. Now you have Daniel Jones. So last time we saw him as a full-time starter, 3,700, which is, only 16 quarterbacks have ever done that in NFL history. Maybe Anthony Richardson gets back in there. Kyler Murray is falling on draft day. So there's a lot of different ways you can go with the position. For me, I tend to wait just because if I don't get one of those top 5 guys, I'm probably just going to play it out and get the value as the draft goes on.
I know we're focused on quarterbacks, Jimmy, but and this is kind of more of a general question. You're one of the experts I'm really a big fan of. Just in terms of your approach this year, it's hard to find consensus on almost anything at the top of the board, the middle of the board, sort of, et cetera. Just sort of where are you generally, you kind of answer this now, but go into it. Where are you normally drafting quarterbacks, and how are most of your rosters and teams kind of set up here as you go about your leagues?
Yeah, I really, when it comes to quarterback, I'm looking for the best value that I can possibly get. So I did a draft last week. It depends with other fantasy analysts because we're all sort of playing the quarterback waiting game. So I got Lamar Jackson like in the round 5 range, round 4, round 5 range. So if I see one of those top 5 guys, fall past round 4, it's just easy to select them and just kind of figure out the rest. Generally, I'm living in the middle to the back end of my top 12, which is Bo Nix, Dak Prescott, Drake May, Justin Fields, Kyler Murray, and then if I take those guys and I don't love a lot of the late round value on certain players, I'll take an upside play on a guy like Trevor Lawrence. I think will benefit in a major way with the addition of Liam Cohen and Travis Hunter. Again, I think Jordan Love will bounce back because he played through 2 injuries last year. So there's good number 2 quarterbacks that you can find. In a lot of cases, depending on how your league goes, you may find them on waivers, early in the season. So for me, I tend to load up on running backs and receivers early. I'll take the value on one of the top 3 tight ends, which would be Brock Bowers, Trey McBride, or George Kittle. But for quarterback, I tend to wait on the position and try and find one of the late round values that hopefully will hit, like I said last year, find one of those top 10 guys later in the draft.
2 QBs. I'll let you out on this one that I'm just curious about this season. What are your expectations statistically for Bryce Young in Carolina and same division, Michael Penix in Atlanta, first year as a starter?
So another, pair of quarterbacks that you can wait for more as number 2 options. You could throw J.J. McCarthy in that conversation too, just another young quarterback. But the 2 you asked about specifically, look, they showed some nice things at the end of last season. Bryce Young, after getting benched, he bounced back. I think getting Adam Thielen back was big for him because he missed the start of the season with a hamstring injury. And now you throw Tedero McMillan in there, maybe a solid receiving core that's going a little bit underrated, especially if Jalen Coker gets some more playing time as well. So I do think Bryce Young's going to have a good season. I just don't know where his ceiling lies personally. We're talking maybe 21, 22 points per game in the 6 points per passing touchdown league. So not a huge ceiling, but good enough to be in the top 12 conversation. And look, for Michael Penix, they averaged over 30 points per game last year as an offense, as a team, I should say. Great running back, 2 great wide receivers, maybe still a good tight end, a defense that's going to struggle so they could throw the ball a lot. I don't love the offensive line injuries that they're dealing with right now, but it wouldn't shock me if he's in that top 12 conversation as well. So that division's bad. They're going to have a chance for some shootouts. And so if you do miss on the position, those are two guys that can certainly be, again, the type of quarterback that I mentioned that could creep into that top 10 conversation by the end of the year.
Jamie, keep up the great work, man. I'm a fan. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for joining us.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
Check out Jamie's work at CBS. Hopping on Grant and Danny every day at 5, different position. Tomorrow we will talk running backs. So excited to be able to help get you guys ready for your drafts and selfishly get ourselves ready for the Grant and Danny Listener League
A little
draft.
bit of that, yeah.
Pupatella in Springfield on Wednesday night. Darius, Ryan, Toby putting the league together, finalizing everything. So you will hear from them if you made the league. A lot of people trying to get in, and we are pulling names and finalizing things today. You'll hear from them tonight, and then we draft on Wednesday. But let's get back to the story of the day. A lot of people getting out of the office right now driving home. Terry McLaurin got a deal done with the Washington Commanders. 3 years and $96 million is what was announced. That's inevitably going to be kind of what's the maximum possibility here. You'll notice that there's no guaranteed money announced still, which means that the agent is not putting that out with these terms. You'll notice that there are a lot of other questions about the specifics, the semantics of the deal. But what's really important is the national nightmare is over.
Yeah, signed.
Terry McLaurin and the team have struck a deal. He's going to be on the practice field tomorrow, and that means he is going to be ready to play against the New York Giants. I think on a pitch count, probably not as many snaps as he would have played if he had a full offseason. They've got to get him into football shape over the next 2 weeks leading up to that game. But he is back. He is with the team, and he is going to be a non-distraction moving forward, which is significant because they really didn't have any other distractions in an otherwise harmonious build-up to the season.
It was the cloud. I mean, the only other stuff is a matter of football stuff. Did they do enough in the preseason? Did they get enough out of the joint practices and the workouts? Do we care that they look kind of lethargic and not that great in their 3 games? Those are normal, regular old run-of-the-mill football conversations that will have time in memoriam. And that's fine. And that's what it's supposed to be, by the way, is everything is second-guessed. If you play your starters too much in the preseason and you get a Clinton Portis injury, is that a problem? If you don't play them enough and they look lethargic in week 1, is that those are great conversations they should be had. This was the only cloud. I mean, this was really the first major fork in the road for Peters and company. I mean, we're not at the point where we can and should be too critical of any draft picks just yet, even guys that haven't shown a whole heck of a lot because it's still so early. No one's writing the book in any of them. No one knows about this particular draft class, although things look promising. Jaden Daniels was a smash in year number 1, and you enter a new elite, wonderful conversation going into year 2. This was the first challenge. This was the first time where we're all sitting there going, how are you going to act? What are you going to do? How are you going to handle this? And that kind of long saga that was drawn out where they weren't giving in and weren't giving ground has now ended finally, and it's with one of their most important players, one of their leaders, one of the dudes, back in the fold for this year. That's the part I'm most excited about.
Tom Pelissero of NFL Media during that interview actually came out with this, and Toby will have some deets for you in the update coming up in just a few. But 4-time Pro Bowler Trey Hendrickson and the Bengals are closing in on a new contract.
Who would have thunk it?
So you've got McLaurin and the Commanders today, Hendrickson and the Bengals apparently on the precipice of a deal. Still no Micah Parsons with the Dallas Cowboys. So that one, I don't know how that's going to end, honestly. That one is angrier on the player side. That one seems to have the most animosity of all of them, whereas he and the owner agreed to a deal verbally, but then the agent wasn't involved, and the agent and the player probably had some kind of exchange where that wasn't pleasant. The player goes back and says, essentially, you tricked me into this. Don't talk to me. Talk to my agent. So there's actually some bad blood there right now, it feels like, where he's come out and thrown on the notes app, I don't want to play for the Cowboys. But on the same day, deadlines get deals. This is why I've been circling Monday the 25th over the last 3 weeks or so. It just felt to me like that's when the season starts. Cutdown day is right now at facilities all over the country. You are forming your roster down to 53. The first practice with the actual football team is tomorrow. And so the date I was working from was everything before this is training camp and the preseason. Regular season mode, the switch gets flipped on August 25th. And that's why if nothing happened today and McLaurin still wasn't showing up, this is when I was going to start screaming and losing, my voice. Didn't have to. And the Bengals, it sounds like, via this same deadline, were able to get something done with Trey Hendrickson. But here's what I want to get into next. I want to touch the people and get the opinions of you guys on this, because really it's not something I can answer. This is about your mindset as a fan base. Does Terry's reputation moving forward in any way reflect this? He was such a model citizen, such a true pro. He did everything the right way for so long. And then this was kind of ugly. He did a lot of things, the likes of not going to a preseason game and, holding out throughout minicamp and training camp and press conferences off site where he's talking about not being appreciated and did what he had to do to get paid, but no one has done this. All of the people that have come through this building, we've never had a holdout turned into a hold-in, turned into acrimony like this. It was Terry McLaurin who was willing to go the farthest to get paid. To that, I say good on him, kudos, but that's certainly not the way that all the fans were responding the entire way. Does his reputation take a hit, or is this just the ugly way that the sausage gets made? And now that it's over, no harm, no foul, we'll shake hands and move on. 800-636-1067. We'll get your thoughts on that next. 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my pals, my friends, my realtors. That's Reynolds & Power Home Team with Keller Williams. Quite simply, they are the best at this. And what is this? That's getting your home sold fast and for top dollar. Now, not every homeowner situation is the same. That's why Reynolds & Power Home Team gives you options. Whether you want maximum value on the open market or the speed and certainty of a cash offer, they put you in control of the process. And here's that game-changing guarantee. If your home for some reason doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price that you agree on. This is their guarantee. They sold our place a handful of years ago. We had a little bit of time. We had some, a little bit of cushion. So we took our time. Turns out we didn't need it. Got an all-cash offer, way over asking. Whole thing was done in a weekend with only a handful of showings that they booked right away. They are amazing at this, getting you the most for your asset and the security of the guarantee. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds & Power Home Team now to find out more about the guarantee at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or go to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. In the NFL, the Commanders agreed to a new deal with Terry McLaurin, a 3-year extension worth $96 million, $30 million signing bonus for Terry. Also in the NFL, the Bengals and Trey Hendrickson agreed on a new deal. He's going to get a $14 million raise for this season. He'll make $30 million this year, but no added years. He's going to be a free agent after this season. Joe Mixon is going to miss the first 4 games of the season for the Texans, at least the first 4, and Raiders wide receiver Jacoby Myers has requested a trade. In baseball, the Nationals in the Bronx to take on the Yankees for 3 starting tonight at 7:05. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Brad Lord takes the hill for the Nationals. He'll take on Cam Schlittler of the Pinstripes. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life lifetime vehicle coverage. And all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Grant and Danny on The Fan. All right, Darius, little instrumental 21 questions, 50 Cent. We feel good about this. Do you remember any of the questions, Danny, at all?
I didn't even know that's what this was.
You a 50 Cent guy?
Yeah, I know some 50 Cent a little bit, but I didn't know that this was 21 questions or that there actually were questions in the song.
Let's see. What are some clean ones here?
Got to scan a little
bit. If I fell off tomorrow, would you still love me? That's a good one. If I didn't smell so good, would you still hug me? That one plays.
Yeah, sure.
Got to be careful here. If I got locked up and sentenced to a quarter century, could I count on you to be there and support me mentally?
Wow, that's a big ass.
Lyricist.
That's 25 years.
That is a bar, actually. I used to love this song. This was my jam. If I went back to a hoopty from a Benz, let me just make sure. Yep.
Double check that.
Would you proof and disappear like some of my friends? Nope, can't do that one. Any hoodles. 21 questions.
21 questions.
50 Cent. Way to go, Darius. You know, Darius has picked up his game ever since he played that Shrek song that one time. It seems to me like he's really starting to take this song thing more seriously. Remember when he played the Shrek song?
No, which is it?
Danny
One
was out there.
Her face, did.
And that bothered you?
He wasn't here for that.
Danny was out. It was you and Linnell.
So
that day.
embarrassing.
Yeah.
So Linnell was in.
It was either Linnell or Toby. Yeah.
Just so corny. It was just like, it was literally like Fiona and Shrek.
Sure.
And Donkey. It was just.
And
so
they were
bad.
singing at the end. Yeah, that's tough.
Brutal. Terry McLaurin. 3 years, $96 million is what has been announced to this point. We're awaiting the actual details in this contract. But the story is he has been signed. This is all over. He's going to be on the field against the Giants. I think he's going to be on a snap count. I know there are people that are suggesting maybe he won't be, that he's got 2 weeks, that he'll probably be able to ramp up to speed and go out and play just as much as he would have. That would be amazing if that's the case, and that would be a huge deal. Then I really do believe that, you know, this was, while a pain in the butt and problematic, you know, not nearly as significant a blow as we all assume. He just goes out there and plays 87% of offensive snaps.
Be
and catches
amazed.
6 balls for 89 yards or something. He's just Terry McLaurin. Okay. No harm, no foul. Good for you. You got some money, and you're forgiven. I got this text from my buddy. I think this is the perfect answer to our question. So we're asking people, do you hold any kind of a grudge? Does your feelings at all toward Terry McLaurin change based on all of the last several weeks, or is it forgiven already? He says, this is a big Commanders fan, has been a season ticket holder in the past. He goes, if our offense looks like S against the Giants, I'll give him some blame. Or if he gets a nagging injury, I'm going to be furious. He says, if they score 30 in a win in week 1 and they start fast in the first couple of weeks, I'll get over it. The holdout was very annoying, though. Felt incredibly selfish.
Did I send you that? Because that's my view.
Not
that's
from
it.
Danny Rue.
That's it exactly. Now, because my prediction is they're going to start slow. My prediction is he will start slow. And that was my gripe, not him trying to get more money.
If neither happens, though, then what?
then I'll go, I was wrong. Hold out more, I guess. If you're ready to go and without the things that you need to play football, that's the impression that I'm under, is we missed the moment where he needed to already be at practice and practicing for this year. The business of football this year was happening, and he was not part of it, which means he was standing in the way, which means he was the cloud over everything. I'm not talking about the contract stuff. That was a separate detail. To me, if the things that I'm worried about come to pass, again, offense is sluggish, he's sluggish, soft tissue injury, or whatever, I'll just be standing there going, yeah, this is the thing I was afraid of, and I will hold it against you. Now, that's not I hate that, boom. I'm not doing anything like that. It's not the case. Way too many good deposits in the bank, way too many good memories, way too many good moments, way too good of a dude. My point all along was, I didn't think that you would do this. Not that you wouldn't try to get more money. Of course, that's reasonable. We should all try to do that. I'm talking about put the business of the current team, the current contract that you're under, second. I didn't think he was the kind of person that would do that. There are a lot of players that have done that. I didn't think that was the camp he was in. So all I did was I moved him from the perfect little angel camp to maybe, not total diva wide receiver head case jerk, but sliding down the spectrum a little bit towards that.
Yeah, but if you're angriest, it was worse than that, right? I mean, the day you're screaming about him not being at the preseason game.
Yeah, because that to me is indefensible. And I still believe that.
Yeah.
That is not something that I will ever think is the right call.
Football coverage on the Fan, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL. CBS, Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS or Paramount Plus all season long. ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Let's hit the phones, 800-636-1067. This is not one that I can answer. This is something I want to touch the people on. Does your feelings about McLaurin change at all? Do you have any different feel about the person, the player, than you did before all of this started? I'll answer and say no, the fan part of me. Not for me. We saw how the sausage got made. It was ugly. And frankly, I think he was more aggressive in the holdout based on what he was being told from his agent than most guys would or probably need to be. But if it works, it works. And if the contract ends up being player-friendly here, then that's his goal. He got what he wanted. But let's see what you guys think. Let's go to Disco and Laurel on the Fan. What's up, Disco?
Hey, good afternoon. Grant, shout out to you, bro, on the 50. You got the you up on it, brother.
Hey, he was my guy.
Hey, man. Yeah, man. Hey, so let me say that it doesn't bother me one bit. I'm gonna tell you why. Look, it's a business. If the team can take a hard stance, so can the player. It doesn't mean that he deserves what he's asking. But now, had this bled over into week one, I would have had a totally different take on it. But you said this is the first time that this has maybe happened to people to come through these doors. Although it's not the same, Trent Williams a little bit, guys, because he said he wasn't going to play for the team anymore. Wasn't about money, but in fact it was. He actually sat out. Wasn't it a whole season? He sat out a while, and ultimately he wanted more money. So not quite the same, but a little bit shades of Trent Williams. But no, hasn't changed my opinion of Terry one bit. He had to do what he had to do.
Appreciate you, Disco. So the only question I would have is when you say, and it's a good call, bleeds into week one. I think that's the essential part of it for everybody in this kind of conversation. What I mean is, for me, bleeds into week one means what you and I both think. He won't be full Terry McLaurin. He's not playing 67 snaps.
See, that's where we've always disagreed.
And that's where we disagree, and that's kind of my point. To me, the bleeding has already happened. We have bled. He has now cost himself the ability to start and be Terry McLaurin. Now, long-term...
You don't know that, though. That's kind of always been my argument.
Of course I don't.
In fact, I said, not that I know either, and I don't know any better, but just as a point of order, like my point was, if he comes back on August 25th and he has 13 days, that's plenty of time to essentially be Terry McLaurin at the start of the year. So that's the line in the sand I drew. You happened to draw yours a couple weeks earlier. And so you flew off the handle and got angry. That would have been me today. I would have done the Danny Rouillet rant today.
No, we could both be wrong. He could need an hour and a half. He could need one pregame warm-up and be great. I'm just going off with really smart people that, A, played the position, Kadri Ismail, Dan Orlovsky today. Just, common sense to me would indicate you probably need to practice some football at some point.
Totally.
In the harshest settings.
At some point could be 2 weeks.
Yes, and it could be. And it could be fine. So, but if we both think he's on a pitch count, doesn't that pitch count mean that he's not himself? Like, I'm talking about the 100% full version of him.
Yes, but
that's not reachable now, right?
Yes, I think that it is very possible. You are way more certain that he will not be himself than I am. I think there's a possibility he will not be himself. I'm not dealing with the same amount of confidence in that you are. But regardless, what I cared about was his availability to start the season.
Makes sense.
If he wasn't there, I'm Team Disco on this, what he basically just said. If he was not around to start the year, what are you doing? Are you kidding me? Get your ass to the facility and be a professional. I cannot believe you've stooped to this level. You kind of got there when he didn't show up for the preseason game. I wouldn't have really been to that extreme level until week 1 of the regular season. And your point is, he's already affected week 1. A, I don't really think that coming back 2 weeks before, but B, affecting the definition, you're saying that you may not play the same number of snaps, or you might tire a little more, or you might have a slightly bigger chance of pulling a groin or whatever. I'm saying affecting week 1 by definition was not being there on week 1.
Right. I think that's the distinction. So if you're closer to my camp, you're going, yeah, I'm annoyed. And if you're like, no, dude, he's under contract and on the roster, then you're not.
The Trent Williams thing, I actually had not thought about that once, so I'm glad he brought it up. It's actually, he said this. It's not the same in any way. Trent, the season he missed was injury-related and cancer scare-related and all the other things that were going on with him. That was not a holdout. Like, he was not being fined for missing games every step of the way. It was kind of a completely different deal. But in the sense that he said he was never going to play for the team again, yeah, there was certainly drama with Trent Williams. There's no doubt about that. By the way, you know what we haven't mentioned today at all? And it just means that we haven't done a thorough conversation about this. We still don't know what McLaurin's ankle situation is. I mean, is he even going to be available for week 1?
I hope that's the first question in Dan Quinn.
We probably have to make sure that Terry McLaurin's ankle is okay. Because what happens if he's unavailable to start the season? He's got an ankle injury.
He has an ankle. I mean, he was cleared from PUP, right? So he's not on PUP.
He's not on PUP.
He's on the return to play protocol, I think.
A pretty serious ankle injury.
Yeah.
It's kept him out for weeks. We probably should have mentioned that earlier in the show.
Return to play.
Let's go to Edwin in Silver Spring on Grant and Danny. What's up, Edwin?
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I feel that I don't feel any differently about. I'll say who I feel that I don't feel differently about Terry, but I feel differently about Peters. I'll say why. As for Terry, he did everything by the book pretty much. That's the only reason you'd be upset with him is that he actually stood up for himself.
Well, I will say really quickly, I'm gonna let you finish Kanye style. They're not showing up for the preseason's not by the book. Trey Hendrickson was there. Micah Parsons was there. No showing a game. Now, the team may have told him they don't want him there because of the Monday Night Football cameras. I don't know. But the Bengals certainly didn't do that to Trey Hendrickson, who was even angrier. So that's not really by the book. That was kind of above and beyond.
Okay. I'll say it was by the book just because they were refusing flat out to negotiate or do anything. And he had to do what he had to do in order to arrive here. But, okay, we can disagree on that. I do feel differently about Peters because with his extensive 1 year as a GM in the NFL, he seems to have all this benefit of the doubt, all this trust. We hear people saying, Adam Peters we trust, and I'm wondering why. First of all, we have several draft picks that he's made who are right here on the team. We're still wondering if they'll come good or if they're just bust, mainly in Ben Sinnott and McCaffrey. He had this thing with Terry draw all this time where he could have been in training camp, he could have practiced, they refused to negotiate. So he affected the chemistry of things in training camp towards the season. Then he's made trades also that are kind of questionable. With the Lattimore trade, he traded a 3rd round pick. The guy didn't do anything last year. He looked washed. This year, we're wondering if, and this is a player who's had a history of many injuries. So I feel that this is probably the first big event that many fans will now put him under the microscope and say, we've just thrown a benefit of the doubt towards him. Let's actually see what this guy is doing. Because
that would be another good way to ask the question.
Yeah,
it's like, do you feel any differently about Adam Peters moving forward? Do you hold any ill will might be too strong, but do you hold any kind of
you
a
okay
grudge?
with all this?
Yeah, about how he handled this. I would point out he's been the GM for 1 year. They won 12 games, which they hadn't done since 1991, and an NFC Championship game. Now, most people will say, well, yeah, Jaden Daniels, which is the answer key. He drafted him, and he didn't have to. He could have taken Drake May. He could have taken Bo Nix. He could have done something else, right? So he gets credit for that if that's the point. But I actually think that that's probably fair. Like, the best thing in the world that ever happened to Adam Peters, because it can make up for 15 mistakes, is you drafted Daniels. Same for Dan Quinn and the coaching staff.
Sure.
They're walking around like they're headed to the Hall of Fame. what if you drafted Michael
Right.
Penix right there? It could be a different conversation.
Totally. A lot of their one-year deals worked pretty damn well, I would say. There's some other feathers in his cap, too. But the only thing I would take issue with out of the call, and it was a good one, is the definitive, the team refused to negotiate. Now, I saw that, I know the report, too, or not the report, the 45-minute press conference at Eastern Motors, where your job's your credit, where he said they haven't called me. Do we know that the agent was begging and pleading for them to come to the table and please come up, we'll come down? I mean, my point is there's so much we don't know about this dialogue that to say, this is Peters, he refused to budge. Looked like some budging happened at some point from somebody.
When nobody's giving you any information and the team wasn't really giving anybody information, all you can do is go off of the reports.
Sure.
And the reports were on both sides that you heard a Schefter say a million times, including an hour before the news broke today.
Yeah, which
for
is
what's
so
that
funny.
worth? What's that worth? That neither side was budging, that they weren't really coming closer together. So that's what he's basing his opinion on, which I don't think is wrong to do. Now, we don't know if it's right or not, but that's all we have is the reports. Same thing we were basing the money guesses on the entire time, which I think was the only thing we could do if nobody's willing to. You can't not give us information and be mad that we're wrong.
Right.
You don't get to do both of those two things if you're the team or the player or the agent or whatever. But yeah, I always say this about GMs. It's a batting average business. Like every GM's going to miss a lot of draft picks, going to miss a lot of free agent signings. You're trying to bat 600 to be an elite Hall of Fame type GM, basically. And he certainly did that last year in his only year getting a crack at this thing as a well-regarded superstar in the making, according to a lot of people I talked to before he got the shot. But if your point is, hey, he wasn't perfect, well, okay, you're not going to be in that job. And yeah, let's wait and see. But we could ask that question if he wants us to. We're asking you how you feel about McLaurin changed it all based on this. We could throw Peters into that as well. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
bring an extra man here. Wants McLaurin. He's got him. Touchdown, Commanders. 32 yards, 2 big ones through the air on this drive that goes 96 yards.
Joe Davis on the call. Fox NFL action. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. The stare down between Terry McLaurin and the Commanders ended today with a 3-year extension. He's under contract for 4 years. We'll get all the details probably tonight into tomorrow, and then we'll really be able to figure out what happened at the end of this negotiation and who came closer to the middle. But in the meantime, what we know most importantly is that McLaurin will be on the field against the Giants. By the way, if you're curious about the back of the receiver depth chart, you and I have both speculated they'll definitely keep the 5 that we know are locks. Maybe a 6th doesn't get kept, or they're going to go sign somebody. One veteran off the market, 5-time Pro Bowl wide receiver Amari Cooper signed a 1-year deal today with the Las Vegas Raiders.
Back to the Raiders. He looked washed at his time last year in Buffalo. I thought that was going to be a coup for them, just finding somebody on the cheap, one of those, I'll go join the winning program and end up with a bunch of big catches. He just couldn't do anything for them, pretty much. Not much left in the tank.
I was frustrated at times by McLaurin and by the team, for the record. That goes mutually both ways. I was disappointed in both directions, but it's over now. In the same way when they have the press conference, they're going to laugh this off and do a big hug and act like nothing happened, Leonsis and Muriel Bowser, Capital One Arena style. That's exactly what it's going to feel like. And there's going to be like even a humor to it where they're like, oh, we always loved each other. You guys were the ones that didn't know what was going on. Ha, 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 elbow, elbow, elbow. There's going to be a lot of that. It's kind of where I'm at on this. Bygones are bygones, man. It's over. He's back. I have no issue with McLaurin. I will say, if they have a terrible first week offensively, my tune could change. Or if he gets hurt in September, October at some point with some type of multi-week little thing, I'm 1,000% going to assume that his actions over the summer led to it. And so, I'm still open to the possibility of coming back to the table and saying, all right, you hurt the offense, or you were the reason why maybe things didn't quite go well. Not just any performance, but I mean the passing game, or he's out of sync, or through 3 games, he's got a total of 6 catches for 50 yards or something. Like, if that happens, I'll reassess. But for right now, he was trying to get a contract. He did what he felt like he had to do. He got the contract, and he did it, by the way, with 13 days to spare. If this was 10 days from now, 3 days before the season, and they've ruled him out for the Giants game, I would feel very differently. It wasn't. He'll be at practice when his team starts practicing for the Giants for the first time after cutdown.
After cutdowns, yeah.
And that was kind of my line in the sand. Let's go to Reggie in Charlotte on the Odyssey app. What's up, Reggie?
Hey, guys. Love the show. Thanks for taking my call. I am 1,000,000% in Danny Rouillet's camp with this, simply because I held Terry at a high regard, and I've said this before. He was not supposed to be the guy to pull this, not the Eastern Auto thing where your job is your credit, not the hold in, then the hold out, then the all of that. He was supposed to be our commander, culture, captain guy. And I've said before, it's easy to lead. It's easy to be a general in peacetime. It's easy to be the captain, commander, culture guy in year 1 and year 2 of your contract. But now I see like kind of your true colors, and I see that you're not that high pedestal guy because you could have practiced. While you were negotiating and your agent was working this out, you could have been in the facility tutoring and giving tutelage and mentorship to Jalen Lane and Luke McCaffrey, building cohesion with Jaden Daniels, helping the offense and being the captain. And so when you set that example, in 2 or 3 years when Jalen Lane says, hey, I want a new contract, who do I look to, how they handle their business? Terry McLaurin. I'm going to hold out and hold in. And that's way down the line. But because he was such on a high pedestal with me as a fan, I wanted you in camp. I wanted you in OTAs. We're building something in the second year. We have something rare where we kept all of our coaches. We brought back, we got Jaden Daniels, a superstar quarterback. We've got continuity in the year where you do really, really well. You typically lose coaches, assistant coaches, and coordinators and such.
Reggie, it's a great
Appreciate
call.
you, dude.
I mean, they 100% could have had a extremely harmonious, really quiet, distraction-free buildup. The stories would have been what? The Mariota Achilles, maybe?
Like What's going on with Noah Brown? Like that's
Brandon
as far
Coleman
as
and
what
Noah Brown's injuries.
Exactly,
That literally would have been the biggest stories of camp, other
Mhm.
than the good stuff like Krosky Merritt breaking out. I mean, maybe one of the beneficiaries was like Luke McCaffrey, because we would have been talking more about him and Sinnott not really doing much or showing much. Maybe that's the negative stuff. But yeah, it was the one thing keeping this summer from coming off of 12 wins really being everyone pulling the rope in the same direction for one cause. The brotherhood of the brotherhood.
Like I just never thought I'm with the caller. I just never thought he would do that.
But he had to get paid, and that's how you get paid. As you point out all the time, you get very little leverage.
Mhm.
You don't really get to choose what your leverage is. It's right there for you. Your availability is all that you got, and your willingness to go put your body on the line. Mike in Lovettsville, what's up, man?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, bud?
Hey, I just want to start off no hate on Terry. You had a caller a few weeks ago that brought up a point that I kind of brushed off at the time, but now it makes more sense. What do y'all think about the whole conspiracy of keeping focus in the media off of Jaden Daniels by having this Terry McLaurin drama, if you will, especially since it kind of sounds like he's getting the money that he was asking for in the very beginning.
Well, it
There's
sounds
been
like that. We don't have the deets yet,
Yeah,
right?
what will be fascinating is when we get to peel back the onion finally. And the team isn't saying peep, and there's no leak in that regard. So leads me to believe that it ain't just 3 for 96.
The
There's
agent
some
is saying
complication
it's
there.
3 for
Yeah.
96. As well they should. We're going to find out what it really is. Bet you it's not quite 3 for 96 out the door. There's going to be some other details here. But I remember the call. I thought it was insane at the time. I still think it's ridiculous. It's certainly not a thing. The call, for those of you that don't know, is someone suggested, no, they don't want everyone talking about Jaden Daniels and focusing on him. Why, I don't know, because it's all positive and all he's had is a great camp and whatever. So they're going to create this huge distraction of turmoil. Adam Peters is going to take a gigantic PR hit. Terry's going to be vilified for an extended period of time. Dan Quinn's going to get annoyed, asked about
Yeah,
this
like the
constantly.
WWE writers are going, we'll have him skip the preseason game.
All the players are constantly going to be harassed about this, talking about someone that isn't them and their decisions and actions. And it's all for what? Oh, so that nobody's talking about Jaden Daniels, who's an extremely positive story and everybody likes? That one doesn't really work for me. But that's funny. I honestly, the idea that someone brought it back up like 3 weeks later is even funnier than the first call.
Funny.
But I'm glad that my guy called.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Good to hear from, was it Lovettsville?
Lovettsville.
Checking in. Put him on the bingo board. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in before we're out of here, taking you up to 6:30. I want to look at the wide receiver depth chart next, and also what is a realistic expectation for McLaurin in week 1 against the Giants? You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. In the NFL, Commanders signed Terry McLaurin today to a 3-year extension. 3 years, $96 million, $30 million signing bonus ends his hold-in. Some cuts today for the Commanders. They cut wide receiver Michael Gallup, center Nick Harris, offensive tackle Tyree Phillips, defensive tackle Norrell Pollard, wide receiver Braylon Sanders, and cornerback Essing Bassi. Another hold-in that's ended today, the Bengals and Trey Hendrickson agreed on a revised deal. He'll get a $14 million raise for this season, now to make $30 million this year, but he's going to be a free agent after the season. Other news around the NFL, Joe Mixon's going to miss at least the first 4 games of the season for the Texans. Raiders wide receiver Jacoby Myers has requested a trade. Raiders also signed wide receiver Amari Cooper. In baseball, the Nationals named Chris Zaber as their chief revenue officer. He'll oversee ticket sales, corporate partnerships, and team events. Most recently worked with the Pittsburgh Penguins in that same role. The Nationals taking on the Yankees for the first of 3 in the Bronx tonight. 7:05 first pitch at Yankee Stadium. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Brad Lord takes the hill for the Nationals. He is 4-6 with a 3.46 ERA. He'll take on Cam Schlittler, who is 1-2 with a 3.22 ERA. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
What a career Teddy Bridgewater has had. The high school football coach has not only made the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but he will be the primary backup quarterback to Baker Mayfield. So if something happens to Baker, who's become a fringe top 10 quarterback in football with strong play, with multiple play callers the last 2 years, he's helped get head coaching jobs. Then Bridgewater,
Teddy B,
would take over as a starter for a division favorite in Tampa Bay. Pretty amazing story coming out of Florida.
The injury that derailed him, the workout, if you remember back in the day where he had to put the glove on, which knocked him off a bunch of people's boards at that point. I always thought that guy could be a pretty solid, if unspectacular, NFL starter. Maybe not somebody you can't wait to see come the season time, or a big ticket seller, et cetera, but just a good dude, great teammate, really good career, derailed by that unfortunate, really, really annoying injury. But what a life he's led, man.
I swear you can't have a football season or a fall without some type of massive dispute between important football carrying networks and whatever provider I have. So just ask me, which one do you have? They're the one in a fight.
I was going to say, what's happening now?
I've done the DirecTV thing. I've done the you name it thing. Now I'm a YouTube TV guy. So am I misunderstanding what's happening here? There is a carriage dispute between Fox and YouTube TV where their deal is up on Wednesday, I guess. And if they don't come to fruition on a new deal, they're going to go full Terry McLaurin and just no-show football, basically, YouTube TV. You've seen these, right, where you can't watch CBS if you have this provider because they don't have it anymore. So here's my question. The only reason I have YouTube TV is so that I can have Sunday Ticket, check, and Red Zone, check, so that I can watch every single game on Fox all over the country and check out all the games. Does this mean I won't have any of those? If I have Sunday Ticket, will I still get those, but I just won't get the local Fox feed? What do I need to know here, and should I be worried?
The way I understand it would be that this would only affect your local Fox feed, including any other Fox-affiliated stations like FS1, Fox News, whatever that would be.
So that's a Commanders game?
Correct, yes. So with that being said, yes, on YouTube TV, or you would have Sunday Ticket, correct?
I have Sunday Ticket and the Red Zone.
So you would get the feed of other Fox games.
But I would not get the Commanders game.
But you would not get the Commanders game since you can't watch that locally on Sunday Ticket.
But you started saying this like you had good news.
I don't have good news. This is disastrous potentially.
So wait, whoa.
Oh, no.
Let me be clear.
So week 1's on Fox, for example.
Obviously.
Yes.
They play the Giants.
Yeah.
Week 1, September 7th.
Week 3's
Kevin
on
Burkhardt
Fox.
and Tom Brady.
Are you telling me, now I'll be there, but my wife's at home wanting to watch the game, and everyone else in the DMV with YouTube TV, that if they don't strike a deal, they would not get the Commanders game in the market?
That is looking very likely at this point if they do not strike this deal.
So then I'm going to take the same tact I did with McLaurin and the Commanders. There's no way that's possible. There are millions
and millions
of people who have YouTube TV for the sole reason of football. They cannot allow those people to not get their games. That would be a death sentence. Here's what I would do if that happened. Hi, is this YouTube TV? Yeah, I used to have you. I don't anymore. And so many other people too. Right? I mean, you just can't allow that.
Yeah,
so they've got you between a rock and a hard place. I don't get if they're charging you $1 billion more than they should. You just say, no problem.
Thanks for charging me.
We'll pay it. I mean, what are we doing here?
Ideally, this doesn't happen because we've seen this before. It happened with CBS Paramount last year, right before March Madness, I want to say it was 2 weeks before March Madness. There was all this hoopla. CBS is in a dispute with YouTube TV. They ripped all their stations off of YouTube TV for about a couple of days. And then basically a couple of days right before the March Madness started, CBS they struck a deal and got everything back up.
I love being at the mercy of multi-billion-dollar corporations fighting just for the content that I would like to watch.
CBS.
Please leave me alone and put my thing on TV.
On DirecTV, this is why I quite literally got rid of DirecTV years ago. Maybe it was but 2 football seasons ago or whatever now. They stopped having CBS, like for an extended period of time. So I'm trying to watch Vernon Lundquist on the call of Georgia, Florida. Can't do it.
Can't do it.
Not to. Oh, you wanted to watch Auburn, Alabama? Oh, that's too bad. I can't remember which SEC game it was, but there was this massive SEC football game, and I sit down, plop down on the couch, Coke Zero and Goldfish. Here we go, and I turn it on, and there's this little thing that says like, "Oh, sorry, but you should tell CBS that they're mean and we hate them." And I'm like, I hate everyone, but especially everyone. That's literally what it was like. We're not the problem. They're the problem. Call them and tell them they're the problem. And then I called whoever was telling me
who'd you call?
And I said, don't have to worry about me being a problem anymore. But like, we can't do this. Fox, what are you doing? And how does it always chase me? Let me make this about myself for a second. Why is it always me? If I have DirecTV, they have the fight. It's like it's a light or a shadow following me around. So what you guys should do, next year, ask me what provider I've chosen. Then make sure that you
to not have that one.
Have a second option so that you get your football.
Dude, I think you're going to be fine. There's only 8 games on Fox.
Why are you so sure, by the way, that I get the Sunday ticket package with all the non-market games via Fox? Because you're saying it's just essentially Channel 5, let's call it, and then FS1 and Big Ten Network. Like it's just those 3. But those other games that you're saying I get are the local 5 for everybody else. Why would I get those out of market?
My assumption would be that YouTube TV and YouTube are 2 separate things. Sunday Ticket is essentially through YouTube. So I would think that would mean that Fox games are safe on Sunday Ticket itself. I could be wrong. I just don't see why.
YouTube in the title.
You're right, but there's still 2 different things. You don't think that
a fight with YouTube would be preventative of the YouTube TV Sunday Ticket package?
I mean, that'd be outrageous. I mean, and plus it's through the NFL too. So I just can't imagine the NFL would allow them to take it off of their Sunday Ticket package. That would be insane.
Can we get someone on tomorrow to talk about this?
Let's do it. What's our guy? Orand.
John Orand.
Orand would be good.
Yeah, he knows.
This is the most pressing issue facing us as a society right now. And certainly representing this radio show, if I could say this, Danny.
Okay.
This is the biggest ball of wax that we've got to melt here before September 7th.
What is your plan B? That's what I ask you. So in other words, let's say it gets to whatever your drop dead point is, where it doesn't look like it's going to happen. And it probably will, right? It's too much is at stake to your point.
McLaurin will be on the field.
Right. What's your drop dead point where you go zero dark Paulson? Start exploring other options.
I guess I have to do a little research to figure out who else has Sunday Ticket rights, probably, at that point. But I don't think we're going to get there. I just got a good tweet from D. Hizzle. D. Hizzle's got good advice. Ancient philosopher D. Hizzle.
Ancient philosopher D. Hizzle once said.
He said, have you learned anything with the McLaurin negotiations? Deadlines drive deals, silly goose. It's a great point. I will remain calm and act accordingly. But I'm going to give them...
You should be prepared.
My date to go crazy about McLaren was today, and they beat the clock. I'm going to give them until... See, I'm already going to miss college football, though.
Yeah.
College football's this weekend. Gus Johnson screaming at a Big Ten noon game.
See if
or
there's
whatever.
any good Fox games this Sunday or Saturday. Let me see.
You think week 1 of the college season?
Let me just see if there are
Fox might dabble into some kickoffs this weekend.
The biggest game, Texas Ohio State.
Oh,
Is that on Fox?
That's not a big one.
Oh, so see, here's the thing. They cannot possibly not have this sorted out before then. Think about the calls they're going to be getting. Are there any people in Texas? Are there any people that like football in Ohio?
See, this is the problem. They just launched their new app. Fox did. They're going to tell all those people, hey, go get our new app then. That stings if that's going to be the case.
Little 1-3 action.
1 versus 3. Is
To
that
start
this
us off.
weekend?
Yeah, to start us off.
That game is so good.
Sorry
by the
about
way.
that appetizer.
That is
Sorry about that football dish.
What time is that game?
That's a 12 noon kickoff, I think.
Oh my goodness. That is actually that moment when that ball's in the air is when football season starts. I know that there were a couple of games this weekend. That was cute. 12:01 Eastern time. Little Texas, Ohio State. Did you guys see, by the way, is it Avery Johnson, the quarterback from Kansas State, that his dad and his brother got into a brawl, like not with other people, but each other, outside of the stadium?
It was not great.
That's one of the saddest things I've ever heard or seen. I'm not, like, there's no joke coming. I mean, that is quite literally one of the saddest things I've seen.
They had to issue a statement about it.
Wouldn't you?
I suppose, but like
If you humiliated your brother and your son who had just lost a football game by getting into a giant fight outside the stadium?
Couple of fans getting in a fight. Usually it's not a great statement there, but I guess that one's more exceptional. You're right.
This is not a couple of fans getting
it's not
into
a couple
fight.
of random fans.
This is a father and a son of the starting quarterback of the team. What did the statement say, by the way?
That was one of those, you
Is
know
that
what?
what you thought it was?
No, that's one of those. I am skipping that. I don't need to read that. I'm not interested. Like it. I'm sure you're very contrite. I'm sure you're sorry. Sorry doesn't really butter that biscuit right there. I need you not to get in fisticuffs in another country while your brother/son is playing.
Kevin says you can get an off-air antenna to watch your locals. They are easy to set up.
Yeah. See, people start doing this.
The easy to set up thing. Yeah. I don't think you know how incapable and incompetent I am at doing things. It's so easy. Just get an off-air antenna. Where do I find one? What does that mean? What do they look like? Where does it go?
You're just going to be the Hungarian guy behind a 7-Eleven and get a VPN device that's been pre-coded with like pre-revolutionary war codes. And then you can hop on to freefm.net /hacking and get the game. 7-second delay. No.
They're not that difficult. I had one in college. That's how I watch football.
You're a young person.
Where did you get it?
Walmart.
What is it?
It's just like a little antenna. You plug it into the back
Like
of your
from
TV.
an old boombox?
But into what? But I understand the TV, but into
You just
what?
said, we'll just plug it into your TV.
There's like a little special spot, like where you plug in the.
And does it say, Grant, plug in the stupid antenna you shouldn't have to get?
It's not an HDMI port. It's not in. It's not in the multi color
It's like
cable
where you
ones.
used to plug in like legit cable
Is
when
there
you
a
had to
wire?
have.
Or
Yes.
is you plug in the actual tip of the antenna right in.
Yes, and you don't. It's not like you have to plug it in to power it up or anything. It just plugs into your TV.
And then Fox just shows up.
Do new TVs
No
have
chance.
that plug?
There's no way that's true.
Yes.
You just
You
plug
have
an
to
antenna
program
in the
it.
back of your phone.
You have to program it. It's going to have to
Program it.
go in and say like, "Hey, go
Program it.
search
You
for the
have to
channels."
program it.
It's not difficult. I promise you.
How do I program it?
You have to go into your TV and figure out. It's not that difficult.
Go into your TV.
You just keep saying it's not that difficult and adding steps.
It's not. Literally, for me, when I did it, you plug it into the TV, right?
What is
Screw it
it?
in. The
antenna.
cord. Little cord.
Okay, so it's an antenna with a cord that goes into the TV.
Yes.
All
Where does
one
the
piece or
antenna sit?
2 pieces or 1 piece?
Preferably, you want to sit it near a window.
1 piece or 2 pieces?
What do you mean? It's one piece.
It's so it's you
Two
don't see
piece and
the-
a biscuit.
You don't see the midriff. It's all one.
Correct.
Okay.
So then you move their antenna to wherever you need it to be, and then you go into your TV settings and find channels. And then those channels will be found, and then you can flip through.
And then they'll be found.
That sounds insane.
What you do is you leave the country in a boat and you just go left, and eventually other countries will be found. That's a big journey.
I have a better chance
Of suiting up?
of playing 3 snaps for the Commanders against the Giants.
Bigger snap count. You were Terry McLaurin in week
Like,
one.
where in the hell is this? He goes, it's at Walmart. So I walk into a Walmart and then I do what?
It's back in the electronics section near the TV stuff. It's not hard to find, I
antenna.
promise you. Yes.
And any antenna works. Just grab any antenna, first
Yes.
antenna I see. Just grab it off the shelf.
Yes.
And what does it say? Antenna for your TV?
I'm here to find an antenna.
Someone would have to hold my hand every step of the way.
Like literally hold your hand and guide you to the actual antenna.
The person standing there when I walk in that says, "Hey, happy to have you here. Welcome to Walmart."
Come with me.
I'd say, "Sir, I need an antenna." You go, "Okay, there's aisle 6. Nope.
No, you're not understanding.
Which one? There's no way. Also, stop making me do this stuff.
Yep.
I'm paying all the money.
I've paid so much.
Give me the damn thing that I'm paying for. Stop making me do stuff. I'm desperately trying to get my child added to my health insurance right now. I have this new child that we just had.
You guys just had him.
He's a boy. He got born. Real life kid. He's mine. I'm just trying to prove that this child is mine. Social Security card doesn't cut it, apparently. Like all the stuff I've sent them, nope. They need a birth certificate. I don't have a birth certificate.
Here's the picture of the child. Nope.
The birth certificate hasn't come in the mail yet. What do you want me to do about this? There's a place in Richmond I called today. Waited a bunch of, 9 transfers, 18 hours, whatever. I get to this person. Now, yeah, we'll expedite that. No problem. Oh, my God, I solved it. Thank you so much. She goes, oh, looks like he was born on July 10th. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
He was?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can't do anything for you. It needs to be 10 weeks after the birth before we can expedite the birth certificate. I'm like, but I need this by September 8th. Yeah. Please, someone, anyone, once. Why is everything so hard?
Why?
It shouldn't be that hard.
No.
Now everyone wants to tell us the antenna.
Hey, just get the antenna.
Jason in Capitol Heights. I'm sure it's easy.
It's so easy.
Do you have an antenna?
I do.
Now let me ask you this. I'm sorry to cut you off. I know you have a whole thing ready. Is your TV like new and/or modern? Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Sir.
And it's got a plug for that?
You have a smart TV that you're using an antenna on. Why would you do that?
Absolutely. It's the thing you just have to twist into the bag, and then you just have to click, as he said, auto program. Just press it on the remote. And it's not just,
there's no auto program button on my remote.
200 channels.
I look at my remote every day.
It will give you the option.
There's no chance. There's not a single button on my remote that says auto program.
You'll click OK. It's going to be like, do you want to auto program?
Go to settings, and go to auto program. Just like back in the day, when before we had, all the smart TVs. It's kind of the same thing. Just click auto program. And it takes literally less than 2 minutes. It's just going to scan all the channels. And get every channel that picks up with the antenna.
You said go back in the day. This is like, what was the convention like? I'm not going back. We're not going back. I don't want to go back. I want the TV to show the game I'm paying for. How do I get that to happen?
I mean, maybe you don't even have to pay for the game if that's all you want is to watch the local channels. All you need is you could save some money too.
If this antenna thing works.
Jason might be onto something.
This antenna thing works, right?
If I get 14, can I watch every NFL game? Is that how that works? Will one of the antennas get me the Panthers, Falcons?
No.
One of the antennas gets me Browns, Bengals?
No.
Probably not, right?
No. It's the local thing. You can watch local of the antenna. There was some rule that they said you have to keep that.
Also, I love how everyone keeps saying just plug it into the back of the TV. My TV is against a wall. It's mounted against the wall.
Right.
Am I taking it off the wall? Now I'm just leaning it against my legs on the floor.
You got to be able to. If you can get back there, is it on any kind of mobile's not the right word? Can you turn the angle?
No. It's a frame wall TV that looks like a painting.
Yep.
It's up against a wall because no one ever thought you're going to need to put an antenna on this TV.
Well, how did you plug in? You plugged into it, presumably for the cable or whatever.
The guy out there that I paid a bunch of money to.
He did the and installed in the back.
Mo and Largo did my one in the basement.
Yeah.
He did a silly job.
Mm-hmm.
But no. I had someone. This is my living room TV. I had someone out there. They go through the wall. They put a bunch of stuff down through the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just never to be. The plan was never, we're going to dig this body back up in 2 years because you're going to need an antenna.
So look around the rim of the TV. Sometimes it's like on that one of the spots that's close where you instead of having to go all the way back there in the middle of the back to like find this coax cable or weird antenna spot.
Whose side are you on, by the way?
I'm saying.
It seems like you're now team antenna.
No, I'm saying I think it's ridiculous. I'm not team anything. This whole thing is so stupid. But to help you.
But you think it's super easy, it sounds like.
No, I don't. I think it's complicated. I think everyone underestimates the complication. It's my least favorite thing that we do as a society.
Come over and set it up for me.
No, would people wave at me and go just and then fill in the blank with something complicated? I don't know. I don't know just.
Toby, if I give you $50 would you come over and set it up?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd make $20-$30 on that. These things are not expensive.
Well, no, I'll pay for the part.
Oh, even better. Yeah, I'll take it gladly.
Okay, I'll give you even 25 more if you want to go to Walmart and get it what I need.
You got Toby on the install?
$75?
Yeah. Toby and Largo over there. I love it.
Okay. So if there's no fix for this by Friday before the Saturday football game, Friday evening, $100 if you can get it figured out.
Sure.
All right, sell it. That sounds easy. $100 is easy. Well, that part, it's $100. But if Toby thinks he can figure it out, now I can't wait for he's clicking buttons used to be so easy.
All you have to do was ask if you're one of the channels.
That's always what happens. It should be. I'm sure it should. It should just be popping up.
The only issue would be, like you said, if it's mounted and trying to get behind the TV, that'll be the only issue.
I'll help you with that part.
Okay.
We'll
then
take it down
everything
off
else,
the wall.
Everything else will be easy.
My wife will have a million questions, but we'll just
bore right
push
through that.
right through that.
Something very similar happened where I was trying to set up Madden so that my son could play it with PlayStation permissions. And I thought I did it, and he told me the other day, he's like, I couldn't play it to use your account. I was like, why? What happened? It should work. And it turned out it was some sort of EA needed my email or some other kind of crap that was way down the line. But that was the point. I was like, it should be working. I just kept yelling, this should be working to no one in particular.
What if we find out, I get the antenna, we can watch the Commanders games, but I still don't have Sunday ticket then? Then I'm just screwed?
Yeah.
I can watch the Commanders, but I can't get all the other stuff?
Right.
God,
that would be my assessment. That is if Sunday ticket doesn't supersede the dispute.
What do we know about deadlines?
They spurn deals?
Deadlines spurn deals. Hey, Darius, give me the results on the poll really quickly. I will do the read. Look up that poll. Our poll of the day today, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long-distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades, best-in-class service and experience. The Grant and Danny poll of the day, Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Do you think the holdout, turned hold in, Terry McLaurin not doing anything all summer is going to affect the offense early in the season, yes or no? What did people say?
66% of the people say no, he is back just in time. The other 33% of people said yes, they will have a slow start. So looks like most people think that there will be no effects from that long holding.
Danny, you voted a lot, it sounds like. 33% of the time.
I know, right? I can only log in so many times.
It is time for the leadoff. Ed and Nat's Baseball, brought to you by The Window Man. Since 1989, The Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom.
On the mound for the Nationals, Brad Lord. His opposite number is a name I'm not comfortable saying on the radio for fear of stuttering and messing something up. You can say it if you want to.
You got to be careful with that one, buddy. That is old Cam Schlittler.
You can look it up, and I trust Grant to say it correctly. Leading off, playing left field, James Wood batting second. Shortstop, Abrams batting third at second base, Luis Garcia Jr. Cleanup hitter at first base, Josh Bell batting fifth, doing the catching. Riley Adams, Paul DeYoung is at third base, batting sixth. Dylan Cruz in right field, batting seventh. Robert Hassel III is your DH tonight, hitting eighth. And Jacob Young in center field.
We're back at it at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Hopefully we'll have some more information on the Terry McLaurin contract. Plus, we'll be getting ready for final cuts for Washington. We'll see if anything breaks during the day. They are due to form their 53-man roster by the close of business. For Darius, Ryan, and television engineer extraordinaire, Toby Altizer.
The installer.
Is this Toby or Toki who's going to be showing up in my house?
He'll get mad for 5 seconds when something doesn't work, turn that hat right around and give it what for.
Toki is going to do some chirping at that television. Grant and Danny saying so long. Thanks for listening. What a day. Terry McLaurin.
Day.
Contract done. Let's have a season.
Thank you for coming.